Gestalt therapy. Excitement and growth in the human personality. Frederick Perls, M.D., Ph.D. Ralph Hefferlein, Ph.D. Paul Goodman, Ph.D. Introduction to the Gestalt Journal Press edition of Gestalt Therapy. Isidore Fromm died on June 27, 1994 from complications during treatment for cancer. He was 75 years old. He had been through a period of increasingly serious illness and endured it with courage, iron-ical reserve, and a complete lack of self-pity. He had also remained in close touch with his numerous friends in the United States and Europe. For Isidore, friendship had always been the sine qua non of the good life. As much as he loved literature and philosophy and paid careful attention to language in both his teaching and practice, Isidore refused to write. He profoundly influenced the theory and practice of Gestalt therapy through the medium of the spoken word through teaching and supervision. His few published pieces are transcripts of talks or interviews. So it will come as no surprise that he left the actual writing of this introduction to me. We did have a chance, though, to get together for some long conversations about an early draft before his illness and its treatment with chemotherapy fatigued him too much for further exchanges of that kind. I sent him the final version shortly before he died. I don't know whether he had an opportunity to read it all the way through. So I am compelled to take full responsibility both for the quality of the writing and for any errors in what follows. However, Isidore so deeply shaped my own understanding of Gestalt therapy that what I have written is saturated with his thought. This introduction certainly belongs to him as much as it does to me. I also want to express my gratitude to Hunt Cole, Isidore Fromm's companion for 34 years, for his skilled editorial scrutiny of the manuscript. MVM. Cambridge, Massachusetts. If the reception of this book when it first appeared in 1951, published by the Julian Press, had been based on the whole of what is between its covers, its influence on the subsequent history of psychological theory and psychotherapeutic practice might have been momentous. The new outlook that the book presented began from a radical though by no means disrespectful examination of the limitations of psychoanalysis, and it thus anticipated by decades criticisms that have only begun to emerge fully during the last few years. But it also went a good deal further than diagnosis of difficulties in psychoanalytic theory. It set forth a comprehensive foundation for a profoundly new approach to psychotherapy, one that did not so much scrap what had been learned from psychoanalysis as weave it into an altogether different view of human nature and its foibles. In place of the psychoanalyst's concentration on excavating the patient's past and interpreting the unconscious as primary sources for therapeutic discovery, it shifted the center of gravity to the patient's present experience. And rather than leave the therapist half hidden in the wings in order to encourage regression and transference in the patient, the heart of psychoanalytic method, it brought therapist and patient onto center stage together in order to illuminate their actual relationship as clearly as possible. Yet, more than 40 years after its debut, Gestalt therapy still wanders down the back roads of contemporary psychology and psychotherapy. Almost everybody has heard of it, but relatively few people have any idea what it is really about, not even in the professional communities where psychotherapy is taught and practiced. Many factors, institutional and cultural, may have been involved in preventing Gestalt therapy, despite its original promise, from assuming a more significant place in the evolution of psychotherapy. But it cannot be denied that, almost from the start, Gestalt therapy has colluded in weakening its own voice amid the growing number of contemporary therapies clamoring for both public and professional attention. That the official debut of Gestalt therapy took the form of a book is not surprising. In a similar fashion, psychoanalysis first began to attract general notice in the late 19th century with the publication of The Interpretation of Dreams. The first edition of Gestalt therapy, Excitement and Growth in the Human Personality, however, was a strange concoction, consisting of two wildly dissimilar volumes bound together, a format that gave the book a split personality. This bibliographical idiosyncrasy was no accident, for there were real conflicts underlying the book's peculiar doubleness. The second volume, a theoretical work written in uncompromisingly difficult prose, set forth a highly original vision of human nature. It also reinterpreted the origin of neurotic troubles from a new perspective that took more account of the role of social and environmental forces than perhaps any preceding view. And it provided the foundation for an alternative approach to psychotherapy that made a decisive break with the dominant psychoanalytic model without overthrowing, as did behaviorism, for example, what was valuable in psychoanalysis. If Volume 2 is no easy read, it is not because its concepts are served up in a crust of obscure jargon, as is too often the case in our psychological and sociological literature. Although much of Volume 2 is based on the ideas of Friedrich Perls, an expatriate German psychoanalyst, the actual expression, elaboration, and further development of them was left to Paul Goodman, one of the most important social critics and inventive psychological thinkers this country has produced, as well as a poet, novelist, and playwright. The difficulties have the feel of modern life itself, with its contradictoriness, its alienation and longings, its vacillation between inhibition and spontaneity. Goodman had no more wish to thin out human complexity in order to make his formulations easy to digest than did, say, T.S. Eliot or Henry James. Volume I, the product of collaboration between Perls and Ralph Hefferline, a professor of psychology at Columbia University, took the opposite tack, yielding to a trend in American publishing that was just beginning to gather momentum. It reduced difficult material to something approaching what we nowadays call pop psychology. It boiled down the theoretical conceptions of Gestalt therapy to a set of self-help exercises, derived from the sort of interventions Gestalt therapists sometimes make, and presented them accompanied by commentary in a style of exposition that fell somewhere between popularized versions of Zen Buddhism and The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale, complete with testimonials, a staple of the self-help and human potential movements from students who had tried them. Although the contrast between the two volumes reflected differences in the intellectual disposition of their authors, it also exemplified a basic division in American culture. In his essay, Pale Face and Red Skin, the literary critic Philip Roth claims that American writers have always tended to choose sides in a contest between two camps, the result of a dichotomy, as he put it, between experience and consciousness, between energy and sensibility, between conduct and theories of conduct. Our best-selling novelists and our leaders of popular literary movements, from Walt Whitman to Hemingway to Jack Kerouac, number among the group Roth called the Redskins. They represent the restless frontier mentality, with its reverence for the sensual and intuitive over the intellect, its self-reliant individualism and enthusiasm for quick triumph over obstacles. The hero of a recent bestseller, The Bridges of Madison County, with his pickup truck, his blue jeans and well-worn boots, his guitar lashed to a spare tire, could qualify as a card-carrying member of this camp. While the Redskins took to the open road, jotting down their adventures along the way, the Pale Faces tended to congregate in the cities, where they drew heavily on European literary and intellectual traditions. They put at least as much stock in the value of artistic transformation and intellectual reflection as they did in capturing the raw data of the emotions and senses for their portrayals of human experience. James and Eliot would be leading figures among the Pale Faces. Both of them eventually left America, a society that they came to regard as crude, to spend the balance of their lives in England. Rob was addressing a lack of integration in American literature, but his analysis also helps to explain a bifurcation in our schools of psychology and psychotherapy. By now we have seen enough of both an aloof analytic priesthood at one extreme, delivering oracular, arcane interpretations, and a crowd of John Wayne-like psychotherapists at the other, all blood and guts, to be just about jaded with the whole enterprise. Not that the founders of Gestalt therapy exactly conformed to these stereotypes. Perls arrived in New York from a bourgeois European upbringing and a classical training in psychoanalysis. Yet no one could have joined forces with the Redskins, at least in their West Coast hippie version during the 1960s, more readily than he did. Goodman was hardly a genteel literary Anglophile. His thinking was rooted in colloquial, pragmatic, and democratic currents of the American mainstream, and he led his life on the streets of New York, as well as on campuses in the thick of student rebellions. But he was also every inch an intellectual, thoroughly versed in both classical and contemporary European thought. Although the authors of Gestalt therapy intended to begin with a presentation of theory and then follow it with an exposition of technique, the publisher felt that reversing the order might make the book more commercially successful. Obviously the authors must have agreed to this arrangement. Redskynism had prevailed, if not in the writing, at least in the publication of Gestalt therapy, as it would prevail shortly thereafter in the teaching of Frederick Perls. The book's radical import, contained in Volume 2, which might have significantly influenced the history of modern psychology and psychotherapy, was largely lost. How many committed practitioners of psychotherapy, steeped in the intricate tradition of psychoanalytic thinking about human development and character, could be expected to slog their way through to page 227 where Volume 2 began? Thus the stage was set for Gestalt therapy's checkered career. Not that there is anything inherently wrong with the exercises in what is now Volume 2. Their aim is to illustrate methods of heightening an individual's awareness of deadened feelings and sensations, of reawakening the knowledge of a person's agency in shaping what he or she takes for granted as a fixed reality, of rediscovering the rules planted in the psyche during childhood by custodial authorities and institutions that can perniciously inhibit adult behavior. The creation of experiments along these lines is an important activity in Gestalt therapy sessions. Their purpose is to help the patient derive insights from immediate experience rather than the therapist's interpretations. Thus the patient is given a high degree of control over how and what he learns from psychotherapy. Such experiments, properly understood, are part of the collaborative give and take between patient and therapist in a psychotherapy session. To use them oneself for self-improvement may be valuable, but that is almost beside the point with respect to their use in Gestalt therapy, where they are guided by the relationship between the patient and the therapist. One can also interpret one's own dreams in the psychoanalytic manner Freud himself did it in the interpretation of dreams. What other choice did he have? Which is not the same thing as psychoanalytic psychotherapy, in which the transference plays such a key part. The loss of precisely this kind of distinction helped feed a reductive tendency, both in the world of mental health and in American life generally. What became known as Gestalt therapy was a version stripped of its theoretical context and readily debased into slogans for living. The use of the present moment for therapeutic leverage became an imperative to live in the here and now. The attempt to discriminate between what one had learned that was crucial to one's growth and what one had simply absorbed by fiat became an inverted puritanism, a moral imperative to get rid of all shoulds. These tendencies were supported by Perls, whose clinical showmanship dominated the subsequent development of Gestalt therapy. Freud, who was no fan of America, worried about the fate of his discoveries in the hands of Americans, who were initially much more enthusiastic about psychoanalysis than his own countrymen. He feared that the voracious American appetite for novelty and progress, indeed for anything that promised a better life, would vulgarize the discoveries he so jealously guarded. Perls had no such misgivings. Through his peripatetic teaching and his career as a guru at the E. Salin Institute in Big Sur, California, he liberally sprinkled his audiences and trainees with slogans and made up new techniques on the fly, presenting the latest ones as the essence of Gestalt therapy, even while he spoke out in almost the same breath against reliance on gimmicks and shortcuts in therapy. By virtue of his influence, Gestalt therapy presented itself during the 1960s and 1970s as a set of techniques resembling psychodrama, overlaid with a thin patina of existentialist philosophy, to induce emotional release in the name of the freedom from restrictions. Many people, both with and without previous training and credentials in psychotherapy, thus felt encouraged to hang out their shingles as Gestalt therapists after taking a couple of weekend workshops at E. Salin or at one of Perls's watering holes along the road. Or they bid for larger market share, and this practice still goes on by offering the public a combination plate called Gestalt and, whether the combination involved views of human functioning that were philosophically compatible or not. The best-known version of Gestalt therapy during this period was a way of life called simply Gestalt. Pure Redskynism. The pale-face term therapy wound up in the wastebasket. Perles's later books were for the most part directly transcribed from tapes of his lectures and demonstrations, which further supported the impression that there was little coherent theory behind Gestalt therapy. After he moved to Salem, he rarely referred again to the book that resulted from his collaboration with Hefferlein and Goodman. Nevertheless, the book stayed in print for many years, in 2 paperback editions that reproduced the Julian Press format. You could hardly peruse a hip person's bookshelves 2 or 3 decades ago without coming across a copy of the Delta Press edition of Perls, Hefferlein, and Goodman buried between books by Herbert Marcuse and Baburam Das. Whether the book was read or not, Gestalt therapy gained popularity in the countercultural climate of the times. The content of Volume 2 was still taught carefully in some quarters, notably in New York, where the training institute founded by the Perleses continued to flourish under the stewardship of Laura Perles, and to some extent at training centers in Cleveland, Los Angeles, San Diego, Boston, and elsewhere. But even this small legacy became increasingly hard to maintain once Gestalt therapy by Perles, Hefferlein, and Goodman had vanished from the bookstores, as the last residues of the countercultural mood that kept it in print dried up. Moreover, the quality of teaching and practice in many of these institutes had been contaminated by the mixed grill approach that combines Gestalt and whatever else is au courant. Obviously one should learn as much as one can from many sources, but not at the expense of intellectual integrity about the materials one deploys when engaged in so sensitive and urgent an enterprise as intervening in other people's suffering. 2. To raise questions about the impact of Perles's later career on the reception of Gestalt therapy is not to make light of the inventiveness or originality of his earlier achievements. Gestalt therapy had its first stirrings when Perles wrote a paper in the mid-1930s concluding that the so-called resistances, the psychological means of saying no to oneself or others, were oral in origin. The import of this consideration is not shatteringly revolutionary. It represented a small change in a traditional psychoanalytic emphasis, but its ramifications were subversive nevertheless. Apparently the analysts recognized this immediately. Perles mentions in his writings that the paper, which he presented at a Freudian Congress in 1936, met with disapproval. Classical analysis considered the source of resistance to be anal, the anus being the seat, if you will, of a dark, frequently hostile refusal, an early childhood form of which is captured in our phrase the terrible twos, when children say no to everything they are asked or told to do. Some schools of psychoanalytic theory, following Klein, for instance, regard all this as among the evidence of the child's inherently barbaric nature, in need of taming in order to shape it into civilized behavior. Erik Erikson put the anal stage in a more benign light. He considered the child's development of willful control over the sphincter muscle to be important evidence of autonomy. Parents may also intuitively recognize the signs that their child is becoming more of an individual even in its irrational refusals, but they will usually see to it that for its own good and often well beyond that the child is compelled to obey their will. The psychoanalytic term for the child's receptiveness to parental imperatives, a term which Gestalt therapy was to retain, is introjection, which means learning by taking in values, rules, and modes of conduct from the environment, in this case the environment of parental authority, without questioning the information or its source. Psychoanalytic theory suggests that children must continue to learn chiefly through introjection at least until the Oedipal stage, around 5 or 6 years of age, if they are to be properly socialized. The shift from anal to oral refusal implies a different possibility. It lifts the capacity to know as freely as yes, to rebel as well as to accommodate, from where it lies buried in a lower chamber to the mouth, the locale of eating, chewing, tasting, but also of language and sometimes of loving. In other words, to a more obvious meeting place between the individual and the world. Perles had not yet formulated a concept of the contact boundary, so fundamental to Gestalt therapy, that remained to be done in his collaboration with Goodman. But the first seeds of the idea were already planted here. Certain implications of orality were more fully elaborated in Perles's first book, Ego, Hunger, and Aggression, published in 1942. Here he made what was perhaps his most important contribution to an alternative view of human development. He used the emergence of teeth in an infant of 8 or 9 months as an encompassing metaphor for the steadily growing complexity and refinement of the motoric abilities, senses, and mental equipment in general. Pearls proposed that just as the infant, now armed with teeth which enable it to chew food rather than merely swallow it, begins to develop its own sense of taste about what it likes or wants and doesn't like or want, it can also begin to discriminate and select from what it swallows psychologically from the environment. In becoming a critic of experience, the child forms an individual personality. Thus the need to learn primarily through introjection, through identifying with and modeling oneself after the caretaking and disciplining adults, can start to be replaced by self-determination much sooner than the Freudians claimed. In Pearls's view, to support a child's tendency to go beyond introjection early is not to consign the child to barbarism, it is to respect a natural, self-regulating process of healthy growth. If there is anything barbaric in the picture, it is the attempts of anxious or overbearing parents and educators to interfere unnecessarily with nature. It follows from this line of thinking that Gestalt therapy came to regard the function of aggression in a very distinctive way. In Ego, Hunger, and Aggression, Pearls described its origins in what he called dental aggression, the biting off and chewing up of one's experience in order to absorb the parts of it one needs and get rid of what one doesn't. This emphasis puts aggression in a positive light, bringing out its role in both preserving a sense of oneself and reaching out to contact the environment. Aggression enables one to risk having impact on one's world, and it frees one to be creative or productive. This, of course, is virtually the opposite tack from that taken by Freud, who linked aggression to anal sadism and the death instinct. For Gestalt therapy, aggression is by nature healthy and in the service of life. The healthy personality is shaped by a child's own idiosyncratic sequences of yes and no's, as Jacob Boehme, the German mystic who so influenced Hegel, put it, in yeah and nay all things consist. When people can't say no as readily as yes, they tend to accept uncritically a view of reality or a way of life dictated by others. Pearls took the absence of no to be caused by repression of dental aggression, due to fear of conflict, which he regarded as a fundamental source of neurotic pathology. It's not aggression but the inhibition of it in the personality that produces impotence, explosions into violence or desensitization and deadness. Every method of psychotherapy presupposes, whether it makes it explicit or not, a view of human development. Whereas psychoanalysis encourages the patient to regress and reintroduces introjection through interpretation, a very different approach springs from Pearls's claim that the capacity for self-determination and self-support develops early. As it subsequently evolved, Gestalt therapy didn't so much throw out interpretation. All psychotherapists make interpretations as it offered in addition experiments that enable patients to discover for themselves. Included importantly among these experiments are those generated by the therapist's obligation to make sure that the patient retains or frees up the ability to resist and criticize the therapist's interpretations. In other respects, ego, hunger, and aggression did not stray very far from the psychoanalytic camp, particularly on one fundamental point, despite its critique of Freud's focus on the sexual instinct and its references to Hegelian dialectic, Marx, and a smattering of minor neo-Hegelians and Nietzscheans, semantic theorists, Gestalt psychologists, and other holistic thinkers. It put forward a view of human nature that still kept the encapsulated individual at its center. The full coming of age of Gestalt therapy had to wait for Paul Goodman's proclamation at the beginning of Volume 2 of Pearls, Hefferlein, and Goodman that experience occurs at the boundary between the organism and its environment. We speak of the organism contacting the environment, but it is the contact that is the simplest and first reality. With that definition in place, Gestalt therapy was formally launched on waters remote from those where psychoanalysis, behaviorism, and every other theory during that period fished for its truths. A radical shift in the observation post for psychological understanding is proposed in this passage. The looming, self-regarding self of psychoanalysis is no longer the sole object of psychotherapy. Indeed, it often diminishes in size and nearly fades from view, becoming part of the background, from which it can be brought forward, however, when needed. The primary site of psychological experience, where psychotherapeutic theory and practice are to direct their attention, is the contact itself, the place where self and environment stage their meetings and become involved with each other. By now the term contact, having been filtered through the encounter groups and human potential movement therapies of 20 years ago, has made its way into the drawing rooms and bedrooms of middle-class culture. People in certain circles nowadays are likely to tell each other such things as "I want more contact with you," as though contact always had to do with furthering communication or intimacy, along with hugs and kisses. But whereas the popular expression means something akin to closeness or simply spending time together, that is hardly what the authors of Gestalt therapy had in mind. They introduced the term contact as an abstract formal concept in order to distinguish their fundamental premises from those of virtually all the other clinical theories of their times. In their view, to the extent that psychology has limited its interest to the isolated individual, it distorts how life is lived. Gestalt therapy, especially as it is spelled out by Goodman, takes for its starting point something so obvious that our human and social sciences usually seem to overlook it: the exchange that goes on unceasingly between the human organism and its surrounding environment in all areas of life ties person and world inextricably to one another. Breathing means absorbing oxygen and returning it in changed form, and this minimal give and take must continue even when one is asleep. Eating entails seizing parts of nature and converting them, destroying them, Gestalt therapy would say, in order to bring out the aggressiveness required into something digestible. Laboring suggests usefully reshaping a portion of the environment, but also having one's activity in this regard organized by the resistance that the environment puts up or the limits it establishes. Talking means talking to someone, who in general is likely to reply. Making love means that two people have consented to the deepest use of each other's bodies. The world of Gestalt therapy is a busy world fairly humming with constant action and transaction, a place in continual flux. Within this flux, the experience of the self changes in size and scope depending on what's going on. It may be very small, almost negligible. When one is lost in contemplation of a work of art or absorbed in love, it can take over the entire foreground of awareness. However, when one is in pain, for example, during which time the self, in effect, becomes the pain. Even cognition is not merely receptive. Gestalt therapy draws on classical Gestalt psychology's notion that the unending, inchoate mass of data presented to us by the environment is organized and shaped by the perceiver into wholes, which typically have form and structure, and that it is these subjectively structured wholes, not the ultimately unknowable raw data, that compose a person's experience. The particular way in which the wholes of experience, called gestalts, are made is influenced by a person's needs, appetites, impulses, interests, and so forth. Thus Gestalt therapy reintroduced the 19th century Romantic poet's idea that we have create what we perceive and gave it a new motivational impetus. And if one assumes that there is this subjective element in all human experience, it follows that no two people experience exactly the same reality. All the activities of contacting the environment occur across an experiential and by no means necessarily physical demarcation between what the organism takes to be itself, what it has already domesticated, so to speak, to its purposes, and the wilderness, as yet unknown, that is the inexhaustible otherness of the world. To this fluctuating edge where self and other meet and something happens, Gestalt therapy gives the name contact boundary. Thus in Gestalt therapy, the space between the self and the other is no vacuum, as it is in most other psychological theories. Experience unfolds in a field, rather like an electrical field, charged with urgency, will, needs, preferences, longings, wishes, judgments, and other expressions or manifestations of being. Contact between two persons, for example, is not a collision between two atomic particles, each of which is filled up with interior neurobiological plumbing or conditioned habits and beliefs, or an ego, ID, and superego. Gestalt therapy neither has to assume nor to reject any of these constructions. It can even allow for all of them because its concern is solely with the activity at the contact boundary, where what is going on can be observed. If all this is not too far from common sense, and some of it even self-evident, it was nevertheless a highly innovative way of reformulating psychological theory in a manner that called for an entirely new way of practicing psychotherapy. Gestalt therapy argues that it is precisely at the contact boundary, the site of meetings between self and other and of withdrawals from them, that psychology can best explain, and psychotherapists best witness and reflect back to patients, the responsibility that people have in shaping their own experience. Moreover, the contact boundary is where growth occurs, which, after all, is what psychotherapy is about, because it is where a person's next need and what in the environment is available to satisfy it join up or cross swords, depending on whether the meeting is friendly or unfriendly. Growth comes from metabolizing the unknown, which is taken in from the environment, and making it known, which transforms it into an aspect of the self. For example, a child mounts a bicycle for the first time and goes wobbling off fearfully. She does not yet experience this activity as an integral expression of herself. By the 10th or 12th ride, she may announce proudly that she is a bicycle rider, an attribute that can now begin to number among those that make up her identity. One can spend a certain amount of time lording it over one's real estate, up to a point, as the poet Wallace Stevens put it, everything comes to him from the middle of his field. But on the whole, one grows by traveling out to the fences and perimeters where one's ownership dwindles and one begins to approach the wilds of human contact. Because contact and withdrawal go on tirelessly as long as life does, changing from moment to moment as a need is met or an interest pursued and others allowed to arise, what follows in Gestalt therapy is a translation from interpretation of traumatic events in a patient's past to an intimate examination of how the patient goes about creating his or her experience in the present. Gestalt therapy is not so interested in questions of where development may have been arrested in a patient's childhood as in helping the patient identify and work through the present anxieties and blocks, perhaps better called disturbances of contact than resistances, that prevent the next imminent act of growth from taking place. From this perspective comes the therapeutic value in Gestalt therapy of paying close attention to the present moment, which means that in a therapy session, observation of the changing contact boundary between the therapist and the patient becomes of paramount importance. Then both can learn exactly how and where the contact becomes disturbed. It is a crucial correction of the record to stress that the idea of the present moment, the famous here and now of Gestalt therapy, is a way of notifying the therapist and the patient where to concentrate their attention while doing Gestalt therapy. The present moment was introduced in Pearls, Hefferline, and Goodman as the most effective therapeutic methodology, not as the best way of life. Gestalt therapists were not supposed to behave like Buddhistic spiritual masters, preaching the ethical value or the pleasures of living in the moment, even though it may have come to seem that way given the legacy derived from the later work of Pearls and the mood of the 1960s. If a person decides to conduct himself or herself in accord with some notion of living in the moment, that's fine, but it has less to do with therapy than it does with one's personal conception of the good life. If, on the other hand, a person makes a free and considered choice to live a life of nostalgia, Gestalt therapy would have no objection. Would Proust have been better off living more zenishly in the here and now? 3. Perhaps the most important reason for resurrecting this book and urging that it be widely read is that it may help provide much of what is needed to rehabilitate the deeply troubled foundations of psychotherapy. Freud's imposing edifice, which for so long dominated the landscape of psychotherapy, is foundering under heavy critical bombardment. No doubt this was bound to happen, given that our historical situation and cultural imperatives have undergone profound transformation since the late 19th century. Psychoanalysis rested its case on two fundamental assumptions: infantile sexuality and unconscious motivation. Both were radical inventions in their day that enabled us to make sense of behavior that had seemed incomprehensible. Both, however, require a leap of faith, a belief that the roots of all adult conduct are planted in vague or invisible primitive mental events during early childhood that give rise to irreconcilable conflicts in every individual's inner life. This conception has provided a rich tradition of outlooks and insights for all the humanistic disciplines, as well as for psychotherapy, but the widespread conviction from within the tradition that psychoanalysis constitutes a science has left it vulnerable to a great many questions. As a result, the entire psychoanalytic approach is currently being pulled apart from several directions at once. For one thing, not only psychoanalysis, but all psychotherapy is being elbowed aside to some extent by a resurgence of an older biological determinism. The return to biology, of course, both leads and follows the widening acceptance of drugs in the psychiatric community as the best answer to depression, anxiety, obsessive-compulsive disorders, and psychosis. Meanwhile, Freud's metapsychology and interpretative method are taking a beating from philosophical critics who argue that claims of psychoanalysis to causal truth are unscientific because there is no means for subjecting them to empirical verification. For example, there is no way to prove that childhood repression produces adult symptoms. Even Freud's character, alas, is being bludgeoned by lapsed analysts and disillusioned literary critics who consider his false starts, changes of mind, and tendency to belittle opposition as resistance to be ample justification for calling him a liar, coward, and opportunist. Such name-calling is in keeping with our current epidemic of biographical muckraking, a kind of renewed puritanism, seemingly dedicated to the proposition that exposing enough questionable conduct in the life of a revered innovator invalidates the art or achievement, or renders the theory and practice unworthy of serious regard. One can imagine that psychoanalysis may eventually wind up dismantled and tossed without so much as a departing wave of gratitude on the scrap heap of Eurocentric, male-chauvinistic history. This is a strategy of moving on by savaging where we came from that we euphemistically call deconstruction. If Gestalt therapy may still contain some promise of bringing fresh perspective to this increasingly raucous debate, it is because the theory of Gestalt therapy has given up altogether the model of natural science, and it has done so without turning to mysticism. The theoretical half of the book by Perls, Hefferlein, and Goodman, instead of attempting to describe health and pathology in terms drawn from causal science, presents a phenomenological understanding, based on observable and immediately reportable experience, of how a person goes about creating and keeps on creating a healthy or neurotic reality. This represents a fundamental switch of paradigms for psychotherapy, one that suggests that Gestalt therapy need not become mired in claims and counterclaims about whether psychology or neurophysiology represents the truer science of human suffering. In its quest for an objective empirical reality, a physical world that could be described by the laws of logic and mathematics, modern science, which originated in the late 16th century in the thought of Galileo, Descartes, and Francis Bacon, created a split between the subject, the knowing mind, and the object, that which is known. Virtually all subsequent Western thought has maintained this dualism, which gives rise to all sorts of problems about the relation of mind to matter. The phenomenological movement in philosophy, initiated by Edmund Husserl in the early years of this century, can perhaps be best understood as an attempt to restore the unity of subject and object. Phenomenology is, above all, an alternative method to the dominant scientific method. It neither affirms nor rejects the existence of an external physical world, it simply insists that philosophical investigation begin with the world in the only terms we can know it as it is presented to consciousness. Therefore, philosophy is to be the study of the structure of immediate subjective experience. Gestalt therapy is applied phenomenology. As conceived by Gestalt therapy, the contact boundary is a phenomenological construct. So is the receding and advancing self, and so is the dawning and dying away of the present moment. None of these conceptions represents a fixed entity, one that pauses long enough to be reified or quantitatively measured. If we do in fact fix them briefly in time and space in order to discuss them or illustrate a point or make a diagnosis, that is simply another level of sometimes useful abstraction. Chronic and unaware fixation treated as reality is evidence of neurosis in a theory as well as in a person. Phenomenological philosophy, like the academic Gestalt psychology of Wertheimer, Kohler, and Kafka, to which it is closely related in certain respects, concerns itself mainly with problems of perception and cognition. As a theory for psychotherapy, Gestalt therapy takes on the willful, active, emotional, and anxiety-ridden features of human existence as well. One can capture the particular flavor of Gestalt therapy by borrowing a formulation of Arnold Toynbee's formulation. Toynbee claimed that history cannot be based on the model of natural science because human actions are not a cause but a challenge, and their consequences are not an effect but a response. The response to a challenge is not invariable, so history is inherently unpredictable. In a similar way, Gestalt therapy views the course of human development and, for that matter, the therapy session itself as challenge and response, rather than cause and effect. Where there is challenge rather than mere causality, there is anxiety that cannot be eradicated. But it can be transformed into something more productive than symptoms or neurotic character. Gestalt therapy, taken seriously, offers no cure for all the problems that humans fall prey to by the simple fact of inheriting the human condition. It offers no passage back through the gates of Eden. But, as psychoanalysis had once promised, it can help one learn to live better in a fallen world. Isidore from Michael Vincent Miller. Introduction. This book began as a manuscript written by Frederick S. Perls. The material was developed and worked over by Paul Goodman and put to practical application by Ralph Hefferline. However, as it stands now, it is truly the result of the cooperative efforts of the three authors. What began as the work of one author ended up as that of three, each of us equally responsible. We have had in common one purpose: to develop a theory and method that would extend the limits and applicability of psychotherapy. Our differences were many, but by bringing them forth rather than politely concealing them, we many times arrived at solutions that none of us could have anticipated. Many of the ideas in the original manuscript have been retained in this book, but just as many have been added in the cooperative effort of the three authors in the writing of the book, and more importantly, they take on a new meaning in the context of the book as it has been completed. The insights of Gestalt psychology have been fruitful in the approach to art and education, and in academic psychology the work of Wertheimer, Kohler, Lewin, etc., is now fully recognized. However, following the interest in behaviorism, which is for the most part motorically oriented, academic circles now overemphasize the perceptual aspect of the Gestalt. The magnificent work of Goldstein in neuropsychiatry still has not found the place in modern science that it deserves. The full application of Gestaltism in psychotherapy as the only theory that adequately and consistently covers both normal and abnormal psychology has not yet been undertaken. The present work is an attempt to lay the foundation for that. Indispensable both for the writing and the thorough understanding of this book is an attitude which as a theory actually permeates the content and method of the book. Thus the reader is apparently confronted with an impossible task: to understand the book he must have the Gestaltist mentality, and to acquire it he must understand the book. Fortunately, the difficulty is far from being insurmountable, for the authors have not invented such a mentality. On the contrary, we believe that the Gestalt outlook is the original, undistorted, natural approach to life, that is, to man's thinking, acting, feeling. The average person, having been raised in an atmosphere full of splits, has lost his wholeness, his integrity. To come together again he has to heal the dualism of his person, of his thinking, and of his language. He is accustomed to thinking of contrasts of infantile and mature, of body and mind, organism and environment, self and reality, as if they were opposing entities. The unitary outlook which can dissolve such a dualistic approach is buried but not destroyed and, as we intend to show, can be regained with wholesome advantage. One of the themes of this book is assimilation. The organism grows by assimilating from the environment what it needs for its very growth. Though this is obvious to everyone in regard to the physiological processes, the stages of mental assimilation have, for the most part, been overlooked. Only by thorough assimilation can heterogeneous substances be unified into a new whole. We believe that by assimilating whatever valuable substance the psychological sciences of our time have to offer, we are now in the position to put forward the basis for a consistent and practical psychotherapy. Why, then, as the title suggests, do we give preference to the term Gestalt when we take equally into account Freudian and para-Freudian psychoanalysis, the Reichian armor theory, semantics, and philosophy? To this we have to say, we were not benevolently eclectic, none of the disciplines mentioned have been swallowed wholesale and artificially synthesized. They have been critically examined and organized into a new whole, a comprehensive theory. In this process it emerged that we had to shift the concern of psychiatry from the fetish of the unknown, from the adoration of the unconscious, to the problems and phenomenology of awareness, what factors operate in awareness, and how do faculties that can operate successfully only in the state of awareness lose this property? Awareness is characterized by contact, by sensing, by excitement and by Gestalt formation. Its adequate functioning is the realm of normal psychology, any disturbance comes under the heading of psychopathology. Contact as such is possible without awareness, but for awareness contact is indispensable. The crucial question is, with what is one in contact? The spectator of a modern painting may believe that he is in contact with the picture while he is actually in contact with the art critic of his favorite journal. Sensing determines the nature of awareness, whether distant, close or within the skin. In the last term is included the sensing of one's dreams and thoughts. Excitement seems to be linguistically a good term. It covers the physiological excitation as well as the undifferentiated emotions. It includes the Freudian cathexis notion, Bergson's élan vital, the psychological manifestations of the metabolism from Mongolism to Basedow, and it gives us the basis for a simple theory of anxiety. Gestalt formation always accompanies awareness. We do not see three isolated points, we make a triangle out of them. The formation of complete and comprehensive Gestalten is the condition of mental health and growth. Only the completed Gestalt can be organized as an automatically functioning unit in the total organism. Any incomplete Gestalt represents an unfinished situation that clamors for attention and interferes with the formation of any novel, vital Gestalt. Instead of growth and development we then find stagnation and regression. Configuration, structure, theme, structural relationship, or meaningful organized whole most closely approximate the originally German word Gestalt, for which there is no exact English equivalent. As a linguistic example, PAL and LAP contain the same elements, but the meaning is dependent upon the order of the letters within their Gestalt. Again, bridge has the meaning of a game of cards or a structure joining two river banks. This time the meaning depends upon the context in which bridge appears. The color lilac looks bluish against a red background, red against a blue background. The context in which an element appears is called in Gestalt psychology the ground against which the figure stands out. In neurosis, and much more in psychosis, the elasticity of figure/ground formation is disturbed. We often find either a rigidity or a lack of figure formation. Both interfere with the habitual completion of an adequate Gestalt. In health the relation between figure and ground is a process of permanent but meaningful emerging and receding. Thus the interplay of figure and background becomes the center of the theory as presented in this book. Attention, concentration, interest, concern, excitement, and grace are representative of healthy figure-ground formation, while confusion, boredom, compulsions, fixations, anxiety, amnesias, stagnation and self-consciousness are indicative of figure/ground formation which is disturbed. Figure/ground, unfinished situation, and Gestalt are the terms that we have borrowed from Gestalt psychology. Psychoanalytical terms such as superego, repression, introjection, projection, etc., are so commonly used in any contemporary psychiatric book that we shall not presently concern ourselves with them. They will be discussed in detail throughout the book. Semantic and philosophical terminology has been kept to a minimum. The cybernetic, Dianetic, and argon theories will find little or no discussion in the text. We consider them to be at best half-truths as they deal with the organism in isolation and not in creative contact with the environment. A critical appreciation of Dianetics, however, will be found in the introduction to J. A. Winter's book on this subject. Cybernetics has a unitary outlook in the all-or-nothing principle, in the yes/no attitude of the electronic tube, and in the optimum efficiency of balanced systems, but as long as Wiener's robots do not grow and propagate by themselves, we prefer to explain his machines by human function rather than vice versa. Reich's argon theory successfully extends ad absurdum the most doubtful part of Freud's work, the libido theory. On the other hand, we are deeply indebted to Reich for having brought down to earth Freud's rather abstract notion of repression. Reich's idea of the motoric armor is doubtless the most important contribution to psychosomatic medicine since Freud. We are at variance with him at one point. We regard the defensive function of the armor as an ideological deception. Once an organismic need is condemned, the self turns its creative activity as aggression against the disowned impulse, subduing and controlling it. A person would have to engage in a lifelong nerve-wracking struggle with his own instincts were it not for the organism's ability to form automatically functioning Coordinationiers. The ego is as defensive as Hitler's Ministry for Defense in 1939. However, in shifting the accent from the recovery of the repressed to reorganizing the repressing forces, we wholeheartedly follow Reich, though we find that in the recovery of the self there is much more involved than the mere dissolving of the character armor. When we try to make the patient aware of his means whereby he suppresses, we find an astounding inconsistency. We find that he is aware and proud of it when he uses many of his energies against himself, as in self-control, but we also notice, and this is the therapeutic dilemma, that he is for the most part unable to relinquish his self-control. The Freudian tells his patient to relax and not to censor. But this is precisely what he cannot do. He has forgotten how he is doing the inhibiting. The inhibiting has become routine, a patterned behavior, just as in reading we have forgotten the spelling of the single word. Now we seem to be only slightly better off than Reich. First, we were unaware of what was repressed, now we are largely unaware of how we repress. The active therapist seems to be indispensable, he either has to interpret or to shake the patient. Again, a Gestaltist outlook comes to our rescue. In an earlier book the following theory was put forward: in the struggle for survival the most relevant need becomes figure and organizes the behavior of an individual until this need is satisfied, whereupon it recedes into the background and makes room for the next now most important need. In the healthy organism this change of dominance has the best survival chance. In our society such dominant needs, for example, morals, etc., often become chronic and interfere with the subtle self-regulating of the human organism. Now we again have a unitary principle to work with. The neurotic's survival outlook requires that he become tense, that he censor, that he defeat the analyst, etc. This is his dominant need, but he has forgotten how he organized it, it has become routine. His intentions not to censor are as efficient as an alcoholic's New Year's resolution. The routine has to become once more a fully aware, new, exciting need in order to regain the ability to cope with unfinished situations. Instead of pulling means out of the unconscious we work on the uppermost surface. The bother is that the patient takes the surface for granted. The way the patient talks, breathes, moves, censors, scorns, looks for causes, etc. This to him is obvious, is constitution, is nature. But actually it is the expression of his dominant needs, example to be victorious, good, and impressive. It is precisely in the obvious that we find his unfinished personality, and only by tackling the obvious, by melting the petrified, by differentiating between blah blah and real concern, between the obsolete and the creative, can the patient regain the liveliness of the elastic figure/ground relation. In this process, which is the process of growth and maturing, the patient experiences and develops his self, and we intend to show how he comes to the self via the means at his disposal, his available amount of awareness in experimental situations. *****. The greatest value in the Gestalt approach perhaps lies in the insight that the whole determines the parts, which contrasts with the previous assumption that the whole is merely the total sum of its elements. The therapeutic situation, for instance, is more than just a statistical event of a doctor plus a patient. It is a meeting of a doctor and patient. If the doctor is rigid and insensitive to the specific requirements of the ever-changing therapeutic situation, he will not be a good therapist. He might be a bully or a businessman or a dogmatist, but he is not a therapist if he refuses to be a part of the ongoing processes of the psychiatric situation. Likewise, the patient's behavior is dictated by many variables of the interview, and only the 100% rigid or the insane will behave in the consulting room as they do outside. Neither the full understanding of the organismic functions nor the best knowledge about the environment covers the total situation. Only the interplay of organism and environment constitutes the psychological situation, not the organism and environment taken separately. The isolated organism and its abstractions mind, soul, and body and the isolated environment are the subjects of many sciences, example physiology, geography, etc., they are not the concern of psychology. The overlooking of this limitation has thus far prevented the creation of an adequate theory for both normal and abnormal psychology. As there is no doubt that associations and reflexes exist, most previous theories, even to a great extent Korzybski's, concluded that the mind consists of a mass of associations or that behavior and thinking consist of reflexes. The creative activity of the organism is as little explained by associations, reflexes, and other automatisms as the planning strategy and the organizing of war is explained by the automatism of the disciplined soldier. Sensing and moving are both outgoing activities, not mechanical responses, whenever and wherever the organism meets novel situations. The sensoric system of orientation and the motoric system of manipulation work interdependently, but as reflexes only in the lower layers which are fully automatized and require no awareness. Manipulation is our term for all muscular activity. Intelligence is adequate orientation, efficiency adequate manipulation. To regain these, the desensitized and immobilized neurotic has to recover his full awareness, i.e., his sensing, contacting, excitement and Gestalt formation. In order to do this, we change our outlook toward the therapeutic situation by acknowledging that every non-dogmatic approach is based upon the trial and error method of nature. That way the clinical becomes an experimental situation. Instead of putting explicit or implicit demands upon the patient, pull yourself together, or, you must relax, or, do not censor, or, you are naughty, you have resistances, or, you are just dead, we realize that such demands would only increase his difficulties and make him more neurotic, even desperate. We suggest graded experiments which, and this is of the uppermost importance, are not tasks to be completed as such. We explicitly ask, what is going on if you repeatedly try this or that? With this method we bring to the surface the difficulties of the patient. Not the task, but what interferes with the successful completion of the task becomes the center of our work. In Freudian terms, we bring out and work through the resistances themselves. This book has many functions. To those who work in the fields of education, medicine, and psychotherapy, we bring an opportunity to give up a sectarian attitude that their specific point of view is the only possible one. We hope to show that they can look at other approaches without going to pieces. To the layman we bring a systematic course for his personal development and integration. To derive the full benefit, however, the reader should tackle both parts of the book together, possibly in the following way: do the experiments as conscientiously as possible. A mere reading will achieve little. It might even leave you with a feeling of confronting a big and hopeless task, whereas, if you actually do what is suggested, you will soon feel that you begin to change. While you are working on the practical part, read the first part of the book once without bothering about how much you will understand. You may find the reading often exciting and stimulating, but as the total picture will be much at variance with the usual way of thinking, you cannot assimilate it at once unless you are well acquainted with Korzybski, L.L. White, Kurt Goldstein, and other Gestaltists. After a first reading you will have decided whether you have benefited enough from your first approach and you can start on a systematic chewing through of the theoretical part. Finally, if you are a patient or a trainee in psychoanalysis whose going to therapy is more than a mere dummy, you will find that the work here will not adversely interfere with your therapy but rather will stimulate it and help to overcome stagnation. Chapter I. The structure of growth. 1. The contact boundary. Experience occurs at the boundary between the organism and its environment, primarily the skin surface and the other organs of sensory and motor response. Experience is the function of this boundary, and psychologically what is real are the whole configurations of this functioning, some meaning being achieved, some action completed. The wholes of experience do not include everything, but they are definite unified structures, and psychologically everything else, including the very notions of an organism or an environment, is an abstraction or a possible construction or a potentiality occurring in this experience as a hint of some other experience. We speak of the organism contacting the environment, but it is the contact that is the simplest and first reality. You may feel this at once if, instead of merely looking at the objects before you, you also become aware of the fact that they are objects in your oval field of vision, and if you feel how this oval of vision is, so to speak, close up against your eyes. Indeed, it is the seeing of your eyes. Notice, then, how in this oval field the objects begin to have aesthetic relations of space and color value. And so you may experience it with the sounds out there. Their root of reality is at the boundary of contact, and at that boundary they are experienced in unified structures. And so motorically, if you are aware of throwing a ball, the distance comes close and your motor impulse has, so to speak, rushed to the surface to meet it. Now the purpose of all the practical experiments and theoretical discussions in this book is to analyze the function of contacting and to heighten awareness of reality. We use the word contact in touch with objects as underlying both sensory awareness and motor behavior. Presumably there are primitive organisms in which awareness and motoric response are the same act, and in organisms of higher grade, where there is good contact, one can always show the cooperation of sense and movement. 2. Interaction of organism and environment. Now in any biological, psychological, or sociological investigation whatever, we must start from the interacting of the organism and its environment. It makes no sense to speak, for instance, of an animal that breathes without considering air and oxygen as part of its definition, or to speak of eating without mentioning food, or of seeing without light, or locomotion without gravity and supporting ground, or of speech without communicants. There is no single function of any animal that completes itself without objects and environment, whether one thinks of vegetative functions like nourishment and sexuality, or perceptual functions, or motor functions, or feeling, or reasoning. The meaning of anger involves a frustrating obstacle, the meaning of reasoning involves problems of practice. Let us call this interacting of organism and environment in any function the organism/environment field, and let us remember that no matter how we theorize about impulses, drives, etc., it is always to such an interacting field that we are referring, and not to an isolated animal. Where the organism is mobile in a great field and has a complicated internal structure, like an animal, it seems plausible to speak of it by itself as, for instance, the skin and what is contained in it, but this is simply an illusion due to the fact that the motion through space and the internal detail call attention to themselves against the relative stability and simplicity of the background. The human organism/environment is, of course, not only physical but social. So in any humane study, such as human physiology, psychology, or psychotherapy, we must speak of a field in which at least social, cultural, animal, and physical factors interact. Our approach in this book is unitary in the sense that we try in a detailed way to consider every problem as occurring in a social animal physical field. From this point of view, for instance, historical and cultural factors cannot be considered as complicating or modifying conditions of a simpler biophysical situation, but are intrinsic in the way any problem is presented to us. 3. What is the subject matter of psychology? On reflection, the foregoing two sections must seem obvious and certainly not extraordinary. They assert that experience is ultimately contact, the functioning of the boundary of the organism and its environment, and that every human function is an interacting in an organism/environment field, sociocultural, animal, and physical. But now let us attend to these two propositions in combination. Among the biological and social sciences, all of which deal with interacting in the organism/environment field, psychology studies the operation of the contact boundary in the organism/environment field. This is a peculiar subject matter, and it is easy to understand why psychologists have always found it difficult to delimit their subject. When we say boundary, we think of a boundary between, but the contact boundary, where experience occurs, does not separate the organism and its environment, rather it limits the organism, contains and protects it, and at the same time it touches the environment. That is, to put it in a way that must seem odd, the contact boundary, for example, the sensitive skin, is not so much a part of the organism as it is essentially the organ of a particular relation of the organism and the environment. Primarily, as we shall soon try to show, this particular relation is growth. What one is sensitive of is not the condition of the organ but the interacting of the field. Contact is awareness of the field or motor response in the field. It is for this reason that contacting, the functioning of the mere boundary of the organism, can nevertheless pretend to tell reality, something more than the urge or passivity of the organism. Let us understand contacting, awareness, and motor response, in the broadest sense, to include appetite and rejection, approaching and avoiding, sensing, feeling, manipulating, estimating, communicating, fighting, etc. Every kind of living relation that occurs at the boundary in the interaction of the organism and environment. All such contacting is the subject matter of psychology. 4. Contact and novelty. Envisaging an animal freely roaming in a spacious and various environment, we see that the number and range of contact functions must be vast, for fundamentally an organism lives in its environment by maintaining its difference and, more importantly, by assimilating the environment to its difference, and it is at the boundary that dangers are rejected, obstacles are overcome, and the assimilable is selected and appropriated. Now what is selected and assimilated is always novel. The organism persists by assimilating the novel, by change and growth. For instance, food, as Aristotle used to say, is what is unlike that can become like, and in the process of assimilation the organism is in turn changed. Primarily, contact is the awareness of, and behavior toward, the assimilable novelty, and the rejection of the unassimilable novelty. What is pervasive, always the same, or indifferent is not an object of contact. 5. Definition of psychology and abnormal psychology. We must then conclude that all contact is creative and dynamic. It cannot be routine, stereotyped, or merely conservative because it must cope with the novel, for only the novel is nourishing. On the other hand, contact cannot passively accept or merely adjust to the novelty, because the novelty must be assimilated. All contact is creative adjustment of the organism and environment. Aware response in the field is the agency of growth in the field. Growth is the function of the contact boundary in the organism/environment field. It is by means of creative adjustment, change, and growth that the complicated organic unities live on in the larger unity of the field. We may then define, psychology is the study of creative adjustments. Its theme is the ever-renewed transition between novelty and routine, resulting in assimilation and growth. Correspondingly, abnormal psychology is the study of the interruption, inhibition, or other accidents in the course of creative adjustment. We shall, for instance, consider anxiety, the pervasive factor in neurosis, as the result of the interruption of the excitement of creative growth, and we shall analyze the various neurotic characters as stereotyped patterns limiting the flexible process of creatively addressing the novel. Further, since the real is progressively given in contact, in the creative adjustment of organism and environment, when this is inhibited by the neurotic, his world is out of touch and therefore progressively hallucinatory, projected, blacked out, or otherwise unreal. Creativity and adjustment are polar, they are mutually necessary. Spontaneity is the seizing on, and glowing and growing with, what is interesting and nourishing in the environment. 6. the figure of contact against the ground of the organism/environment field. Let us return to the idea we began with, that the wholes of experience are definite unified structures. Contact, the work that results in assimilation and growth, is the forming of a figure of interest against a ground or context of the organism/environment field. The figure in awareness is a clear, vivid perception, image, or insight. In motor behavior, it is the graceful energetic movement that has rhythm, follow-through, etc. In either case, the need and energy of the organism and the likely possibilities of the environment are incorporated and unified in the figure. The process of figure/background formation is a dynamic one in which the urgencies and resources of the field progressively lend their powers to the interest, brightness, and force of the dominant figure. It is pointless, therefore, to attempt to deal with any psychological behavior out of its socio-cultural, biological, and physical context. At the same time, the figure is specifically psychological. It has specific observable properties of brightness, clarity, unity, fascination, grace, vigor, release, etc., depending on whether we are considering primarily a perceptual, feelingful, or motor context. The fact that the Gestalt has specific observable psychological properties is of capital importance in psychotherapy, for it gives an autonomous criterion of the depth and reality of the experience. It is not necessary to have theories of normal behavior or adjustment to reality except in order to explore. When the figure is dull, confused, graceless, lacking in energy, we may be sure that there is a lack of contact, something in the environment is blocked out, some vital organic need is not being expressed, the person is not all there, that is, his whole field cannot lend its urgency and resources to the completion of the figure. 7. Therapy as Gestalt analysis. The therapy, then, consists in analyzing the internal structure of the actual experience, with whatever degree of contact it has, not so much what is being experienced, remembered, done, said, etc., as how what is being remembered is remembered, or how what is said, with what facial expression, what tone of voice, what syntax, what posture, what effect, what omission, what regard or disregard of the other person, etc. By working on the unity and disunity of the structure of the experience here and now, it is possible to remake the dynamic relations of the figure and ground until the contact is heightened, the awareness brightened and the behavior energized. Most important of all, the achievement of a strong Gestalt is itself the cure, for the figure of contact is not a sign of, but is itself the creative integration of experience. From the beginning of psychoanalysis, of course, a particular Gestalt property, the aha, of recognition, has held a sovereign place. But it has always seemed a mystery why mere awareness, for instance recollection, should cure the neurosis. Note, however, that the awareness is not a thought about the problem but is itself a creative integration of the problem. We can see, too, why usually awareness does not help, for usually it is not an aware Gestalt at all, a structured content, but mere content, verbalizing or reminiscing, and as such it does not draw on the energy of present organic need and a present environmental help. 8. Destroying as part of figure/background formation. The process of creative adjustment to new material and circumstances always involves a phase of aggression and destruction, for it is by approaching, laying hold of, and altering old structures that the unlike is made like. When a new configuration comes into being, both the old achieved habit of the contacting organism and the previous state of what is approached and contacted are destroyed in the interest of the new contact. Such destruction of the status quo may arouse fear, interruption, and anxiety, the greater in proportion as one is neurotically inflexible, but the process is accompanied by the security of the new invention experimentally coming into being. Here as everywhere the only solution of a human problem is experimental invention. The anxiety is tolerated not by Spartan fortitude, though courage is a beautiful and indispensable virtue, but because the disturbing energy flows into the new figure. Without renewed aggression and destruction, every achieved satisfaction soon becomes a matter of the past and is unfelt. What is ordinarily called security is clinging to the unfelt, declining the risk of the unknown involved in any absorbing satisfaction, and with a corresponding desensitizing and motor inhibition. It is a dread of aggression, destroying, and loss that results, of course, in unaware aggression and destroying, turned both inward and outward. A better meaning of security would be the confidence of a firm support, which comes from previous experience having been assimilated and growth achieved, without unfinished situations, but in such a case, all attention tends to flow from the ground of what one is into the figure of what one is becoming. The secure state is without interest, it is unnoticed, and the secure person never knows it but always feels that he is risking it and will be adequate. 9. Excitement is evidence of reality. Contact, figure/background formation, is a mounting excitement, feelingful and concernful, and, conversely, what is not concernful, present to one, is not psychologically real. The different genera of feeling, example pleasure, or the various emotions indicate altering organic involvement in the real situation, and this involvement is part of the real situation. There is no indifferent, neutral reality. The modern epidemic scientific conviction that most or even all of reality is neutral is a sign of the inhibition of spontaneous pleasure, playfulness, anger, indignation, and fear. Emotions are unifications, or unifying tendencies, of certain physiological tensions with favorable or unfavorable environmental situations, and as such they give ultimate indispensable knowledge of the objects appropriate to needs, just as aesthetic feeling gives us ultimate knowledge of our sensibilities and their objects. In general, concern and the excitement of figure/background forming are immediate evidence of the organism/environment field. A moment's reflection will show that this must be, for how otherwise would animals have motivations and strive according to their motivations, and yet be successful, for success comes by hitting the reality. 10. Contact is finding and making the coming solution. Concern is felt for a present problem, and the excitement mounts toward the coming but as yet unknown solution. The assimilating of novelty occurs in the present moment as it passes into the future. Its result is never merely a rearrangement of the unfinished situations of the organism but a configuration containing new material from the environment, and therefore different from what could be remembered, just as the work of an artist becomes unpredictably new to him as he handles the material medium. So in psychotherapy we look for the urgency of unfinished situations in the present situation, and by present experimentation with new attitudes and new materials from the experience of the actual day-to-day, we aim at a better integration. The patient does not remember himself, merely reshuffling the cards, but finds and makes himself. 11. The self and its identifications. Let us call the self the system of contacts at any moment. As such, the self is flexibly various, for it varies with the dominant organic needs and the pressing environmental stimuli. It is the system of responses. It diminishes in sleep when there is less need to respond. The self is the contact boundary at work, its activity is forming figures and grounds. We must contrast this conception of the self with the Oshios consciousness of orthodox psychoanalysis, which has as its function merely to look on and report to the analyst and cooperate by not interfering. And accordingly the revisionist parafreudian schools, for instance, the Reichians, or the Washington School, tend to reduce the self altogether into the system of the organism or the interpersonal society. Strictly speaking, they are not psychologies at all, but biologies, sociologies, etc. But the self is precisely the integrator, it is the synthetic unity, as Kant said. It is the artist of life. It is only a small factor in the total organism/environment interaction, but it plays the crucial role of finding and making the meanings that we grow by. The description of psychological health and disease is a simple one. It is a matter of the identifications and alienations of the self. If a man identifies with his forming self, does not inhibit his own creative excitement and reaching toward the coming solution, and conversely, if he alienates what is not organically his own and therefore cannot be vitally interesting, but rather disrupts the figure/background, then he is psychologically healthy, for he is exercising his best power and will do the best he can in the difficult circumstances of the world. But on the contrary, if he alienates himself and because of false identifications tries to conquer his own spontaneity, then he creates his life dull, confused, and painful. The system of identifications and alienations we shall call the ego. From this point of view, our method of therapy is as follows: to train the ego, the various identifications and alienations, by experiments of deliberate awareness of one's various functions, until the sense is spontaneously revived that it is I who am thinking, perceiving, feeling, and doing this. At this point the patient can take over on his own. Imitating Aristotle, modern psychologists start with the mere physics of the objects of perception, and then switch to the biology of the organs, etc. But they lack Aristotle's saving and accurate insight that in act, in sensing, the object and the organ are identical. Chapter 2. Differences in general outlook and differences in therapy. 1. Gestalt therapy and the trends of psychoanalysis. The psychotherapy we propose emphasizes, concentrating on the structure of the actual situation, preserving the integrity of the actuality by finding the intrinsic relation of socio-cultural, animal, and physical factors, experimenting, promoting the creative power of the patient to reintegrate the dissociated parts. Now it may be helpful to the reader to point out that every element here is familiar in the history of psychoanalysis, and broadly speaking, the synthesis of these elements is the current trend. When Freud worked with the transference of repressed feelings onto the analyst, he was working through the actual situation, and in a more pervasive and systematic way those who speak of interpersonality practice by analyzing the structure of the actual interview. Most analysts now practice character analysis, first systematically developed by Reich, and this consists largely of unblocking by analyzing the structure of the observed behavior. And as for the structure of the thought and image, Freud taught it to us indelibly in the interpretation of dreams, for every symbolic interpretation concentrates on the structure of the content. Good physicians pay more than lip service to the psychosomatic unity and the unity of society and individual. Again, in various ways from the primitive acting out the scene and Ferenczi's active method to recent vegetotherapy and psychodrama, experimental methods have been in use not only for cathartic release of tension but also for retraining. And finally, Jung, Rank, progressive educators, play therapists and others have amply relied on creative expression as the means of reintegration, and Rank especially hit on the creative act as psychological health itself. What we add is simply this: the insistence on the reintegration of normal and abnormal psychology, and with this the revaluation of what is taken for normal psychological functioning. To put it somewhat dramatically, from the beginning Freud pointed to the neurotic elements in everyday life, and he and others have increasingly uncovered the irrational bases of many institutions. Now we come full circle and venture to assert that the experience of psychotherapy and the reintegration of neurotic structures often give better information of reality than the neurosis of normalcy. Broadly speaking, we have said, the trend of psychotherapy is toward concentration on the structure of the actual situation. On the other hand, psychotherapy makes a difference in our seeing the actual situation. And the closer the therapy concentrates on the actual here and now, the more unsatisfactory appear the usual scientific, political, and personal preconceptions of what reality is, whether perceptual, social, or moral. Consider simply how a physician, aiming at adjusting the patient to reality, might find, as treatment proceeds, that the reality begins to look very different from his own or the accepted preconceptions, and then he must revise his goals and methods. In what direction must he revise them? Must he propose a new norm of human nature and attempt to adjust his patients to it? This is in fact what some therapists have done. In this book we attempt something more modest, to regard the development of the actual experience as giving autonomous criteria, that is, to take the dynamic structure of experience not as a clue to some unconscious unknown or a symptom, but as the important thing itself. This is to psychologize without prejudgment of normal or abnormal, and from this point of view psychotherapy is a method not of correction but of growth. 2. Gestalt therapy and Gestalt psychology. On the other hand, let us consider our relation to the psychology of the normal. We work with the chief insights of Gestalt psychology, the relation of figure and background, the importance of interpreting the coherence or split of a figure in terms of the total context of the actual situation, the definite structured whole that is not too inclusive yet is not a mere atom, the active organizing force of meaningful wholes and the natural tendency toward simplicity of form, the tendency of unfinished situations to complete themselves. What do we add to this? Consider, for instance, the unitary approach, to take seriously the irreducible unity of the socio-cultural, animal, and physical field in every concrete experience. This is, of course, the main thesis of the Gestalt psychology, that phenomena which appear as unitary wholes must have their wholeness respected and can be analytically broken into bits only at the price of annihilating what one intended to study. Now, applying this thesis mainly in laboratory situations of perception and learning, as the normal psychologists have done, one discovers many beautiful truths, can demonstrate the inadequacy of the associationist and reflex psychologies, and so forth. But one is protected from a too sweeping rejection of the usual scientific assumptions, because the laboratory situation itself sets up a limitation as to how far one will think and what one will discover. This situation is the total context that determines the meaning of what emerges, and what emerges from the limitation is the peculiarly formal and static quality of most Gestalt theory. Little is said about the dynamic relation of the figure and ground, or about the urgent sequence in which a figure rapidly transforms itself into the ground for the next emerging figure, until there is a climax of contact and satisfaction and the vital situation is really finished. Yet how could much be said about these things? For a controlled laboratory situation is not in fact a vitally urgent situation. The only one vitally concerned is the experimenter, and his behavior is not the subject of the study. Rather, with a laudable zeal for objectivity, the Gestaltists have shunned, sometimes with comical protestations of purity, all dealings with the passionate and interested. They have analyzed the solving of not exactly pressing human problems. They often seem to be saying, indeed, that everything is relevant in the field of the whole except the humanly interesting factors, these are subjective and irrelevant. Yet, on the other hand, only the interesting makes a strong structure. The end result has been, of course, that Gestalt psychology has itself remained irrelevant to and isolated from the ongoing movement in psychology, psychoanalysis, and the offshoots of psychoanalysis, for these have not been able to avoid urgent demands of therapy, pedagogy, politics, criminology, and so on. 3. Psychology of the conscious and the unconscious. Yet the bypassing of Gestalt psychology by the psychoanalysts has been most unfortunate, for Gestalt psychology provides an adequate theory of awareness, and from the beginning psychoanalysis has been hampered by inadequate theories of awareness, despite the fact that to heighten awareness has always been the chief aim of psychotherapy. The different schools of psychotherapy have concentrated on different methods of heightening awareness, whether by words or mimetic muscular exercises or character analysis or experimental social situations or via the royal road of dreams. Almost from the start Freud hit on powerful truths of the unconscious, and these have proliferated into brilliant insights into the psychosomatic unity, the characters of men, the interpersonal relations of society. But somehow these do not cohere into a satisfactory theory of the self, and this, we believe, is because of a misunderstanding of so-called conscious life. Consciousness is still taken, in psychoanalysis and most of its offshoots, to be the passive receiver of impressions, or the additive associator of impressions, or the rationalizer, or the verbalizer. It is what is swayed, reflects, talks, and does nothing. In this book, then, as psychotherapists drawing on the Gestalt psychology, we investigate the theory and method of creative awareness, figure/background formation, as the coherent center of the powerful but scattered insights into the unconscious and the inadequate notion of the conscious. 4. Reintegration of the psychologies of the conscious and the unconscious. When, however, we insist on the unitary thesis, on the creativity of structured wholes, and so forth, not in the uninteresting situations of laboratories but in the urgent situations of psychotherapy, pedagogy, personal and social relations, then suddenly we find ourselves going very far, drawn very far and driven very far in rejecting as fundamentally inadmissible, as breaking into bits and annihilating the thing that it was intended to study, many commonly accepted assumptions and divisions and categories. Instead of truth stating the nature of the case, we find them to be precisely the expression of a neurotic splitting in the patient and in society. And to call attention to basic assumptions that are neurotic arouses anxiety. In a neurotic splitting, one part is kept in unawareness, or it is coldly recognized but alienated from concern, or both parts are carefully isolated from each other and made to seem irrelevant to each other, avoiding conflict and maintaining the status quo. But if in an urgent present situation, whether in the physician's office or in society, one concentrates awareness on the unaware part or on the irrelevant connections, then anxiety develops, the result of inhibiting the creative unification. The method of treatment is to come into closer and closer contact with the present crisis, until one identifies, risking the leap into the unknown, with the coming creative integration of the split. 5. The plan of this book. This book concentrates on and seeks to interpret a series of such basic neurotic dichotomies of theory, leading up to a theory of the self and its creative action. We proceed from problems of primary perception and reality through considerations of human development and speech to problems of society, morals, and personality. Successively, we draw attention to the following neurotic dichotomies, some of which are universally prevalent, some of which have been dissolved in the history of psychotherapy but are still otherwise assumed, and some of which are prejudices of psychotherapy itself. Body and mind, this split is still popularly current, although among the best physicians the psychosomatic unity is taken for granted. We shall show that it is the exercise of a habitual and finally unaware deliberateness in the face of chronic emergency, especially the threat to organic functioning, that has made this crippling division inevitable and almost endemic, resulting in the joylessness and gracelessness of our culture. Self and external world, this division is an article of faith uniformly throughout modern Western science. It goes along with the previous split, but perhaps with more emphasis on threats of a political and interpersonal nature. Unfortunately, those who in the history of recent philosophy have shown the absurdity of this division have mostly themselves been infected with either a kind of mentalism or materialism. Emotional and real, this split is again a general scientific article of faith, unitarily involved with the preceding. It is the result of the avoidance of contact and involvement and the deliberate isolation of the sensoric and motoric functions from each other. We shall try to show that the real is intrinsically an involvement or engagement. Infantile and mature, this split is an occupational disease of psychotherapy itself, springing from the personalities of the therapists and from the social role of the cure, on the one hand a tantalizing preoccupation with the distant past, on the other the attempt to adjust to a standard of adult reality that is not worth adjusting to. Traits of childhood are disesteemed, the very lack of which devitalizes the adults, and other traits are called infantile that are the introjections of adult neuroses. Biological and cultural, this dichotomy, which is the essential subject matter of anthropology to eliminate, has in recent decades become entrenched precisely in anthropology, so that human nature becomes completely relative and nothing at all, as if it were indefinitely malleable. We shall try to show that this is the result of a neurotic fascination with artifacts and symbols, and the politics and culture of these, as if they moved themselves. Poetry and prose, this split, unitarily involved with all the preceding, is the result of neurotic verbalizing and the nausea of verbalizing as a reaction against it, and it leads some recent semanticists and inventors of languages of science and basic languages to disesteem human speech as though we had enough other media of communication. We do not, and there is a failure of communication. Universal terms, again, are taken as mechanical abstractions rather than expressions of insight. And correspondingly, poetry becomes increasingly isolated and obscure. Spontaneous and deliberate, more generally, it is believed that the unsought and inspired belongs to special individuals in peculiar emotional states, or again to people at parties under the influence of alcohol or hashish, rather than being a quality of all experience. And correspondingly, calculated behavior aims at goods that are not uniquely appropriated according to one's fancy, but are in turn only good for something else. Being oneself means acting imprudently, as if desire could not make sense, and acting sensibly means holding back and being bored. Personal and social, this common separation continues to be the ruination of community life. It is both the effect and cause of the kind of technology and economy we have, with its division of job and hobby, but no work or vocation, and of timid bureaucracies and vicarious front politics. It is to the credit of the therapists of interpersonal relations to try to heal this split, yet even this school, anxiously controlling the animal and sexual factors in the field, likewise usually comes to formal and symbolic rather than real communal satisfactions. Love and aggression, this split has always been the result of instinctual frustration and self-conquest, turning the hostility against the self and esteeming a reactive passionless mildness, when only a release of aggression and willingness to destroy the old situations can restore erotic contact. But in recent decades this condition has been complicated by a new high esteem given to sexual love at the same time as the various aggressive drives are especially disesteemed as antisocial. The quality of the sexual satisfaction may perhaps be measured by the fact that the wars we acquiesce in are continually more destructive and less angry. Unconscious and conscious, if taken absolutely, this remarkable division, perfected by psychoanalysis, would make all psychotherapy impossible in principle, for a patient cannot learn about himself what is unknowable to him. This theoretical split goes with an underestimation of the reality of dream, hallucination, play, and art, and an overestimation of the reality of deliberate speech, thought, and introspection, and in general, with the Freudian absolute division between primary thought processes and secondary processes. Correspondingly, the ID and the ego are not seen as alternate structures of the self differing in degree, the one an extreme of relaxation and loose association, the other an extreme of deliberate organization for the purpose of identification, yet this picture is given at every moment of psychotherapy. 6. The contextual method of argument. The foregoing are, in order, the chief neurotic dichotomies that we shall try to dissolve. With regard to these and other false distinctions we employ a method of argument that at first sight may seem unfair, but that is unavoidable and is itself an exercise of the Gestalt approach. Let us call it the contextual method, and call attention to it immediately so that the reader may recognize it as we use it. Fundamental theoretical errors are invariably characterological, the result of a neurotic failure of perception, feeling, or action. A fundamental theoretical error is in an important sense given in the experience of the observer. He must in good faith make the erroneous judgment, and a merely scientific refutation by adducing contrary evidence is pointless, for he does not experience that evidence with its proper weight. He does not see what you see, it slips his mind, it seems irrelevant, he explains it away, etc. Then the only useful method of argument is to bring into the picture the total context of the problem, including the conditions of experiencing it, the social milieu and the personal defenses of the observer. That is, to subject the opinion and his holding of it to a Gestalt analysis. A basic error is not refuted. Indeed, a strong error, as St. Thomas said, is better than a weak truth. It can be altered only by changing the conditions of raw experience. Then, our method is as follows: we show that in the observer's conditions of experience he must hold the opinion, and then, by the play of awareness on the limiting conditions, we allow for the emergence of a better judgment. We are sensible that this is a development of the argument ad hominem, only much more offensive, for we not only call our opponent a rascal and therefore in error, but we also charitably assist him to mend his ways. Yet, by this unfair method of argument, we believe we often do more justice to an opponent than is common in scientific polemic, for we realize from the start that a strong error is already a creative act and must be solving an important problem for the one who holds it. 7. the contextual method applied to theories of psychotherapy. But if we say, and intend to show, that psychotherapy makes a difference to the usual preconceptions, we must also say what we ourselves take psychotherapy to be, for it is only in the process of becoming something. So, in the following chapters, as we proceed with our critique of many general ideas, at the same time we must keep referring to many specialist details of therapeutic practice, for the attainment of every new stage of general outlook makes a difference in the goals and methods of practice. There is an integral relation of your theory, your procedure, and what you find. This is of course true in every field of research, but it is very much overlooked in the polemics among the schools of psychotherapy, so that there are foolish charges of bad faith or even insanity. The attitude and character of a therapist determine his theoretical orientation, and his method of clinical procedure springs from both his attitude and his theory, but also the confirmation that one gets for one's theory springs from the method employed, for the method partly creates the findings, just as the therapist was himself oriented as a trainee. And further, this relation must again be viewed in the social context of the selected run of patients that every school attracts for its observed material, and the varying standards of cure, and one's attitude with regard to the social evaluation of acceptable behavior and attainable happiness. All this is in the nature of the case, and it is profitable to accept it rather than to complain of it or condemn it. In this book we candidly accept as powerful approaches a number of different theories and techniques. They are relevant in the total field and, however incompatible they may seem to their several proponents, they must nevertheless be compatible if one allows the synthesis among them to emerge by acceptance and free conflict, for we do not see that the best champions are either stupid or in bad faith, and since we work in the same world there must somewhere be a creative unity. The case is that as treatment progresses it is frequently necessary to change the emphasis of approach, from the character to the muscle tension to the habit of language to the emotional rapport to the dream, and back again. We believe that it is possible to avoid circling aimlessly if, precisely by accepting all these to give a variety of contexts, one concentrates on the structure of the figure/background, and provides free occasions for the self progressively to integrate the self. 8. Creative adjustment, the structure of art working and children's play. As examples of progressive integration, we shall frequently refer to creative artists and art working and to children and child play. Now the references to artists and children in psychoanalytical literature are amusingly inconsistent. On the one hand, these groups are invariably singled out as spontaneous, and spontaneity is recognized as central in health. In a successful therapeutic session the curative insight is marked by its spontaneity. On the other hand, the artists are considered exceptionally neurotic and the children are infantile. Also, the psychology of art has always had an uneasy connection with the rest of psychoanalytic theory, seeming to be strangely relevant and yet mysterious, for why is the artist's dream different from any other dream? And why is the artist's conscious calculation more valuable than any other conscious calculation? The solution of the mystery is fairly simple. The important part of the psychology of art is not in the dream or in the critical consciousness, it is in the concentrated sensation and in the playful manipulation of the material medium. With bright sensation and play in the medium as his central acts, the artist then accepts his dream and uses his critical deliberateness, and he spontaneously realizes an objective form. The artist is quite aware of what he is doing after it is done, he can show you the steps in detail, he is not unconscious in his working, but neither is he mainly deliberately calculating. His awareness is in a kind of middle mode, neither active nor passive, but accepting the conditions, attending to the job, and growing toward the solution. And just so with children, it is their bright sensation and free, apparently aimless, play that allows the energy to flow spontaneously and come to such charming inventions. In both cases it is the sensory-motor integration, the acceptance of the impulse, and the attentive contact with new environmental material that result in valuable work. Yet after all, these are rather special cases. Both artworks and children's play use up little social wealth and need have no damaging consequences. Can the same middle mode of acceptance and growth operate in adult life in more serious concerns? We believe so. 9. Creative adjustment, in general. We believe that the free interplay of the faculties, concentrating on some present matter, comes not to chaos or mad fantasy but to a gestalt that solves a real problem. We think that this can be shown again and again with striking examples. Yet it is this simple possibility that modern man and most modern psychotherapy refuse to entertain. Instead, there is a shaking of the head and a timid need to be deliberate and conform to the principle of reality. The result of such habitual deliberateness is that we are more and more out of contact with our present situations, for the present is always novel, and timid deliberateness is not ready for novelty. It has counted on something else, something like the past. And then, if we are out of touch with reality, our abortive bursts of spontaneity are indeed likely to miss the mark, and this then becomes a disproof of the possibility of creative spontaneity, for it is unrealistic. But where one is in contact with the need and the circumstances, it is at once evident that the reality is not something inflexible and unchanging but is ready to be remade, and the more spontaneously one exercises every power of orientation and manipulation, without holding back, the more viable the remaking proves to be. Let anyone think of his own best strokes in work or play, love or friendship, and see if this has not been the case. 10. Creative adjustment, organismic self-regulation. With regard to the working of the organic body, there has recently been a salutary change in theory. Many therapists now speak of organismic self-regulation, that is, that it is not necessary deliberately to schedule, to encourage or inhibit, the promptings of appetite, sexuality, and so forth, in the interests of health or morals. If these things are let be, they will spontaneously regulate themselves, and if they have been deranged, they will tend to right themselves. But the suggestion of the more total self-regulation, of all the functions of the soul, including its culture and learning, its aggression and doing the work that is attractive, along with the free play of hallucination, is opposed. The possibility that if these things are let be, in contact with the actuality, even their current derangements will tend to right themselves and come to something valuable, is met with anxiety and rejected as a kind of nihilism. Instead, every therapist knows what the reality is to which the patient ought to conform, or what the health or human nature is that the patient ought to realize. How does he know it? It is only too likely that by the reality principle is meant the existing social arrangements introjected and reappearing as immutable laws of man and society. We say the social arrangements, for note that with regard to physical phenomena no such need to conform is felt at all, but physical scientists generally freely hypothesize, experiment, and fail or succeed, quite without guiltiness or fear of nature, and thereby they make ingenious machines that can ride the whirlwind, or foolishly stir it up. 11. Creative adjustment, the function of the self. We speak of creative adjustment as the essential function of the self. But if once the creative functions of self-regulating, welcoming, novelty, destroying, and reintegrating experience, if once this work has been nullified, there is not much left to constitute a theory of the self. And so it has proved. In the literature of psychoanalysis, notoriously the weakest chapter is the theory of the self or the ego. In this book, proceeding by not nullifying but by affirming the powerful work of creative adjustment, we essay a new theory of the self and the ego. The reader will come to this in its place. Here let us continue to point out what difference it makes in therapeutic practice whether the self is an osseous consciousness plus an unconscious ego, or whether it is a creative contacting. 12. Some differences in general therapeutic attitude. The patient comes for help because he cannot help himself. Now if the self-awareness of the patient is osseous, a mere consciousness of what goes on, that does not make any difference in his comfort, though to be sure it has already made the difference that he has come, moving his own feet. Then the role of the patient is that something is done to him, he is asked only not to interfere. But on the contrary, if the self-awareness is an integrative force, then from the beginning the patient is an active partner in the work, a trainee in psychotherapy. And the emphasis is shifted from the rather comfortable sentiment that he is sick to the sentiment that he is learning something, for obviously psychotherapy is a humane discipline, a development of Socratic dialectic. And the term of treatment is not to dissolve most of the complexes or free certain reflexes, but to reach such a point in the technique of self-awareness that the patient can proceed without help, for here, as everywhere else in medicine, natura sanit non medicus, it is only oneself that can cure oneself. The self only finds and makes itself in the environment. If the patient is an active experimental partner in the session, he will carry this attitude abroad and make more rapid progress, for the environmental material is much more interesting and urgent. Nor is this more dangerous, but indeed less dangerous, than his going abroad passively subject to the moods that come up from below. If the self-awareness is powerless and only the reflex of the unconscious ego, then the very attempt of the patient to cooperate is obstructive, and so, in the usual character analysis, the resistances are attacked, the defenses are dissolved, and so forth. But on the contrary, if the awareness is creative, then these very resistances and defenses, they are really counterattacks and aggressions against the self, are taken as active expressions of vitality, however neurotic they may be in the total picture. Rather than being liquidated, they are accepted at face value and met accordingly man to man. The therapist, according to his own self-awareness, declines to be bored, intimidated, cajoled, etc. He meets anger with explanation of the misunderstanding, or sometimes apology, or even with anger, according to the truth of the situation. He meets obstruction with impatience in the framework of a larger patience. In this way the unaware can become foreground, so that its structure can be experienced. This is different from attacking the aggression when the patient does not feel it, and then, when it has a modicum of felt reality, explaining it away as negative transference. Is the patient never to have a chance to exercise his wrath and stubbornness in the open? But in the sequel, if he now dares to exercise his aggressions in real circumstances and meeting a normal response without the roofs caving in, he will see what he is doing, remember who his real enemies are, and the integration proceeds. So again, we do not ask the patient not to censor, but to concentrate on how he censors, withdraws, falls silent, with what muscles, images, or blanks. Thus a bridge is made for him to begin to feel himself actively repressing, and then he can himself begin to relax the repression. An enormous amount of energy and previous creative decision is invested in the resistances and modes of repression. Then to bypass the resistances, or attack them, means that the patient will end up by being less than when he came, although freer in certain respects. But by realizing the resistances experimentally and letting them act and come to grips with what is being resisted in himself or in the therapy, there is a possibility for resolution rather than annihilation. If the self-awareness is otiose, the suffering of the patient is meaningless and had as well be relieved by aspirin while the therapeutic surgeon continues to do something to his passivity. And indeed it is partly on this theory that the resistances are quickly dissolved, in order to avoid the anguish of real conflict, lest the patient tear himself to pieces. But suffering and conflict are not meaningless or unnecessary, they indicate the destruction that occurs in all figure/background formation, in order that the new figure may emerge. This is not in the absence of the old problem but solving the old problem, enriched by its very difficulties, and incorporating new material, just as a great researcher does not shun the painful contradictory evidence to his theory but seeks it out to enlarge and deepen the theory. The patient is protected not by easing the difficulty, but because the difficulty comes to be felt just in the areas where the ability and creative elan are also being felt. If instead one attempts to dissolve the resistance, the symptom, the conflict, the perversion, the regression, rather than to increase the areas of awareness and risk and let the self live out its own creative synthesis, this means, it must be said, that the therapist in his superiority judges such and such human material as not worthy of regaining a whole life. Finally, no matter what the theory of the self, just as at the beginning the patient has come under his own steam, so at the end he must go under his own steam. This is true for any school. If in treatment the patient's past is recovered, he must finally take it as his own past. If he adjusts in his interpersonal behavior, he must himself be the actor in the social situation. If his body is brought to react in a lively way, the patient must feel that it is he and not his body that is doing it. But where does this new powerful self suddenly come from? Does it emerge waking as from a hypnotic trance? Or has it not been there all along, coming to the session, talking or falling silent, doing the exercise or lying rigid? Since de facto it exerts as much power as this in the proceedings, is it not plausible de jure to concentrate some attention on its proper actions of contact, awareness, manipulation, suffering, choice, etc., as well as on the body, the character, the history, the behavior? The latter are indispensable means for the therapist to find contexts of closer contact, but it is only the self that can concentrate on the structure of the contact. We have tried to show what difference our approach makes in general outlook and in therapeutic attitude. This book is a theory and practice of Gestalt therapy, the science and technique of figure/background forming in the organism/environment field. We think that it will be of value in clinical practice. Even more, we trust that it will be helpful to many persons who can help themselves and one another on their own. But most of all, we hope that it might contain some useful insights for us all toward a creative change in our present urgent crisis. For our present situation, in whatever sphere of life one looks, must be regarded as a field of creative possibility, or it is frankly intolerable. By desensitizing themselves and inhibiting their beautiful human powers, most persons seem to persuade themselves, or allow themselves to be persuaded, that it is tolerable, or even well enough. They seem, to judge by the kind of their concern, to conceive of a reality that is tolerable, to which they can adjust with a measure of happiness. But that standard of happiness is too low, it is contemptibly too low, one is ashamed of our humanity. But fortunately, what they conceive to be the reality is not the reality at all, but a comfortless illusion. The case is that, by and large, we exist in a chronic emergency and that most of our forces of love and wit, anger and indignation, are repressed or dulled. Those who see more sharply, feel more intensely, and act more courageously, mainly waste themselves and are in pain, for it is impossible for anyone to be extremely happy until we are happy more generally. Yet if we get into contact with this terrible actuality, there exists in it also a creative possibility. Part 2. Reality, Human Nature, and Society. Chapter 3. Mind, Body, and External World. 1. The situation in good contact. From the point of view of psychotherapy, when there is good contact, example a clear bright figure freely energized from an empty background, then there is no peculiar problem concerning the relations of mind and body or self and external world. There are, of course, any number of particular problems and observations concerning particular functioning, such as how flushing and tensing of the jaws and hands is functionally related to a certain feeling of anger, and this feeling and this behavior are functionally related to destroying a frustrating obstacle, but in some cases the total context is easily accepted and it is a question of clarifying the relations of the parts, and as the clarification proceeds in details, the bonds of relation are again felt and easily accepted. The separation implying a peculiar psychosomatic problem or problem of the external world was not the rule in antiquity. Aristotle speaks of vegetative functions, sensation, and motivity as the chief classes of acts of the soul and goes on to relate them as identical in act with the nature of food, the objects of sensation, etc. In modern psychology, Kohler says, the whole process is determined by intrinsic properties of a whole situation. Meaningful behavior may be considered as a case of organization, and this applies also to certain perceptions. For the process consciousness is only of secondary importance. Or, to quote another Gestalt psychologist, Wertheimer says, imagine a dance full of grace and joy. What is the situation in such a dance? Do we have a summation of physical limb movements and psychical consciousness? No. One finds many processes which in their dynamical form are identical regardless of variations in the material character of their elements. To a psychotherapist, however, the recognition that these peculiar problems are non-existent immediately raises another related question: how, for so long and among so many bona fide and intelligent persons, did it come about that such a non-existent problem was felt as an important problem? For, as we have said, basic splits of this kind are never simple errors that may be corrected by adducing new evidence, but they are themselves given in the evidence of experience. 2. Freud and these problems. Freud's psychoanalytic theory stands midway between the earlier misconception of these problems as peculiarly thorny and the dissolution of these problems by various modern unitary psychologies. Freud wrote in a long tradition which he uneasily accepted by ignoring it of the split between mind and body, and self and reality. The tradition produced various devices to unify the split, such as psychophysical parallelism and pre-established harmony, or the reduction of consciousness to an epiphenomenon, or of matter to an illusion, or of constructing both from a neutral stuff, or of refusing to consider introspection at all as either a method or an object of science. To this discussion Freud made the famous addition that the mind, like an iceberg, is only a small part above the surface and conscious, but is 8/9 submerged or unconscious. This addition at first only increases the difficulty, for we now have to relate not two things but three: the conscious mental, the unconscious mental, and the body. If mind is defined in terms of introspection, then unconscious mental is puzzling, but if, as Freud surely felt, the unconscious was logically independent of or prior to the conscious, then we have a third element incapable by its nature of any direct observation. Yet here, as is always the case, the introduction of further complexity because of practical urgency has ultimately simplified the problem by bringing out the essential functional relationships. Why did Freud insist on calling the unconscious mental at all, and not simply relegate the not conscious to the physical, as was customary in previous psychiatry? It was that the effects of the unconscious on mind and body both had all the properties usually assigned to the mental: they were purposive, meaningful, intentional, symbolic organizations of experience, they were everything but conscious. Even further, when the unconscious contents were recovered to consciousness, the conscious experience was altered quite as when ordinarily unnoticed but obviously mental contents were attended to, for instance, memory and habits. So Freud finally had 5 classes: conscious mental, preconscious mental, unconscious mental, somatic compliant, and somatic. The conscious were intentions that could be introspected, the preconscious were intentions that were unattended to but could be conscious if attended to, and the turning of attention was a conscious power. The unconscious were intentions that could not become conscious by any conscious act of the self. The somatic compliant and somatic were not intentions. 3. Contrast of psychoanalysis and Gestalt psychology on these problems. Yet throughout this illogically expanding series, psychoanalysis was able and has become increasingly able to produce a unitary functioning, good contact, and this provides a felt context in which the parts cohere. From a formal point of view, Freud's calling the unconscious mental was not necessary. In the physical and psychological theory of the Gestaltists, we see that meaningful wholes exist throughout nature, in physical and conscious behavior both, in the body and the mind. They are meaningful in the sense that the whole explains the parts, they are purposive in that a tendency can be shown in the parts to complete the wholes. Quite apart from consciousness, such intentional wholes occur with formal similarity in perception and behavior in any event, and this is all that is required to speak of symbols. But the actual psychosomatic problem and the problem of the external world are not met by these formal considerations. They have to do with such given evidence as I will to hold out my hand and I hold it out and there it is, or I open my eyes and the scene either presses in on me, or it stands there, and so forth. These are questions not of what kind of wholes but of the relation of wholes of consciousness to other wholes. And these questions are avoided by the Gestalt theorists who indeed despite their continual recourse to the preeminently conscious function of insight tend to regard consciousness, and mind in general, as an embarrassing epiphenomenon, secondary or insignificant. It is as if they are so embarrassed by their own attack on the mechanistic prejudice that they continually have to exculpate themselves from the charge of being idealists or vitalists. What makes the peculiarity of the problematic relations is the given feeling of disconnection and not myself in experiencing body and world. And it is just this matter that psychotherapy has attacked with great power. Let us explore the genesis of this feeling and show how it finally gives the erroneous conceptions. 4. Contact boundary and consciousness. Every contacting act is a whole of awareness, motor response, and feeling, a cooperation of the sensory, muscular, and vegetative systems, and contacting occurs at the surface boundary in the field of the organism/environment. We say it in this odd way, rather than at the boundary between the organism and the environment, because, as previously discussed, the definition of an animal involves its environment. It is meaningless to define a breather without air, a walker without gravity and ground, an irascible without obstacles, and so on for every animal function. The definition of an organism is the definition of an organism/environment field, and the contact boundary is, so to speak, the specific organ of awareness of the novel situation of the field, as contrasted, for instance, with the more internal organic organs of metabolism or circulation that function conservatively without the need of awareness, deliberateness, selection, or avoidance of novelty. In the case of a stationary plant, a field of organism/soil, air, etc., this inness of the contact boundary is fairly simple to conceive. The osmotic membrane is the organ of the interaction of organism and environment, both parts being obviously active. In the case of a mobile complicated animal it is the same, but certain illusions of perception make it more difficult to conceive. Now again, as Freud and especially William James pointed out, consciousness is the result of a delaying of the interaction at the boundary. And we can see at once that consciousness is functional. For if the interaction at the contact boundary is relatively simple, there is little awareness, reflection, motor adjustment, and deliberateness, but where it is difficult and complicated, there is heightened consciousness. Increasing complexity of sensory organs means that there is need of more selectivity, as an animal becomes more mobile and adventures among more novelties. Thus, with increasing complexity we may conceive of the series, phototroism becomes conscious seeing, and this becomes deliberate attending, or osmosis becomes eating and this becomes deliberate food taking. 5. Tendency towards simplification of the field. All this is, ultimately, to simplify the organization of the organism/environment field, to complete its unfinished situations. Let us now look more closely at this interesting contact boundary. As a boundary of interaction, its sensitivity, motor response, and feeling are turned both toward the environment part and the organism part. Neurologically, it has receptors and proprioceptors. But in act, in contact, there is given a single whole of perception initiating movement tinged with feeling. It is not that the self-feeling, for instance of being thirsty, serves as a signal that is noted, referred to the water perception department, etc., but that in the same act the water is given as bright desirable moved toward, or the absence of water is absent irksome problematic. If you concentrate on a close perception such as tasting, it is evident that the taste of the food and your mouth tasting it are the same, and therefore this perception is never neutral in feeling, but always pleasant or unpleasant, dullness being a kind of unpleasantness. Or consider the genitals in copulation, awareness, motor response, and feeling are given as the same. But when we consider vision, where there is distance and the scene is uninteresting, the unity is less obvious. Nevertheless, as soon as we concentrate on the oval field of vision in which the things are seen as my vision, then the seeing becomes closely myself seeing, and the scene begins to have aesthetic value. Tending toward the simplest structure of the field is the interacting at the contact boundary of the tensions of the organism and environment until a relative equilibrium is established. Note that in this process the so-called afferent nerves are far from being merely receptive. They reach out. The water is seen as bright and lively if one is thirsty, rather than merely responding to a stimulus. They respond, so to speak, even before the stimulus. 6. Possibilities at the contact boundary. Let us consider various possibilities at the contact boundary as the interaction variously works out. If the equilibrium is easily established, awareness, motor adjustment, and deliberateness are relaxed, the animal lives well and is as if asleep. If the tensions on both sides of the boundary have been difficult to equilibrate, and therefore there has been much deliberateness and adjustment, but now there is a relaxation, then there is the beautiful experience of aesthetic erotic absorption, when the spontaneous awareness and muscularity drinks in and dances in the environment as if self-oblivious, but in fact feeling the deeper parts of the self responding to heightened meaning of the object. The beauty of the moment comes from relaxing deliberateness and expanding in a harmonious interaction. The moment is recreative and again ends in loss of interest and sleep. The situation of danger, if the boundary becomes intolerably overworked because of environmental forces that must be rejected by extraordinary selectivity and avoidance, and the situation of frustration, starvation, and illness, if the boundary becomes intolerably tense because of proprioceptive demands that cannot be equilibrated from the environment. In both these cases, of excess of danger and frustration, there are temporary functions that healthily meet the emergency with the function of protecting the sensitive surface. These reactions may be observed throughout the animal kingdom, and are of two kinds, subnormal or supernormal. On the one hand, panic, mindless flight, shock, anesthesis, fainting, playing dead, blotting out a part, amnesia, these protect the boundary by temporarily desensitizing it or motorically paralyzing it, waiting for the emergency to pass. On the other hand, there are devices to cushion the tension by exhausting some of the energy of tension in the agitation of the boundary itself, example hallucination and dream, lively imagination, obsessive thought, brooding, and with these, motor restlessness. The subactive devices seem to be adapted to protecting the boundary from environmental excess, shutting out the danger. The superactive have to do rather with proprioceptive excess, exhausting the energy, except that when, in starvation or illness, the danger point is reached, fainting occurs. 7. The emergency function of consciousness. We have thus come to another function of consciousness, to exhaust energy that cannot reach equilibrium. But note that this is again, as in the primary function, a kind of delaying. Previously the delay consisted of heightened awareness, experimentation, and deliberateness in order to solve the problem. Here it is delay for the sake of rest and withdrawal, when the problem cannot otherwise be solved. The exhaustive function of consciousness is, in essence, Freud's theory of dreams. Let us recapitulate the elements of that theory. In sleep, the exploration and manipulation of the environment is in abeyance, and therefore there is frustration of any physical solution. Certain proprioceptive impulses continue to create tension. The dream is the fulfillment of a wish, this is the latent dream. But the apparent contents are largely the agitation of the sensory surface itself, the tag ends of the day's events. This is very important to notice. Freud's beautiful distinction between the manifest and the latent dream means precisely that the dreaming consciousness is isolated from both the environment and the organism. The self that the dreamer is aware of is largely merely the surface boundary. This is necessarily so, for if more than the mere boundary were admitted into the forming whole, it would involve practical adjustments, and therefore the motor muscles, and the animal would awake. Paradoxically, the dream is completely conscious. This is why it has its flat cinematic quality. The deeper the dream is, the more it lacks the obscure body feeling of waking perception. The dreamer is spectacularly unaware of the proprioceptive contents whose meaning he is dreaming. When these begin to invade his dream, example the thirst becoming very strong, the dreamer tends to awake, and finally the function of the dream is to keep the animal asleep. The same function of consciousness as an attempt to exhaust energy may be simply observed, as Wilhelm Reich has emphasized, in the bright sexual images that occur in temporary sexual frustration. Indeed, in this example we may see the entire picture of the simple functioning of the conscious surface. At the organic need, the innervation brightens, reaching out to its goal. With delay there is deliberate withholding and an increased tempo of seeking expedients. With satisfaction, the image at once becomes dull, but with frustration, it brightens still more, trying to exhaust the energy. There are thus at the boundary of contact these two processes to meet emergencies, blotting out and hallucination. They are, let us emphasize, healthy temporary functions in a complicated organism/environment field. 8. Scientific adequacy of the above unitary conception. Now at last we are in a position to explain the astonishing notion of mind as against both body and external world, in place of the rather prima facie conception that we have been developing, of consciousness as a contact function in a difficult organism/environment field. This prima facie conception which, in modern but not greatly superior trappings, is like Aristotle's sensitive and rational soul, offers no peculiar scientific difficulties. There are definite observable and experimentable functional relations between this entity and others. There are, for example, criteria for good contact, such as the singleness, clarity, and closure of the figure/background, grace and force of movement, spontaneity and intensity of feeling. Also the formal similarity of the observed structures of awareness, motion, and feeling in the whole, and the lack of contradiction of the several meanings or purposes. And variations from the norm of good contact can be shown, analytically and experimentally, to involve both effectual and causal relations with environmental and somatic abnormalities. Nevertheless, we must now show that the notion of mind as a unique isolated entity sui generis is not only genetically explicable but is in a sense an unavoidable illusion, empirically given in average experience. 9. The neurotic possibility at the contact boundary. For let us consider still another possibility at the contact boundary. Conceive that instead of either the re-establishment of equilibrium or blotting out and hallucination in a temporary emergency excess of danger and frustration, there exists a chronic low-tension disequilibrium, a continual irk of danger and frustration, interspersed with occasional acute crises, and never fully relaxed. This is a dismal hypothesis, but it is unfortunately historical fact for most of us. Note that we speak of the double low-grade excess of danger and frustration, creating a chronic overcharge of both receptor and proprioceptor. For it is extremely unlikely, though conceivable, that either chronic danger or chronic frustration would long continue separated from each other. Consider simply that danger diminishes the opportunity of satisfaction in a field rather finely adjusted to begin with, then frustration is heightened. But frustration increases the urgency of exploration and decreases the opportunity for scrupulous selection, it breeds illusions and overrides deliberateness, and thereby increases danger. In the chronic low-grade emergency that we have been describing, what dispositions of the contact boundary tend to the possible simplicity of the field? Both of the emergency functions, deliberate blotting out and undeliberate hyperactivity, are called into play, as follows. In a reaction which is different from that in the acute emergency, the attention is turned away from the proprioceptive demands and the sense of the body as part of the self is diminished. The reason for this is that the proprioceptive excitations are the more controllable threat in the mutually aggravating troubles. Toward the more direct environmental threat, on the other hand, the attention is heightened to meet the danger, even when there is no danger. But what is given by such attentiveness is alien. It is irrelevant to any felt awareness of oneself, for the proprioceptive has been diminished. And in the attentiveness, the senses do not reach out expansively, but rather shrink from the expected blow, so, if the process is long continued, the state of deliberate alertness to danger becomes rather a state of muscular readiness than of sensory acceptance. A man stares, but does not thereby see any better, indeed soon he sees worse. And with all this, again, goes a habitual readiness to take flight, but without actually taking flight and releasing the muscular tension. To sum up, we have here the typical picture of neurosis, underaware proprioception and finally perception, and hypertonia of deliberateness and muscularity. Meantime, however, the safe function of consciousness, to attempt to exhaust the inner tensions by activity of the boundary in isolation, increases to its possible maximum. There are dreams, futile wishes, illusions. But note that the safety of this function depends precisely on keeping it in isolation from the rest of the system. Dreaming is spontaneous and undeliberate, but the safeguarding of daydreaming from passing into movement is deliberate. 10. Mind. In the situation of chronic low-grade emergency that we have been describing, sense, the initiation of movement, and feeling are inevitably presented as mind, a unique isolated system. Let us review the situation from this point of view. Proprioception is diminished or selectively blotted out. Thus the functional relation of the organs and consciousness is not immediately felt, but the excitations that come through must be referred. The unity desired perceived is split, the sensation does not reach out either beforehand or responsively, the figure loses liveliness. Thus the functional unity of organism and environment is not immediately aware and motoric. Then the external world is perceived as alien, neutral, and therefore tinged with hostility, for every stranger is an enemy. The habitual deliberateness and unrelaxed self-constriction color the whole foreground of awareness and produce an exaggerated feeling of the exercise of will, and this is taken to be the pervasive property of the self. When I will to move my hand, I feel the willing but I do not feel my hand, but the hand moves, therefore the willing is something somewhere, it is in the mind. The safe play of dream and speculation are maximized and play a disproportionate role in the self-awareness of the organism. Then the delaying, calculative, and restorative functions of the boundary are taken as the chief and final activities of mind. What we are arguing, then, is not that these conceptions, body, mind, world, will, ideas are ordinary errors that may be corrected by rival hypotheses and verification, nor, again, that they are semantical misnomers. Rather, they are given in immediate experience of a certain kind and can lose their urgency and evidential weight only if the conditions of that experience are changed. Let us stress the logical importance of the psychology. If a certain unrelaxed deliberateness is creating a discontinuity and thereby altering the kind of figure habitually presented in perception, it is from these perceptions as basic observations that one logically proceeds. Recourse to new protocols will not easily or quickly alter the picture, for these again are perceived with the same habit. Thus the socio-psychological character of the observer must, in matters of this kind, be considered as part of the context in which the observation is made. To say this is to espouse a form of the genetic fallacy and, what is worse, a particularly offensive form of the argument ad hominem, yet that is how it is. 11. Abstraction and verbalizing as acts of mind. So far we have been speaking of a rudimentary consciousness, shared by us with the brute beasts of the field and forest. Let us brighten the scene a little and seek a loftier illustration, the process of abstracting and verbalizing. Psychologically, to abstract is to make relatively stationary certain activities for the sake of more efficiently mobilizing other activities. There can be sensory, postural, attitudinal, imaginative, verbal, ideal, institutional, and other kinds of abstraction. The abstractions are relatively fixed parts in a whole activity. The internal structure of such parts is unattended to and becomes habitual. The stationary is background for the moving, whereas the whole is more interesting and is larger than would otherwise be manageable, and of course it is the whole that selects, immobilizes, and organizes the parts. Consider, for example, the literally thousands of fixed forms that go into the process of a reader's gathering meaning from these sentences, the abstractions of childish verbalizing and attitudes of communication, of school attendance, orthography, and homework, of typography and bookmaking, of genre of style and expectation of the audience, of the architecture and posture of reading rooms, of the knowledge taken academically for granted and the assumptions taken for granted for this particular argument. All these are quite unattended to as we attend to the argument. One could attend to them but does not, unless there is a hitch, a bad typographical error or a purple passage or joke out of place, or a bad light, or a crick in the neck. All this is commonplace. Invariably betoken a rigidity of training and functioning, a verbalizing character that indeed cannot attend to the whole series, except in theory. Supposing now that well toward the bottom of the levels of verbal abstraction, in the early parts where symbolic speech is close to nonverbal imaging, feeling, and outcries suppose that at that elementary level there has been and persists a blotting out of awareness and paralysis of motion. Then there will be connections that one cannot attend to. For instance, a child learning to speak has an angry mother, finds that certain words or certain subjects, or even babbling itself, are dangerous. He distorts, conceals, or inhibits his expression. Eventually he stammers and then, because this is too embarrassing, represses the stammering and learns to speak again with other emergency mouth parts. It is generally agreed that such a history of speech habits importantly constitutes the split personality of a person, but we here want to call attention not to the fate of the personality but to the fate of the speech. As his experience widens in society, the arts, and sciences, our speaker makes wider and higher verbal abstractions. Must it not be the case that, since he is still blotting out the awareness and paralyzing the expression of the lower pre-verbal connections, he will have defective contact with the actual functioning of the higher abstractions, both of their meaning to himself and also of what they really are? They do have a meaning, yet they do exist, ultimately, in a void. They are mental. A general proposition is offered, its importance to him, for instance the weight that makes certain evidence stand out in a field and be observed or overlooked by him, is never reducible to any behavior or observation that is noticeable by him. Other observers can notice things that he does not, but unfortunately they, as the case is, are engaged in a general conspiracy against him to pooh-pooh his private deliveries as not part of the system of nature. He is academically trained to agree with the consensus, yet he cannot grant that the residue of meaning is nothing at all. He knows that it is something. Prima facie, these literally baseless but not empty abstractions are felt to exist, then, in the mind, perhaps private mind. Along with will, the baseless but not empty abstractions are proof of mind par excellence. Depending on his character he makes various adjustments of the abstractions to his other experience and the consensus. Noticing the incommensurability of his abstractions and the external world he may have recourse to different expedients. If he has the rather dry and affectless syndrome of the positivist disease, he finds they are nonsense and despises himself still further. If he has the euphoric poetic mania, he considers the discrepancy a black mark against the external world and gives his ideas a world by rhyming them. The man with Gestalt pachydermatitis flounders in a morass of sludgy terminology. And so on. 12. Psychosomatic ailments. The unavoidable misconception, in a chronic low-grade emergency, that there is such a thing as mind becomes more frightening when one begins to suffer from psychosomatic ailments. Firmly planted in his loved or despised mind, our man is unaware that he is deliberately controlling his body. It is his body, with which he has certain external contacts, but it is not he does not feel himself. Assume, now, that he has many things to cry about. Every time he is stirred to the point of tears, he nevertheless does not feel like crying, and he does not cry. This is because he has long habituated himself not to be aware of how he is muscularly inhibiting this function and cutting off the feeling, for long ago it led to being shamed and even beaten. Instead, he now suffers headaches, shortness of breath, even sinusitis. The eye muscles, the throat, the diaphragm are immobilized to prevent the expression and awareness of the coming crying. But this self-twisting and self-choking in turn arouse excitations that must in turn be blotted out, for a man has more important arts and sciences for his mind to be busy with than the art of life and the Delphic self-knowledge. Finally, when he begins to be very ill, with severe headaches, asthma, and dizzy spells, the blows come to him from an absolutely alien world, his body. He suffers from headache, from asthma, and so forth. He does not say, "I am making my head ache and holding my breath, though I am unaware how I am doing it or why I am doing it." Good. His body is hurting him, so he goes to a doctor. And supposing the affection is as yet merely functional, that is, there are not yet any gross anatomical or physiological ravages, the doctor decides there is nothing wrong with him and gives him aspirin. For the doctor too believes that the body is an affectless physiological system. Great institutions of learning are founded on the proposition that there are a body and a mind. It is estimated that more than 60% of visitors to medical offices have nothing the matter with them, but they obviously have something the matter with them. Luckily, however, sickness rates high among the things that must be attended to, and our man now has a new lively interest. The rest of his personality becomes more and more the background for a consuming interest in his body. The mind and body become at least acquaintances, and he speaks of my headaches, my asthma, etc. Sickness is the unfinished situation par excellence, it can be finished only by death or cure. 13. Freud's theory of reality. To conclude this chapter, let us make a few further remarks about the genesis of the concept of the external world. If we return to the psychoanalytic theory of Freud, we find that along with the body and the various kinds of the mental, he spoke of reality, and then of the reality principle, which he contrasted with the pleasure principle as the principle of painful self-adjustment to safe functioning. It can be shown, we think, that he conceived of reality in two different ways. In one way, the mind and the body are parts of the pleasure system, and reality is primarily the social external world of other minds and bodies painfully constraining one's pleasures by deprivation or punishment. In the other way, he meant the external world given in perception, including one's own body, and opposed to the imaginary elements of hallucination and dream. The social external world he thought of especially in connection with the so-called helplessness and delusional omnipotence of the human infant. The infant lies there isolated, has ideas of its own omnipotence, and yet is dependent for everything except the satisfactions of its own body. But let us consider this picture in its total social context, and it will be seen to be the projection of an adult situation. The repressed feelings of the adult are attributed to the child. For how is the infant essentially helpless or isolated? It is part of a field in which the mother is another part. The child's anguished cry is an adequate communication, the mother must respond to it, the infant needs fondling, she needs to fondle, and so with other functions. The delusions of omnipotence, and the rages and tantrums of infinite abandonment, are useful exhaust ions of the surface tension in periods of delay, in order that interfunctioning can proceed without past unfinished situations. And ideally considered, the growing apart of the infant and the mother, the disruption of this field into separate persons, is the same as the increase of the child in size and strength, his growing teeth and learning to chew, and his learning to walk, talk, etc. That is, the child does not learn an alien reality, but discovers and invents his own increasing reality. The bother, of course, is that the ideal condition does not obtain. But then we must say, not that the child is essentially isolated and helpless, but that he is soon made so, thrown into a chronic emergency, and eventually he conceives of an external social world. And what is the situation of the adult? In our societies, which have no fraternal community, one exists in and grows deeper into this same isolation. Adults treat one another as enemies and their children as alternately slaves or tyrants. Then, by projection, the infant is inevitably seen to be isolated and helpless and omnipotent. The safest condition is then seen, truly, to be a breaking, a disconnection, from the continuity with the original unitary field. 14. Freud's external world of perception. When we scrutinize Freud's other way of regarding the external world, however, as that which is given in perception as opposed to dreams, and this is the way that sits easily with common and scientific preconceptions, we find suddenly that he is very uneasy. This is not the place to discuss his difficulties in detail. But let us sketch the problem by quoting some passages. Exploring the world of dreams, Freud found that, in isolation from the motor manipulation and the environment which were assumed to give the categories of meaning, nevertheless the dream world made sense. It was a world not of fixed entities but of plastic handling, according to creative process of getting beneath verbalizing to the image and the speech act, of symbolizing, of destroying and distorting the given, condensing it, etc. This plastic handling Freud calls the primary process, and observed that it was the characteristic mental functioning of the early years of life. The primary process strives for discharge of the excitation to establish with the quantity of excitation thus collected an identity of perception. The secondary process has abandoned this intention and has adopted instead the aim of an identity of thought. The primary processes are present in the apparatus from the beginning, while the secondary processes take shape only gradually through the course of life, inhibiting and overlaying the primary, gaining complete control over them probably only in the prime of life. Now the question for Freud was whether the primary process, so considered, was merely subjective or gave some delivery of reality. And from time to time he boldly affirmed that they give reality. Example: the processes described as incorrect are not really falsifications of our normal procedure, or defective thinking, but the modes of operation of the psychic apparatus when freed from inhibition. And the converse would be what we have here been saying, that the kind of world that seems real to ordinary conceptions is a delivery of chronic low-grade emergency, neurotic inhibition. It is only the infantile or dream world that is real. This is not very satisfactory either, and Freud understandably tended to shy away from it. From the formal point of view, however, the source of his troubles is simple. He is arrested not by his psychology of dreams, but by the trivial psychology of normal waking consciousness that he shared with his contemporaries. For to a correct normal psychology it is clear that everywhere experience is given in plastic structures and the dreams are a special case. A more important clue to his difficulty, however, is given by juxtaposing his two theories of reality, because he believed that the social external world into which the infant grows was inflexible. It was necessary for him to believe that the world of the primary process, with its spontaneity, plasticity, polymorphosexuality, etc., was repressed by maturation and put out of operation. The ancient Platonic problem of the soul in the body and the world is not the modern problem, though not unrelated to it neurotically. The same may be said of the theological dilemmas of body and spirit, etc. We doubt that the consciousness is only of secondary importance in analyzing any such whole, but we give the quotation for its attitude. Quotations from Willis D. Ellis, Sourcebook of Gestalt Psychology, Kegan Paul, Trench, Trubner & Co., Limited, London. The illusions, to repeat them, are simply that the mobile wins attention against the stationary background, and the more tightly complicated wins attention against the relatively simpler. But at the boundary, the interaction is proceeding from both parts. These two contrasting situations occasion the disagreement between the two most strongly opposed parafreudian schools, those who trace the neurosis to insecurity and those who trace it to instinct anxiety. A long emergency would destroy the structure, i.e., simplify it to a structure of a lower order. A medical example of simplifying on a lower level is lobotomy or any other excision. The question is whether the various shock treatments do not work similarly by creating a limited fatal emergency. Sigmund Freud, The Interpretation of Dreams, trans. By A. Brill, Macmillan Co., New York, 1933, pages 553 and 555. Ibid, p. 556. Chapter 4. Reality, Emergency, and Evaluation. Reality, we have been saying, is given in moments of good contact, a unity of awareness, motor response, and feeling. Let us now begin to analyze this unity more closely and relate it to our method of psychotherapy. In the present chapter we shall argue that reality and value emerge as a result of self-regulation, whether healthy or neurotic, and we shall discuss the problem of how, within the framework of the neurotic self-regulation, to increase the area of contact. We shall answer this by defining psychotherapy as self-regulation in experimental safe emergencies. 1. Dominance and self-regulation. Let us call the tendency of a strong tension to stand out prominently and organize awareness and behavior, its dominance. When there is difficulty and delay in reaching equilibrium in the field, the dominance and its attempt to complete the organization are conscious. Each most pressing unfinished situation assumes dominance and mobilizes all the available effort until the task is completed, then it becomes indifferent and loses consciousness, and the next pressing need claims attention. The need becomes pressing not deliberately but spontaneously. Deliberateness, selection, planning are involved in completing the unfinished situation, but consciousness does not have to find the problem, rather it is identical with the problem. The spontaneous consciousness of the dominant need and its organization of the functions of contact is the psychological form of organismic self-regulation. Everywhere in the organism many processes of ordering, withholding, selection, and so forth are always going on without consciousness, for instance the ordered discharge of certain enzymes to digest certain foods. This non-conscious internal organization can be of the utmost qualitative subtlety and quantitative accuracy, but it always has to do with fairly conservative problems. But when these processes require for completion new material from the environment, and this is the case in turn with every organic process, then certain figures of consciousness brighten and become foreground. We have to do with contact. In a situation of danger, when the tension is initiated from outside, wariness and deliberateness are similarly spontaneous. 2. Dominance and evaluation. Spontaneous dominances are judgments of what is important in the occasion. They are not adequate evaluations, but they are basic evidence of a kind of hierarchy of needs in a present situation. They are not impulsive and are necessarily vague, but systematic and often quite specific, for they express the wisdom of the organism about its own needs and a selection from the environment of what meets those needs. They provide an immediate ethics, not infallible and yet in a privileged position. The privilege comes simply from this, that what seems spontaneously important does in fact marshal the most energy of behavior. Self-regulating action is brighter, stronger, and shrewder. Any other line of action that is presumed to be better must proceed with diminished power, less motivation, and more confused awareness, and must also involve devoting a certain amount of energy, and distracting a certain amount of attention, to keeping down the spontaneous self, which is seeking expression in self-regulation. This is the case even when self-regulation is inhibited in the obvious interests of the self, example when a child is kept from running in front of automobiles, a situation in which his self-regulation is fallible, and the way we run our society seems to consist largely of such situations. The inhibition then is necessary, but let us remember that to the extent to which we agree to situations in which self-regulation rarely operates, to that extent we must be content to live with diminished energy and brightness. The question that most obviously strikes the average person is how far in our society and technology, and perhaps in the nature of things, organismic self-regulation is possible, allowable, riskable. We believe immensely more than we now deliberately allow. People can be much brighter and more energetic than they are, and then they would also be shrewder. A great part of our troubles is self-inflicted. Many both objective and subjective conditions can and must be changed. And even when the objective situation cannot be changed, as when a loved one dies, there are regulating reactions of the organism itself, such as crying and mourning, that help restore equilibrium if only we allow them to. But let us defer this discussion for a later place. 3. Neurotic self-regulation. Now, neurotic experience is also self-regulating. The structure of neurotic contact is characterized, we have said, by an excess of deliberateness, fixing attention, and with the muscles set in readiness for a particular response. Then certain impulses and their objects are kept from becoming foreground. The self cannot flexibly turn from one situation to another, energy is bound in an uncompletable task. When extreme deliberateness is reasonable, in the face of chronic present dangers, we cannot speak of an excess, but we might well speak of a neurotic society whose arrangements are out of human scale. But the neurotic has a hair-trigger sensitivity to the danger. He is spontaneously deliberate when he could safely relax. Let us put this more accurately, the neurotic cannot safely relax with regard to his actual situation, including his archaic estimation of it, for to that he spontaneously adjusts by his self-regulation, finds it dangerous, and becomes deliberate. But with help, that actual situation can be changed to his advantage. It is useful to express it in this complicated way rather than to say simply, the neurotic is making a mistake, because the neurotic is self-regulating, and it is in order to complete a true unfinished situation that he comes to the therapist. If the therapist regards the therapeutic situation in this light, as part of the ongoing unfinished situation of the patient, which the patient is meeting with his own self-regulation, he is more likely to be helpful than if he regards the patient as mistaken, sick, dead. For certainly it is not by the therapist's but by his own energy that the patient will ultimately complete the situation. We are then led to the thorny question that we want to discuss in this chapter: what is the relation between the neurotic patient's ongoing self-regulation and the therapist's scientific conception of healthy organismic self-regulation? With respect to this question, we do well to pay careful attention to the following words of Kurt Lewin. It is particularly necessary that one who proposes to study whole phenomena should guard against the tendency to make the wholes as all-embracing as possible. The real task is to investigate the structural properties of a given whole, ascertain the relations of subsidiary wholes, and determine the boundaries of the system with which one is dealing. It is no more true in psychology than in physics that everything depends on everything else. 4. Healthy self-regulation in an emergency. Let us consider first a fairly healthy incident of dominance and organismic self-regulation. Corporal Jones goes on patrol in the desert. He loses his way, but finally, exhausted, he arrives back in camp. His friend Jimmy is glad to see him and at once bursts out with the important news that during his absence Jones' promotion has come through. Jones stares at him with glazed eyes, muttering, "Water," and perceiving a dirty puddle that ordinarily one would not notice, he drops to his knees beside it and tries to lap it up, but almost at once, choking, he gets up and staggers onto the well in the center of the camp. Later Jimmy brings him the sergeant's stripes and Jones asks, "What shall I do with these? I'm not a sergeant." "But I told you about your promotion when you came into camp." "No, you didn't." "Don't be a fool, I did." "I didn't hear you." In fact, he didn't hear him. He was oblivious at that moment to everything but water. Yet, while he was in the desert, just an hour before reaching camp, he had been attacked by an enemy plane. He was quick to take cover. Thus he did hear the plane. The water could not have claimed his whole attention. We see that there was a hierarchy of dominances. The acute threat dominated the thirst dominated the ambition. All immediate efforts were mobilized to the dominant unfinished situation until it was finished and the next task could assume dominance. We have purposely chosen an example of emergency, because in such a case the underlying hierarchy appears very simply. First things come first, and we commit ourselves to them without holding back. It is the common feeling that in emergencies we find out what a man is. This is the wisdom of the contemporary school of existentialists, who insist on exploring extreme situations for the truth of reality. In extreme situations we mean what we do. But of course a man always means it, if we analyze his situation correctly. Paradoxically, it is just because our times are a chronic low-grade emergency that our philosophers declare that it is only in an acute emergency that the truth is revealed. Conversely, it is our general misfortune that we do not obviously act with more of the urgency and vividness that we sometimes show in emergencies. 5. The hierarchy of values given by the dominances of self-regulation. We have already seen that the evaluation given by self-regulation occupies a privileged position in ethics, because it alone marshals the brightest awareness and the most vigorous force. Any other kind of evaluation must act with diminished energy. Now we may add to this that in fact, when the actuality is pressing, certain values oust other values, furnishing a hierarchy of what does in fact marshal brightness and vigor in its execution. Sickness and somatic deficiencies and excesses rate high in the dominance hierarchy. So with environmental dangers. But so also do the need for love, someone to go out to, the avoidance of isolation and loneliness, and the need for self-esteem. Also maintaining oneself and developing oneself, independence. Acute intellectual confusion is attended to. And whatever relates closely to the way a man's life career has been organized and habituated, so that sometimes heroism and bearing witness dominate the fear of death. In an important sense, these values are not chosen, They simply loom. The alternative, even of saving one's life, is practically senseless. It does not organize behavior and it lacks spirit. Certainly one does not get the impression that heroism or creative sacrifice or creative achievement is much an act of will or deliberate self-constraint. If it were, it would not release such power and glory. Any ordered collection of such dominances in actual situations is capital for ethics and politics. It is really nothing less than an inductive theory of human nature. The theory of human nature is the order of healthy self-regulation. Let us speculate about this for a paragraph. Considering the simple example of the thirsty corporal, we might conceive a rule, stated negatively: whatever prevents any behavior of a kind dominates a specific behavior of the kind. The genus comes before the species, example avoiding sudden death before quenching thirst, or preserving the creature comfort before the ego comfort, or, to give a political example, it is stupid for a society to inhibit any feeling whatever and then to cultivate the arts. Or this rule might be cast as an affirmative principle: the basic law of life is self-preservation and growth. Or again we might conceive the rule that the more vulnerable and valuable is first defended, as that a speck in the sensitive eye is the most acute pain and claims attention. This is the wisdom of the body. 6. Theories of psychotherapy as hierarchies of value. However it may be, every theory of medicine, psychotherapy, or education is based on some conception of organismic self-regulation and its corresponding hierarchy of values. The conception is the operation of what the scientist considers in fact to be the chief dynamic factor in life and society. In the psychoanalytical theories, developed after the work of Darwin, the dynamic factor is usually deployed genetically as a history. For example, to Freud, who attended closely to the libido and its somatic development, human nature is an order of the oral, anal, phallic, and genital stages. Other important behaviors are related to these developments, such as sadistic anal, oral anal cannibalistic, phallic narcissistic, etc. And the goal of therapy is to re-establish the natural ordering in a viable social whole, of fore-pleasure, sublimation, final pleasure. Harry Stack Sullivan, to give a contrary example, finds the social whole to be the essentially human thing. It is interpersonality and communication that release energy. So he deploys his infantile stages as prototaxic, parataxic, and syntaxic, and defines the Freudian erotic characters in these terms. The goal of therapy is to overcome loneliness, restore self-esteem, and achieve syntaxic communication. Horney and Fromm, along the same lines, are impressed by the growing to independence of the infant. They find the neurosis in regressive power relations in the individual and society, and they aim at the autonomy of the individual. And so we could go on. Every school of psychotherapy has some conception of human nature, which in neurosis is repressed and regressed, and it aims to recover it or bring it to maturity. According to the conception, there are certain drives or behaviors that ought to be dominant in healthy self-regulation, and the aim is to create an actuality in which they are dominant. The point of detailing differences among the schools is not to choose among them, nor contrariwise to reject them one and all, nor certainly to discredit psychotherapy as sectarian. Indeed, by and large the various theories are not logically incompatible and often neatly supplement and indirectly prove one another. Further, as we have already indicated, it is not surprising that responsible scientists can reach such disparate theories if we bear in mind that for various reasons of personality and reputation different schools of therapists get different kinds of patients, and these prove to be empirical verification for their theories and the basis for further hypotheses along the same lines. Let us briefly illustrate this. As was natural in the beginning, Freud dealt with a range of chronic patients with spectacular symptoms: hysteria, obsessions, phobias, perversions. Both as a result of this and then as a cause of it, he used the interpretation of symbols as his method, and therefore he was bound to arrive at a certain theory of childhood and of human nature. But the Jungians came to treat on the one hand institutionalized psychotics and on the other hand middle-aged nervous breakdowns, and they accordingly developed artistic therapies and conceived a theory full of the ideas of high and primitive culture, with a diminished emphasis on sexuality. But Reich has dealt mostly with younger people often not yet married, and both his patients and his insights dictated a more physiological method. Sullivan, again, dealt with ambulatory schizophrenics, and had little recourse except to use conversational methods and to try to build up the assurance of his patients. Moreno, dealing with delinquents in a boarding school, evolved a method of group therapy, a situation that in principle should de-emphasize the phenomena of transference and make for a more amenable sociality. In every school, the bias, the range of patients, the method, and the theory cohere. This is not scientifically scandalous. One might wish that the theorists were less ready to extrapolate from their own practice to human nature, and indeed for all medicos to be less ready to extrapolate to human nature, as if mankind were by nature a patient, but contrariwise, one might wish that lay critics and logicians would better inform themselves about the empirical grounds of the theories they belittle. 7. The neurotic's self-regulation and the therapist's conception. But anyone who sympathetically surveys the various schools and methods of psychotherapy, as we have been doing, however superficially, also thinks a new thought: the basic human nature is in part given, as they assume, but in part, adjusting to the various therapies, it creates itself, and this creative adjustment in favorable circumstances is itself an essential of the basic human nature. It is the same essential power that is prima facie evident in any worthwhile human experience. The problem of psychotherapy is to enlist the patient's power of creative adjustment without forcing it into the stereotype of the therapist's scientific conception. So we come to our question of the relation between the neurotic's ongoing self-regulation and the therapist's conception of what human nature to recover. For the patient will largely truly create himself according to the therapist's conception, but he no doubt also has other possible directions. Therefore we can see the importance of the warning of Lewin that we quoted, not to analyze the structure of the actual situation in terms of too far-reaching a whole. For consider it a moment in the following way: the common human nature is a sharing of not only animal but cultural factors, and the cultural factors, especially in our society, are very divergent. The coexistence of divergences is perhaps the defining property of our culture. Besides, there are undoubtedly original eccentric dispositions of individuals and families. And more important still, the self-creation, the creative adjustment in various circumstances, has been going on from the beginning, not completely as an extrinsic conditioning that can be deconditioned, but also mainly as true growth. Given all these factors of variation and eccentricity in the patient, it is obviously desirable to have a therapy that establishes a norm as little as possible, and tries to get as much as possible from the structure of the actual situation, here and now. Often, it must be said, the therapist tries to impose his standard of health on the patient, and when he cannot, he exclaims, "Be self-regulating, damn you. I am telling you what self-regulation is." The patient tries hard and can't do it, and then he does not escape the reproach, "You're dead," or "You don't want to," said partly as a therapeutic technique and partly in frank irritation. The usual situation is as follows: the therapist is using his scientific conception as the general plan of treatment, adapting it to each patient. By this conception he chooses the task, notices what resistances there are, when to follow them up and when to let them pass, and according to his conception, he hopes or despairs at the progress. Now every such plan is of course an abstraction from the concrete situation, and the therapist necessarily puts faith in this abstraction. For instance, if his dynamic factor is vegetative energy and his method is physiological, he hopes when he sees the muscular releases and the flowing of currents, and he despairs if the patient can't or won't do the exercise. The currents must, he believes, indicate a progress. Yet, to an observer of another school, the situation might look like this: the patient is indeed changed in the context of lying submitting his body to manipulation by a therapist, or manipulating himself under command, but in the context of being himself outside the office, he has merely learned a new defense against the threats from below, or worse, he has learned to bracket off himself and to act as if he were always in that office. The patient himself, of course, is generally soon convinced of the same abstraction as his therapist, whatever it is. In his capacity of observer of the goings-on, he sees that exciting events do occur. This gives an entirely new dimension to his life and is worth the money. And in the long run something works somewhat. We are saying this satirically, yet everybody is in the same boat, perhaps inevitably. Even so, it is good to call a spade a spade. 8. Following the resistances and interpreting what comes up. Let us put it, again, in the context of the classical controversy between the archaic interpreting whatever comes up and the later following the resistances. But these are inextricably related. One usually begins from what comes up, what the patient spontaneously brings as he walks in, either a nightmare, or a dishonest attitude, or spiritless speech, or a stiff jaw, whatever it happens to be that strikes one. Even here, though, it is the case that for him to walk in at all is partly a defense against his own creative adjustment, a resistance against his own growth, as well as a vital cry for help. In any event, the therapist starts from what the patient brings in. Yet it is universally felt that if he long continues to follow what the patient brings, then the patient will evade and run circles. Therefore, as soon as one notices a crucial resistance, one hammers at this. But while the hammering is going on, the patient is surely busily isolating the danger point and setting up another defense. Then comes the problem of attacking both defenses at once, in order that one cannot substitute for the other. But this amounts, does it not, to following what comes up, what the patient brings in. But of course the new situation has great advantages. The therapist now understands more, for he is involved in a situation that he himself has partly created. The reactions that occur either confirm his guesses or alter them in a certain direction. The therapist is himself growing into a real situation by giving in to what is brought in and defending himself against the neurotic elements in it. And the hope is that one day the structure of the neurotic elements, progressively enfeebled, will collapse. What are we driving at in giving this curiously intricate picture of what goes on? We want to say that interpreting what comes up and following resistances are inextricably combined in the actual situation, and that, if there is any growth, both the patient's spontaneous deliveries and his neurotic resistances and the therapist's conception and his non-neurotic defenses against being taken in, manipulated, etc., are progressively destroyed in the developing situation. Then it is by concentrating on the concrete structure of the actual situation that one can best hope to dissolve the neurotic elements. And this means, certainly, a less rigid clinging to one's scientific conception than is commonly to be observed in this profession. 9. The double nature of a symptom. The structure of the situation is the internal coherence of its form and content, and we are trying to show that to concentrate on this gives the proper relation between the patient's ongoing self-regulation and the therapist's conception. One of Freud's grandest observations was the double nature of a neurotic symptom. The symptom is both an expression of vitality and a defense against vitality. Now the common sentiment of the therapists is to use the healthy elements to combat the neurosis. This sounds very pretty. It means the desire to cooperate, the innate honesty, the orgasm, the wish to be well and happy. But what if the most vital and creative elements are precisely the neurotic ones, the patient's characteristic neurotic self-regulation? This matter is very important. The ordinary notion of using the healthy elements implies that the neurosis is merely a negation of vitality. But is it not the case that the self-regulating neurotic behavior has positive traits, often inventive, and sometimes of a high order of achievement? The neurotic drive is obviously not merely negative, for it has indeed exerted a strong shaping effect in the patient, and one cannot explain a positive effect by a negative cause. If the basic conception of healthy human nature is correct, then all patients would be cured to be alike. Is this the case? Rather, it is just in health and spontaneity that men appear most different, most unpredictable, most eccentric. As classes of neurotics, men are more alike. This is the deadening effect of sickness. So here again we can see that the symptom has a double aspect. As a rigidity, it makes a man into just an example of a kind of character, and there are half a dozen kinds. but as a work of his own creative self, the symptom expresses a man's uniqueness. And is there some scientific conception, perhaps, that presumes a priori to cover the range of human uniquenesses? 10. Curing the symptom and repressing the patient. Lastly, let us consider our problem in the context of the patient's anxiety. In order to recover the human nature, the therapist hammers at the character, increases anxiety, and, insofar, diminishes self-esteem. Confronted with a standard of health that he cannot measure up to, the patient is guilty. He used to be guilty because he masturbated, now he is guilty because he doesn't enjoy it sufficiently when he masturbates. More and more the physician is in the right and the patient is in the wrong. Yet we know that underlying the defensive characteristic, indeed in the defensive characteristic, there is always a beautiful affirmative childlike feeling, indignation in the defiance, loyal admiration in the clinging, solitude in the loneliness, aggressiveness in the hostility, creativity in the confusion. Nor is this part at all irrelevant to the present situation, for even now and here there is plenty to be indignant about, and something to be loyal to and admire, and a teacher to be destroyed and assimilated, and a darkness where only the creator spirit has a glimmer of light. Of course no therapy can extirpate these native expressions. But we are saying that the native expressions and their neurotic employment now form a whole figure, for they are the work of the patient's ongoing self-regulation. What must be the result of hammering at the resistance? Anxious and guilty, assailed by a frontal attack, the patient represses the entire whole. Supposing that in some there has been a gain, bound energy is released. Yet the patient has importantly lost his own weapons and his orientation in the world. The new available energy cannot work and prove itself in experience. To a sympathetic and intelligent friend of the patient the result looks as follows, that the process of analysis has either been a leveling and adjusting one, or a narrow and fanatical one, depending on whether the basic scientific conception has laid more stress on interpersonal or personal releases. The patient has indeed approached the norm of the theory and so the theory is again proved. 11. The requirements of a good method. Let us collect and summarize what we have been saying on the relation of the neurotic's self-regulation and the therapist's conception of organismic self-regulation. We found reason to believe that the power of creative adjustment to the therapy is present in every method. We saw that it was advisable to postulate normalcy as little as possible, in abstraction from the situation here and now. There is a danger that the patient will approach the abstract norm only in the context of the treatment. And we have tried to show that what comes up and the resistances to treatment are both present in the actuality, and that the involvement of the therapist is not simply as the object of the patient's transference, but is his own growing into the situation, putting his preconception at stake. Again, we called to mind that the neurotic symptom is an intrinsic structure of vital and deadening elements and that the patient's best self is invested in it. And lastly, that there is a danger that in dissolving the resistances, the patient will be left less than he was. In all these considerations we saw reason to concentrate on the structure of the actual situation as the task of creative adjustment, to try for an altogether new synthesis and make this the chief point of the session. Yet, on the other hand, it is absurd to think even for a moment of not combating the resistances, of not rousing anxiety, of not showing that a neurotic response does not work, of not reviving the past, of withholding all interpretation and discarding one's science. For the results will be superficial, no bound energy will be released, etc., and humanly speaking, what is the reality of an interview in which one of the partners, the therapist, inhibits his best power, what he knows and thereby evaluates? The problem then comes down to the detailed one of what is the structure of the interview, how to employ and deploy the conflict, the anxiety, the past, the conception, and the interpretation, in order to reach the climax of creative adjustment. 12. Self-awareness in experimental safe emergencies. Now, going back to Corporal Jones and his hierarchy of healthy responses in an emergency, we propose as the structure of the interview, to excite a safe emergency by concentrating on the actual situation. This looks like an odd formulation, yet it is exactly what is done in moments of success by therapists of every school. Consider a situation somewhat as follows. 1. The patient, as an active partner in the experiment, concentrates on what he is actually feeling, thinking, doing, saying. He attempts to contact it more closely in image, body feeling, motor response, verbal description, etc. 2. It is something of lively interest to himself, so he need not deliberately attend to it, but it attracts his attention. The context may be chosen by the therapist from what he knows of the patient and according to his scientific conception of where the resistance is. 3. It is something that the patient is vaguely aware of and he becomes more aware of it because of the exercise. 4. Doing the exercise, the patient is encouraged to follow his bent, to imagine and exaggerate freely, for it is safe play. He applies the attitude and the exaggerated attitude to his actual situation, his attitude toward himself, toward the therapist, his ordinary behavior. 5. Alternately he exaggeratedly inhibits the attitude and applies the inhibition in the same contexts. 6. As the contact becomes closer and the content becomes fuller, his anxiety is aroused. This constitutes a felt emergency, but the emergency is safe and controllable and known to be so by both partners. 7. The goal is that in the safe emergency, the underlying intention, action, attitude, present-day object, memory will become dominant and reform the figure. 8. The patient accepts the new figure as his own, feeling that it is I who am feeling, thinking, doing this. This is surely not an unfamiliar therapeutic situation, and it does not prejudge the use of any method, whether anamnestic, interpersonal, or physiological, nor of any basic conception. What is new is the expectation of anxiety not as an inevitable byproduct but as a functional advantage, and this is possible because the interested activity of the patient is kept central from the beginning to the end. Recognizing the emergency, he does not flee or freeze, but maintains his courage, becomes wary, and actively realizes the behavior that becomes dominant. It is he who is creating the emergency, it is not something that overwhelms him from elsewhere. And the toleration of anxiety is the same as the forming of a new figure. If the neurotic state is the response to a non-existent chronic low-grade emergency, with medium tonus and dull and fixed alertness instead of either relaxation or galvanic tone and sharp flexible alertness, then the aim is to concentrate on an existing high-grade emergency with which the patient can actually cope and thereby grow. It is common to say to the patient, "You adopted this behavior when you were really in danger, for instance, when you were a child, but now you are safe, grown up." This is true, so far as it goes. But the patient feels safe, indeed, just so far as the neurotic behavior is not involved, when he is lying, talking to a friendly person, etc. Or conversely, the therapist attacks the resistance and the patient is overwhelmed by anxiety. But the point is for the patient to feel the behavior in its very emergency use and at the same time to feel that he is safe because he can cope with the situation. This is to heighten the chronic low-grade emergency to a safe high-grade emergency, attended by anxiety yet controllable by the active patient. The technical problems are to increase the tension by the right leads, and to keep the situation controllable yet not controlled, felt as safe because the patient is at a stage adequate to invent the required adjustment, and not deliberately ward it off. The method is to employ every functioning part as functional, to bracket off or abstract from no functioning part in the actual situation. It is to find the context and experiment that will activate them all as a whole of the required kind. The functioning parts are, the patient's self-regulation, the therapist's knowledge, the released anxiety, and the courage and creative formative power in every person. 13. Evaluation. In the end, the question of the right use of the therapist's conception comes down to the nature of evaluation. There are two kinds of evaluation, the intrinsic and the comparative. Intrinsic evaluation is present in every ongoing act, it is the end-directedness of process, the unfinished situation moving toward the finished, the tension to the orgasm, etc. The standard of evaluation emerges in the act itself, and is, finally, the act itself as a whole. In comparative evaluation, the standard is extrinsic to the act is judged against something else. It is to this kind of evaluation that the neurotic is especially prone. Every action is measured against an ego ideal, need for praise, money, prestige. It is an illusion, as every creative artist or educator knows, that such comparative evaluation leads to any good achievement. The illusion in the cases where it seems to be a salutary spur is that the comparison stands for needed love, guiltlessness, etc., and these drives would be more useful if not concealed. There is no use in the therapist's ever making comparative evaluations against his own conception of healthy nature. He must rather use his conception and other knowledge descriptively, for leads and suggestions, in subordination to the intrinsic evaluation emerging from the ongoing self-regulation. In Willis D. Ellis, Source Book of Gestalt Psychology, Keegan Paul, Trench, Trubner & Co., Limited, London. We say fairly healthy because the military context of the incident is itself dubious, and any actual context that one chooses will be dubious in some way. And vice versa, in our society with its neurotic isolation and need to do it by oneself, not to ask for help is a resistance. Chapter V. Maturing, and the Recollection of Childhood. 1. Past and Future in the Present Actuality. When we emphasize self-awareness, experiment, felt emergency, and creative adjustment, we are laying less stress on the recovery of past memory or anticipations and ambitions for the future. But memory and anticipation are acts in the present, and it is important for us to analyze their place in the structure of the actuality. You may experimentally get the context of this chapter if you say, now, here I am remembering so and notice the difference from merely wandering off into memory, and so, now, here I am planning or expecting so and so. Memories and prospects are present imaginations. The warm play of imagination is in general not dissociative but integrative. Why is it that persons given to reminiscences or projects are so obviously in flight, and not refreshed afterward but empty and exhausted? Is it that the events are not felt as their own, do not come home to them, are not recreated and assimilated, the telling always seems endless and becomes more and more dry and verbal? Meantime the actuality is unsatisfactory, the past is lost, the future is not yet. What is the present sentiment of this garrulous person? It is not warm imagination, but regret, reproaches, self-reproach, or frustration, guilt of inadequacy, trying to exert the will, and these diminish self-esteem still further. For the sentiment of one's worthiness cannot be given by exculpating explanations nor by comparison with an extrinsic standard. It wasn't my fault, I'm as good as anybody else. I'm not well, but soon I'll make my mark. The feeling of worthiness is given only by one's adequacy in an activity that is going on or in the relaxation after a completed situation. To explain or to compare is always felt as a lie, either consoling or self-punishing. But to do something and be oneself is a proof, it is self-justifying for it completes the situation. So we lay stress on the patient's self-awareness in an experiment that he himself is carrying on, and expect that he will create a more advantageous kind of whole. 2. The importance of past and future in therapy. But the bother is that the self that is available, that is there, is pretty thin in content as well as split 6 ways. It is something but not enough to give the patient the feel of himself. We must also reach the underlying basis that the self is unaware of, to increase the power of the self. The question is how this underlying basis is in the present. Trying to answer this question, Freud repeated categorically in the last years of his life that no method could be called psychoanalysis that did not recover the infantile memory. From our point of view he meant by this that a large part of the self is still acting out old unfinished situations. And this must be true, for we live by assimilating the novelty to what we have become, in the way that we have become it. Some para-Freudian schools, on the contrary, insist that the infantile memory is not necessary at all, that what is necessary is to reach a mature attitude. This could mean that many powers of growth in a person are frustrated, he has failed to become himself. We shall try to show that the distinction infantile/mature is a false split and a misleading use of language. And without this division, the recovery of childhood and the need for maturing appear in a different light. In this chapter we treat mostly of memory. 3. Past effects as fixed forms in the present. Freud seems to have believed that past times do exist psychologically otherwise than in their present effects. In the famous illustration of the superimposed buried cities, he implies that the various pasts and the present interpenetrate one another, occupying the same space, and having additional relations to those of temporal succession. This is a powerful speculation. For the purposes of therapy, however, only the present structure of sensation, introspection, behavior is available, and our question must be what role remembering plays in this structure. Formally considered, memories are one of the kinds of more fixed forms in the ongoing present process. Many such fixed forms are healthy, mobilizable for the ongoing process, for instance a useful habit, an art, a particular memory that now serves for comparison with another particular to yield an abstraction. Some fixed forms are neurotic, such as character, compulsive repetition. But whether healthy or neurotic, the past and every other fixity persist by their present functioning. An abstraction persists when it proves itself in present speech, a technique when it is practiced, a neurotic characteristic when it reacts against a dangerous recurring urge. As soon as they are no longer of present use, the organism by its self-regulation sloughs off the fixed effects of the past, useless knowledge is forgotten, character dissolves. The rule works both ways. It is not by inertia but by function that a form persists, and it is not by lapse of time but by lack of function that a form is forgotten. 4. The compulsion to repeat. The neurotic compulsion to repeat is a sign that a situation unfinished in the past is still unfinished in the present. Every time enough tension accumulates in the organism to make the task dominant, there is another try at a solution. From this point of view, the neurotic repetition is no different from any other repeated accumulated tension, such as hunger or sexual pulsation, and needless to say it is by these other repeated accumulations that the neurotic repetition is energized. The difference from what obtains in health is that each time the healthy repetition occurs the task is completed, equilibrium is restored, and the organism has maintained itself or grown by assimilating something new. The circumstances are always changing. The organism meets them unencumbered with fixed sensations of other particular circumstances, and it is the novelty of the new circumstance that is interesting, not that the steak is like the one I ate last week, but that it is steak. But the neurotic tension is not completed, yet it is dominant. It must be completed before anything else is attended to, so the organism that has not grown by success and assimilation assumes the same attitude to make the same effort again. Unfortunately, the fixed attitude, which failed before, has become necessarily more inept in the changed circumstances, so that the completion is less and less likely. There is here a miserable circularity. It is only by assimilation, completion, that one learns anything and is prepared for a new situation, but what has failed of completion is ignorant and out of touch and therefore becomes more and more incomplete. Thus it is that a present need for a present satisfaction comes to seem infantile. It is not the instinct or the desire that is infantile, no longer relevant to the adult, but that the fixed attitude, its abstract conceptions and images, are old-fashioned, unlikely, ineffectual. To give the classical example, the desire to be fondled knows only the image of mother as its language and guide. This image brightens as the desire is further frustrated, but mother is not to be seen anywhere, and any other possible fondler is a priori disappointing, or at least one does not look in that direction. Neither the desire nor the image is past because the situation is unfinished, but the image is inept and old-fashioned. Finally, when the prospect is hopeless and the pain is too intense, the attempt is made to inhibit and desensitize the whole complex. 5. The structure of a forgotten scene and its recall. Consider now a memory that is apparently forgotten, not simply forgotten, nor subject to recall because it is a mobile part of the background of the present but repressed. In structure, this is best regarded as a bad habit, an ineffectual effort to annihilate, with the forgotten unannihilable complex as its center. The bad habit is the present deliberate constraint, a constraint that is always unitarily muscular, sensory, and feelingful. And what is constrained, the complex at the center, contains a particular scene that, being particular, cannot recur or be useful in that form. To be useful in the present it would have to be not annihilated, but destroyed, and brought up to date. Obviously this is a very durable fixity, a forgetting continually renewed with present strength and safeguarded from recollection by the irrelevance of its contents. How has it occurred? Suppose there was once a present situation in which one was aware of a strong desire, in a scene with objects. The desire was frustrated, there was a danger in satisfaction, and the tension or frustration was unbearable. One then deliberately inhibited the desire and awareness of the desire, in order not to suffer and to keep out of danger. The whole complex of feeling, expression, gesture, and the sensory impression that is especially deep because importantly unfinished, is now out of use, and considerable energy is continually expanded to keep it out of use in every present. Now how does the recall occur? Suppose that the present deliberate inhibition is relaxed, example by exercising the eye muscles and letting the vision play, by imagining desirable objects, by becoming dissatisfied with the distractions, etc. At once the ever-present underlying feeling and gesture express themselves, and with them comes the image of the old scene. It is not the old image that has released the feeling, but the relaxation of the present inhibition. The old scene is revived because that happened to be the last free exercise of the feeling and gesture in the sensory environment, trying to complete the unfinished situation. The old scene is, so to speak, the last symbol in which one had learned to express the feeling. For if, contrariwise, the image occurs first, by chance, as when a man is struck by a passing face, or even at the end of a series of free associations, then one may suddenly feel an alien emotion, a strange attraction, nameless grief. But it is meaningless, evanescent, at once stopped by the continuing present inhibition. Thus in classical psychoanalysis, the forgotten scene must be interpreted in order to effectuate release, that is, it must be related to the present attitude and experience. But the interpretation will work successfully only if it goes so far as to alter the structure of the present attitude, the bad habit. 6. The trauma as unfinished situation. Probably there is never such a single traumatic moment as we have been describing, but rather a traumatic series of more or less like frustrated and dangerous moments, during which the tension of the feeling and the dangerous explosiveness of the response gradually heighten, and the inhibition of these habitually strengthens until, in the interest of economy, feeling and response are blotted out. Any one of the series may stand, as the later remembered scene, for what is inhibited. Note that this traumatic scene does not express the habitual inhibition, the character or self-conquest, which is in the present continually renewed, but precisely the free not yet inhibited feeling, more organic and ever present, example my desire to be close to Papa or my hatred of him, or both. The trauma does not attract the repetition, as Freud thought. It is the organism's repeated effort to satisfy its need that brings on the repetition, but this effort is repeatedly inhibited by a present deliberate act. To the degree that the need gains expression, it uses old-fashioned techniques. If the feeling is released, it may or may not momentarily revive an old scene, but in any case it will at once seek a present satisfaction. Thus, the early scene is an expected byproduct of the change of the bad habit and the release of feeling, but it is neither a sufficient nor a necessary cause of it. Obviously the repressed trauma will tend to return, for it is in a way the most vital part of the organism, it draws on more organic power. To draw a strict analogy, a dream is obviously a wish, no matter how nightmarish, for with waking deliberateness in abeyance, the underlying more organic situation asserts itself, and evaluation is nothing but the motion of the unfinished toward completion. 7. The therapeutic use of the recovered scene. The recovered scene does not produce the release, yet when it accompanies the renewed flooding of feeling it is very important in the self-awareness. Just as it stands for the last time that the inhibited excitement was active, So now it is the first exercise of the excitement renewed. It at once provides a kind of explanation as to what the unaccustomed, long disused, feeling means, the kind of object it applies to, but of course the feeling does not, in the present, mean the archaic objects at all. It is at this point that interpretation is valuable, to explain the patient's new feeling of himself to himself. He must learn to distinguish between the present need expressed in the feeling and this object that is merely a particular memory, and as particular lost and unchangeable. Such interpretation as this is not arcane, it is simply pointing out the obvious, though that may be hard to swallow. 8. The erroneous conception of infantile versus mature. The usual opinion, however, is that the need, the feeling, is infantile, a thing of the past. Freud, we have seen, goes so far as to say that not only certain needs but a whole mode of thought, the primary process, is infantile and necessarily repressed. Most theorists regard certain sexual needs and certain interpersonal attitudes as childish and immature. Our view is that no persisting desire can be regarded as infantile or illusory. Suppose, for instance, it is the childish need to be taken care of by a self-sacrificing nurse. It is pointless to say that this desire is a clinging to mother. Rather we must say that the desire affirms itself, it is the image and name of mother that is impossible, and indeed not meant. On the contrary, the desire is now fairly safe and probably in some way fulfillable. It is not the goal of therapy to talk a man out of certain desires. Indeed, we must say further that if, in the present, the need is not fulfillable, and actually not fulfilled, the whole process of tension and frustration will recommence, and the man will either again blot out the awareness and succumb to the neurosis or, as is now likely, he will know himself and suffer until he can make an environmental change. We can now return to our question, the importance of childhood recovery, and sketch out a more rounded answer. We have said that the recollection of the old scene is unnecessary, it is at most an important clue to the meaning of the feeling, but even in that way it is dispensable. Does it follow that, as Horney, for instance, maintains, the recovery of child life does not occupy a privileged position in psychotherapy? No. For our thought is that the content of the recovered scene is rather unimportant, but that the childish feeling and attitude that lived that scene are of the utmost importance. The childish feelings are important not as a past that must be undone but as some of the most beautiful powers of adult life that must be recovered: spontaneity, imagination, directness of awareness and manipulation. What is required, as Gestalt has said, is to recover the child's way of experiencing the world, it is to free not the factual biography but the primary process of thought. Nothing is more unfortunate than the current indiscriminate use of the words infantile and mature. Even when the infantile attitude is not considered evil in children themselves, its traits are frowned on in maturity simply en bloc, without discriminating what is naturally outgrown, what makes no difference either way, and what should be persistent but is blotted out of almost all adults. Maturity, precisely among those who claim to be concerned with free personality, is conceived in the interest of an unnecessarily tight adjustment to a dubiously valuable workaday society, regimented to pay its debts and duties. 9. Discrimination among child attitudes and their objects. We saw that if we considered the infant as an integral part of a field in which grown ups were another part, the infant could not be called isolated or helpless. Now as he grows in strength, communication, knowledge, and technique, certain functions belonging to the previous whole are altered in another kind of whole, example more freestanding, there is a more locomotory self that could be called his own self, so that the function of fostering care in the previous whole can become, in many ways, self-fostering care. But let us look at the correlated feeling and motivation. It would be tragic if even in the altered whole, the previous sense of dependency as a part in a social whole would be simply blotted out and have to be introduced as part of a mature attitude. Again, such typically infantile behavior as body exploration and fascination with pregenital pleasures naturally becomes less interesting when they have been explored and the dominance of genital desire establishes itself, but it would be tragic if body satisfaction and the impulse to body exploration were blotted out. Certainly it makes an inept lover. When the so-called infantile traits of clinging or sucking recur after repression, they answer a mature need, but their language and proportion are often comically archaic. But this is largely because of unfinished situations caused by the projections of adults who enforced premature growing up. Or again, infants experiment with nonsense syllables and play with the sounds and the vocal organs, and so, in continuation, do great poets, not because this is infantile but because it is part of the fullness of human speech. It is not exactly a sign of maturity when a patient is so embarrassed that he can make only correct sentences in a flat tone. 10. How Freud discriminated between infantile and mature, childish sexuality, dependency. We can distinguish four main contexts in which Freud spoke of maturing: the libidinous zones, relation to the parents, adaptation to reality, assumption of parental responsibility. In all of these Freud made the split too absolute, each functionally reinforcing the split of the others, yet by and large Freud was not prone to use the distinction between infantile and mature, or even between primary and secondary process, to the child's disadvantage. The primacy of the genitals over the pregenital erotic stages. This work of organismic self-regulation is accomplished in the earliest years. But the continuation of the childish practices is much too coldly regarded by most therapists. Sexual foreplay is not discouraged, but is not spoken of joyously. Art aimed at arousing sexual excitement is frowned on, against the evidence of primitive and the most vital high cultures, yet if one is not to be merry about this, about what is one supposed to be merry? Erotic curiosity is abhorred, yet it is near the heart of all novel writing and reading and of theatre of every kind. And in manners in general there is not nearly enough kissing and petting among friends, and friendly exploration of strangers, against the evidence of other gregarious animals. And so again a kind of primary homosexuality, based on narcissistic exploration, is rather discouraged than encouraged, resulting, as Ferenczi has pointed out, in an obsessive heterosexuality that makes true community life impossible, for every man is jealously hostile to every other. The transcending of personal dependency on the parents. We can regard this work of organismic self-regulation as the alteration and complication of the organism/social field by increasing the number of members involved and each member's mobility and choices and ability to abstract to higher levels. Thus a child, learning to walk, talk, chew, and exert more strength, spontaneously ceases to cling as a suckling and make exclusive demands. Yet with other objects there persist the outgoing filial attitudes of trust, docility, the sense of one's dependency in a community, the claim to get nourishment and caresses as an undenied right and, as a free-born heir of nature, to feel at home in the world. If the world and the communities we create in the world are not such as to be frankly embraced with trust and confidence of support, a man will find this out for himself without a physician's telling him that his attitude is infantile. Likewise in education, it is very beautiful to accept nothing that you do not find out for yourself, yet a part of this process is a faith in benevolent teachers and classic authorities, whose point of view we tentatively embrace beforehand, then test, chew up, make our own or reject. When there are no more individual teachers in this sense, we transfer the same attitude toward the natural world as a whole. The exclusive admiration of therapists for independence is a reflex to our present societies that are so lonely and coerced. And what is remarkable is to see how their therapeutic procedure, instead of being that of a teacher who, accepting the authority that is freely given, trains the student to help himself, is that of first a bad and then a good parent, to whom a neurotic attachment is transferred, and then he breaks it off and sends the child out to fend for himself. 11. Childish emotions and unreality, impatience, hallucination, aggressiveness. Freud spoke also of maturing as the adaptation to reality and the inhibition of the pleasure principle. These, he felt, are accomplished by biding one's time and making various resignations, and by finding sublimations, socially acceptable releases of tension. It is fairly clear that Freud, who under a thick hide of paternalism often betrayed a childish heart, regarded this kind of maturation with a dim eye. He thought it made for the advance of society and civilization at the expense of every person's growth and happiness, and he often urged that this kind of growing up had already gone too far for safety. And looked at coldly, in the terms he stated it, the adaptation to reality is precisely neurosis. It is deliberate interference with organismic self-regulation and the turning of spontaneous discharges into symptoms. Civilization so conceived is a disease. To the degree that all this is necessary, surely the reasonable attitude is not to praise maturity but for both therapist and patient to learn to cry stinking fish. As Bradley said, this is the best of all possible worlds and the duty of every honest man is to cry stinking fish. This would also have the virtue of letting out aggression in a justified gripe. But we think the problem is wrongly posed. In the first place, Freud was notoriously timid about entertaining the possibility of radical changes in the social reality that would make it more nearly conform to a child heart's desire, for instance the possibility of a little more disorder, dirt, affection, absence of government, and so forth. He seems to have vacillated between the brazenness of his theory and the excruciating embarrassment of his feelings. But also he misinterpreted the behavior of children themselves by considering it out of context, from the point of view of a very deliberate adult. Consider, for example, biding one's time. The advocates of maturity agree that children cannot wait, they are impatient. What is the evidence for this? When temporarily frustrated of what he knows he will get, a small child screams and pounds. But then we see that when he gets the thing, or soon after, he is at once bafflingly sunny. There is no indication that the previous dramatic scene meant anything beyond itself, but it meant itself. What did it mean? Partly the scene was a calculated persuasion, partly it was a lurking fear of real deprivation due to not really knowing the circumstances that proved the thing must be given after all. Both these are simple ignorance and vanish with knowledge, they do not spring from an infantile attitude. But it is the residue that is interesting, the scene carried on for its own sake as a letting off of a petty tension. Is that bad? Far from proving that a child can't wait, it proves precisely that he can wait, namely, by jumping with impatience, he has an organic equilibrating technique for the tension, and afterwards, therefore, his satisfaction is pure, full, unclouded. It is the adult who cannot wait, he has lost the technique. We do not make a scene, so our resentment and fear mount, and then we enjoy feeling soured and insecure. What is the harm in the childish drama? It offends the adult audience because of their repression of the similar tantrum, not because of the sound and fury but because of the unconscious distraction. What is here called maturity is likely neurosis. But if we think of the adults of Greek epic or tragedy or of biblical Genesis and Kings, we notice that they, not undistinguished for their intellect or sense of responsibility, do indeed carry on in a most infantile manner. Consider, again, a child's astonishing ability to hallucinate in his play, to treat the sticks as if they were ships, the sand as if it were food, the stones as if they were playmates. The mature adult faces up to the realities. When he breaks down he flees into reminiscing and planning, but never into frank hallucination unless he is far gone. Is that good? The question is, what is the important reality? So long as the felt activity is carried on well enough, the child will accept any props, the core of the real is the action in any case. The mature person is comparatively enslaved, not to the reality but to a neurotically fixed abstraction of it, namely knowledge that has lost its subservient relation to use, action, and happiness. When the fixity to the abstraction becomes acute, imagination is stifled, and with it all initiative, experiment, and perspective, and openness to anything new, all invention, trying out the actuality as if it were otherwise, and therefore all increased efficiency in the long run. Yet all adults except great artists and scientists are somewhat neurotic in this way. Their maturity is a fearful deliberateness with regard to the actuality, it is not a frank acceptance of it for what it is worth. And, of course, at the same time as he is sticking close to the actuality, the adult is projecting into it the worst madness and making the silliest rationalizations. A child perfectly well distinguishes the dream and the actuality. Indeed, he distinguishes four things: the actuality, the as if, the make-believe, and let's pretend. He can be a real Indian using a stick as if it were a gun, yet dodge the actual automobile. We do not observe that children's curiosity or ability to learn is injured by their free fantasy. On the contrary, the fantasy functions as an essential medium between the pleasure principle and the reality principle. On the one hand, it is a drama to try out and become expert; on the other, a therapy to become friendly with the strange and bitter actuality. In brief, when a therapist bids his patient to grow up and face the reality, he often does not mean the concrete actuality in which a creative adjustment is possible, but some daily situation that is often better dealt with by not directly facing it. Another infantile trait that is supposed to give way to maturity is the child's free aggressiveness. We shall devote a chapter to the inhibition of aggression in our adult mores. Here we need only point out that a small child's indiscriminate blows are dealt precisely when his strength is weakest. The inference that he means to annihilate is likely an adult projection. A boy's hard punches are thrown only at enemies. So a dog in play bites, and yet he does not bite. Finally, with regard to the adjustment of the mature person to reality, must we not ask, one is ashamed to have to mention it, whether the reality is not rather closely pictured after, and in the interests of, Western urban industrial society, capitalist or state socialist? Is it the case that other cultures, gaudier in dress, greedier in physical pleasures, dirtier in manners, more disorderly in governance, more brawling and adventurous in behavior, were or are thereby less mature? 12. Childish irresponsibility. Lastly, Freud considered maturing as becoming a responsible parent instead of an irresponsible child. In Freud's scheme, this would occur after a normal evolution of object choices, from the autoerotic through the narcissistic homosexual to the heterosexual. He conceives of a healthy early introjection of the father, and then maturity is to accept this introject as oneself and assume the parental role. Later Parafreudians have learned to be suspicious of paternal and other authority, and they lay stress rather on the contrast between the irresponsible child and the responsible adult, answerable for his actions and their consequences. Responsibility in this sense seems to mean a kind of contractual relation with other adults. We can interpret this growth to responsibility again as organismic self-regulation in a changing field. A child's irresponsibility follows from his dependency. To the extent that he is closely part of the parental field, he is not answerable to himself for his behavior. Given more mobility, meaningful speech, personal relationships, and choices, he begins to require of himself, to mean, a closer accounting between promise and performance, intention and commitment, choice and consequences. And the relationship of contract is not so much taken on as a duty, as a development of the feeling for symmetry that is very strong in the youngest. With the stage of becoming an authority, a teacher, a parent, the field has altered again, for the independent person is now less on his own, since others spontaneously attach themselves to or depend on him simply because he has ability, and they give him in turn occasions for new outgoing acts. It is a rare person who grows as mature as this, to advise, guide, and care for without embarrassment, domination, etc., but simply noblesse oblige, giving up his independent interests as really less interesting. In these ways a child is not responsible. But there is an underlying basis of responsibility in which any child is superior to most adults. This is earnestness, entering into the task seriously, even if the task is play. A child leaves off capriciously, but while he is engaged he gives himself. The adult, partly because he is so preoccupied with being responsible for himself, gives himself less earnestly. Again, it is only the gifted person who retains this ability of childhood. The average adult finds himself caught in responsibility toward things in which he is not deeply interested. In our times it is not the case that the average man is irresponsible, does not hold himself together, rather he is too responsible, keeps meeting the time clock, will not give in to sickness or fatigue, pays his bills before he is sure he has food, too narrowly minds his own business, does not take a risk. Would it not be wiser, then, to bring to the fore, instead of responsibility and its mere negation, the childhood opposition of earnest and caprice, both positively valuable? Earnest is the activity to which one is committed and cannot leave off, because the self as a closer whole is involved in completing a situation that involves the actuality. Play is more capricious, because the actuality is hallucinated and one can leave off. If one says to a person, "This is irresponsible behavior," the other person both feels guilty and, seeking to amend, constrains himself. But if one says, "You are not in earnest about this," he may or may not decide that he means to be in earnest. He can admit that he is playing, or even that it is a mere caprice. If he means to be in earnest, then he attends to the actuality of the object and his relation to it, and this is a motion of growth. An irresponsible person is one who is not in earnest about what is necessary. A dilettante plays capriciously with an art, he is pleasing himself but has no responsibility for the results. An amateur plays earnestly with the art, he is responsible to the art but he need not engage in it. An artist is earnest with the art, he is committed to it. 13. Conclusion. We conclude that it is a poor use of words to speak of a childish attitude as something to be transcended, and a mature attitude as a contrasting goal to be achieved. With growth, the organism/environment field changes. This makes for changes in kinds of feeling and also for changes in the meaning, the relevant objects, of persistent feelings. Many traits and attitudes of children cease to be important, and there are adult traits that are new, for the increase in strength, knowledge, fertility, and technical ability does constitute progressively a new whole. At the same time, often it is only the relevant objects that are altered. We must not overlook the continuity of feeling, as is customary in a neurotic society that both projects a false estimation of childhood and considers many of the most beautiful and useful powers of adulthood, manifested in the most creative persons, to be merely childish. Especially in psychotherapy, habitual deliberateness, factuality, non-commitment, and excessive responsibility, traits of most adults, are neurotic, whereas spontaneity, imagination, earnestness, and playfulness, and direct expression of feeling, traits of children, are healthy. 14. Unblocking the future. This is the past that is lost and must be recovered. At the beginning of this chapter, however, we spoke of the past and the future, of those who reminisce and those who make projects, of the early scene and the life plan. Why have we devoted all our space to the former? It is that the neurotic difficulties of those who reminisce and try with mere words to live out the unfinished situations of the past require the recovery of lost feelings and attitudes. With those who make projects and try with mere words to live out their frustrated powers, the trouble is better located not in what is lost but in what is falsely present, the introjections, false ideals, enforced identifications that block the way and must be destroyed if the person is to find himself. Therefore we prefer to discuss it in the chapter on aggressions. Verbal reminiscing tends to be dry and lifeless, for the past consists of unchangeable particulars. It becomes alive only when it is related to present needs that have some possibility of change. Verbal anticipation, on the other hand, tends to be fatuous and empty, for the future consists of particulars that could change in every conceivable way, unless it is limited by some present felt need and existing power to make it be. In neurotic anticipations, there is a fixed form in the indefinite futures, that given by some introjected ideal or concept of the ego, a life plan. The verbal anticipator is pathetically boring, because it is not he who is talking, he is like a ventriloquist's dummy, and nothing one can say will make any difference. In these terms, again, we can make a provisional definition of the present actuality. The present is the experience of the particular that one has become dissolving into several meaningful possibilities, and the reforming of these possibilities toward a single concrete new particular. Indeed, the Freudian dream theory, the non-Euclidean geometries, and the relativity physics are similar attempts to refute the Kantian conception of space and time. Their effect is to limit Kant's transcendental aesthetic to the sensory and introspective actual experience, but this was no doubt what he intended. Of course, we are not here discussing the metaphysical question, what is the past? That is, whether or not what is given in the experience of memory has existence, and what kind of existence. The language for the emotional needs is extremely crude, except in poetry and the other arts. Psychoanalysis has vastly enriched the language by showing in adult life the analogies of early years. Unfortunately, the contempt of childhood is such that if a term applies also to an infant, it is a denigration. Thus motherly is regarded as a good attribute, but sucking as a ridiculous one. Sublimation we take to be something that does not exist. What may be meant by it we discuss below. One has the impression that once Freud had talked himself into the necessity of the prohibition of incest, the most maiming wound ever inflicted on mankind. He thought that nothing else made much difference. Chapter 6. Human Nature and the Anthropology of Neurosis. 1. The subject matter of anthropology. In the previous chapter we discussed the importance of the recovery of lost, that is inhibited, childhood powers in the mature individual. Now let us broaden the view and talk a little about what is lost in our grown-up culture and in the present use of the powers of man, for here too, in the altering fields given by new powers and new objects, many feelings and attitudes are bypassed or inhibited that should healthily be continuous and employed. This is a chapter in abnormal anthropology. The subject matter of anthropology is the relationship between man's anatomy, physiology, and faculties and his activity and culture. In the 17th and 18th centuries, anthropology was always so studied. For instance, what is laughter? How does it culturally manifest itself for man's well-being? More recently, anthropologists have lost sight of the relationship as their special study, and their books display a quite astonishing split into two unrelated sections: physical anthropology, the evolution and races of man, and cultural anthropology, a kind of historical sociology. For instance, it is an important proposition of cultural anthropology that technical innovations diffuse rapidly to neighboring areas, but moral innovations diffuse slowly and with difficulty. But this proposition is left groundless, as if it were part of the nature of these cultural objects, rather than shown to be part of the nature or conditioning of the animals involved, the men carrying the culture, these men, in turn, being shaped by the culture they carry. Most recently, however, owing mainly to the impact of psychoanalysis, the classical animal-cultural interrelationship is again being studied, in terms of early child training, sexual practices, and so forth. And from the point of view of abnormal psychology, we here offer some biological-cultural speculations. 2. The importance of this subject for psychotherapy. We can see the importance of the anthropological question, what is man, if we consider that medical psychology owes a difficult double allegiance. As a branch of medicine, it aims at merely biological health. This includes not only healthy functioning and absence of pain, but feeling and pleasure, not only sensation, but sharp awareness, not only absence of paralysis, but grace and vigor. Dealing with the psychosomatic unity, if psychotherapy could achieve this kind of health, its existence would be justified. And in medicine the criteria of health are fairly definite and scientifically established. We know when an organ is functioning well. This aspect of human nature is unambiguous. But there is no such thing as merely biological functioning. So medical means are insufficient. Once beyond medicine, however, the very aim of therapy, the norm of health and nature, becomes a matter of opinion. The patient is a sick man, and man is not finally known, for he is always changing himself and his conditions. His nature is surprisingly malleable. Yet at the same time it is not so completely malleable that the nature can be disregarded, as some democratic sociologists and fascist politicians seem to assume. It is also surprisingly resistant, so that suddenly there are neurotic reactions of individuals and a stupidity, torpor, and rigidity of the average. In psychotherapy, moreover, these changes of condition are all important, for they are what engage a patient's interest, they involve his fears and guilts and his hope of what he will make of himself. They rouse his excitement. They are the only things that rouse excitement, and they organize awareness and behavior. Without these peculiarly human interests, there is no biological health and no way of achieving it by psychotherapy. 3. Human nature and the average. So the doctor beats about for models and theories of what is humanly enlivening. This is why Freud insisted that not medical men, but, with medical collaboration, literary men, teachers, lawyers, social workers make the best therapists, for they understand human nature, they mix with ideas and people and have not been content to waste their youth acquiring a specialty. The task would, of course, be immensely easier if we enjoyed good social institutions, conventions that gave satisfaction and fostered growth, for then these could be taken as a rough norm of what it means to be a full man in the specific culture. The question would not then be one of principles but of casuistical application to each case. But if we had reasonable institutions, there would not be any neurotics either. As it is, our institutions are not even merely biologically healthy, and the forms of individual symptoms are reactions to rigid social errors. So, far from being able to take fitness to social institutions as a rough norm, a doctor has more hope of bringing about the self-developing integration of a patient if the patient learns to adjust his environment to himself than if he tries to learn to maladjust himself to society. Instead of a dynamic unity of need and social convention, in which men discover themselves and one another and invent themselves and one another, we are forced to think of three warring abstractions: the mere animal, the harried individual self, and the social pressures. The normal person either keeps himself unaware of this raging war within his personality, does not notice its manifestations in his behavior, and keeps it fairly dormant, or he is aware of it and has concluded an uneasy truce, snatching at safe opportunities. In either case there is much energy spent in pacification and valuable human powers are sacrificed. In the neurotic person, the conflicts rage to the point of exhaustion, contradictions, and breakdown, nor can it be concluded that he was therefore in some way weaker than the normal, for often precisely stronger gifts are socially disastrous. There is an important difference between the normal and neurotic, but it is not such that when a neurotic comes as a patient and poses an earnest practical problem for the doctor can set as his goal a normal adjustment, any more than he could give an arrested tuberculosis a clean bill of health, though he might have to discharge the patient. Rather he must hope that, as the patient begins to reintegrate himself, he will turn out to be more human than is expected, or than the doctor is. 4. Neurotic mechanisms as healthy functions. Neurosis, too, is part of human nature and has its anthropology. The split of personality breakdown as a form of equilibrium is probably a recently acquired power of human nature, only a few thousand years old. But it is one in a long line of evolutionary developments that are worth briefly reviewing in order to recognize where we are. If we consider organismic self-regulation, the process by which the dominant needs come to the forefront of awareness as they arise, we are struck not only by the wonderful system of specific adjustment, signals, coordination, and subtle judgment, that go to maintain the general equilibrium, but also by the devices that serve as cushioners and safety valves to protect the contact boundary. We have mentioned blotting out and hallucinating and dreaming, and regarding as if, and accepting instead of, and there are also immobilizing, isolating, mechanical trial and error, panic flight, and so forth. Man is an organism of great power and efficiency, but also one that can take rough treatment and bad times. The two sides go together. Ability leads to adventure and adventure to trouble. Man has to be malleable. These safety functions all, of course, play a chief role in mental disorders, but they are themselves healthy. Indeed, without being paradoxical, one could say that in the neuroses just these safety functions of blotting out, distorting, isolating, repeating that seem so spectacularly crazy, are working fairly healthily. It is the more respectable functions of orientation and manipulation in the world, especially the social world, that are out of kilter and cannot work. In a finely adjusted whole, the safety devices are made for trouble and continue working while the more usual functions rest for repairs. Or to put it another way, when the orientation is lost and the manipulation is failing, the excitement, the vitality of the organism, expresses itself especially in autism and immobilizing. And so again, if we speak, as we must, of a social or epidemic neurosis, it is not the symptomatic social eccentricities that are pathologically important, but the normal knowledge and technique, the average way of life. The problem of abnormal anthropology is to show how the average way of a culture, or even of the human state, is neurotic and has become so. It is to show what of human nature has been lost and, practically, to devise experiments for its recovery. In reviewing the steps of evolution leading to modern man and our civilization, therefore, we lay the stress contrary to where it is usually laid, not on the increased power and achievement gained by each step of human development, but on the dangers incurred and the vulnerable points exposed, that then have become pathological in the debacle. The new powers require more complicated integrations, and these have often broken down. 5. Erect posture, freedom of hands and head. Erect posture developed along with differentiation of the limbs and ultimately the fingers. This had great advantages for both orientation and manipulation. A large upright animal gets a long view. Established on broad feet, it can use its hands to get food and tear it, while the head is free, and to handle objects and its own body. But, on the other hand, the head is removed from close perception, and the close senses, smell and taste, atrophy somewhat. The mouth and teeth become less useful for manipulation. As such, in an intensely manipulating animal, they tend to pass from felt awareness and response. The jaws and muzzle degenerate, and later will become one of the chief places of rigidity. In brief, the entire field of the organism and its environment is immensely increased, both in largeness and in minute intricacy, but the closeness of contact is more problematic. And with erect posture comes the need to balance and the danger, so momentous in later psychology, of falling. The back is less flexible, and the head is more isolated from the rest of the body and from the ground. When the head is freer and less engaged, a sharper stereoscopic vision develops, able to appreciate perspective. The eyes and fingers cooperate in drawing outlines, so that the animal learns to see more shapes and to differentiate objects in his field. By outlining, one differentiates experience into objects. Perspective, discrimination of objects, ability to handle, these greatly increase the number of connections among impressions and the deliberate selectivity among them. The cerebrum grows larger and likely the brightness of consciousness increases. The ability to isolate objects from their situations improves memory and is the beginning of abstracting. But, conversely, there is now likely to be occasional loss of immediacy, of the sense of ready flow with the environment. Images of objects and abstractions about them intervene, the man pauses, with heightened consciousness, for a more deliberate discrimination, but then may forget or be distracted from the goal, and the situation is unfinished. A certain pastness that may or may not be relevant increasingly colors the present. Finally, one's own body too becomes an object, although later, for this is perceived very closely. 6. Tools, language, sexual differentiation, and society. When things and other persons have once become outlined and abstracted objects, they can enter into useful, deliberate, fixed and habitual relations with the self. Permanent tools are developed, along with the ad hoc objects that were spontaneous extensions of the limbs, and denotative language is developed along with instinctive situational outcries. Objects are controlled, tools applied to them, and the tools too are objects and may be improved and their use learned and taught. Language too is learned. Spontaneous imitation is deliberately intensified, and the social bond tightens. But of course the social bond pre-existed, there was communication and the manipulation of the physical and social environment. It is not the use of tools and language that brings persons together or workmen and objects together, they have already been in felt organized contact, the tools and language are convenient differentiations of the contact that exists. The danger that is incurred is this, that if the original felt unity weakens, these high-order abstractions object, person, tool, word will begin to be taken as the original ground of contact, as if it required some deliberate high-order mental activity in order to get in touch. Thus, interpersonal relations become primarily verbal, or without a suitable tool, a workman feels helpless. The differentiation that existed along with the underlying organization now exists instead of it. Then contact diminishes, speech loses feeling, and behavior loses grace. Language and tools combine with the earlier pre-verbal bonds of sex, nourishment, and imitation, to broaden the scope of society. But such new intricacies may upset the delicately balanced activities that are crucial to the animal's welfare. Consider, for example, how from remote phylogenetic antiquity we have inherited a sexual apparatus exquisitely complicated, involving the senses as excitants, and the motor responses of tumescence, embracing, and intr omission, all nicely adjusted toward a mounting climax. Besides its advantages of sexual selection and crossbreeding, all this complexity requires at least temporary partnerships. No animal is complete in its own skin. And the strong emotional bonds of lactation, suckling, and fostering care tighten the sociality. Also, in higher phyla, the young animal acquires much of its behavior from imitative learning. Then consider how much depends on what delicate adjustments. Consider that the function of the orgasm, the essential periodic release of tensions, is bound with the workings of the finely adjusted genital apparatus. It is clear both how important is the social manner of reproduction, and how vulnerable it makes the well-being of the animal. 7. Differentiations of sensory, motoric, and vegetative. Another critical development of fairly remote antiquity has been the separation of the motoric muscular and sensoric thought nerve centers. In animals like the dog, sensation and motion cannot be much disengaged. This was long ago pointed out by Aristotle when he said that a dog can reason but it makes only practical syllogisms. The advantages of the looser connection in man are, of course, enormous: the ability to survey, hold back, cogitate, in brief to be deliberate and muscularly hold back the body while letting the senses and thoughts play, along with immediately spontaneously moving in smaller motions of the eyes, hands, vocal cords, etc. But in neurosis the same division is fateful, for it is seized on in order to prevent spontaneity, and the ultimate practical unity of sense and motion is lost. The deliberation occurs instead of rather than along with. The neurotic loses awareness that the smaller motions are taking place and preparing the larger motions. Primitively, the ties of sex, nourishment, and imitation are social but pre-personal, that is, they likely do not require a sense of the partners as objects or persons, but merely as what is contracted. But at the stage of tool-making, language, and other acts of abstraction, the social functions constitute society in our special human sense, a bond among persons. The persons are formed by the social contacts they have, and they identify themselves with the social unity as a whole for their further activity. There is abstracted from the undifferentiated felt self a notion, image, behavior, and feeling of the self that reflects the other persons. This is the society of the division of labor, in which persons deliberately use one another as tools. It is in this society that taboos and laws develop, bridling the organism in the interest of the superorganism, or better, keeping the persons as persons in interpersonal relationship as well as animals in contact. And this society is, of course, the bearer of what most anthropologists would consider the defining property of mankind, culture, the social inheritance surviving the generations. The advantages of all this are obvious, and so are the disadvantages. Controlled by taboos, the imitations become unassimilated introjections, society contained inside the self and ultimately invading the organism. The persons become merely persons instead of also animals in contact. The internalized authority lays open the way for institutional exploitation of man by man and of the many by the whole. The division of labor can be pursued in such a way that the work is senseless to the workers and is drudgery. The inherited culture can become a dead weight that one painfully learns, is forced to learn by the duteous elders, yet may never individually use. 8. Verbal difficulties in this exposition. It is instructive to notice how, in discussing this subject, verbal difficulties begin to arise. Man, person, self, individual, human, animal, organism are sometimes interchangeable, sometimes necessary to distinguish. For example, it is deceptive to think of the individuals as primitive and combined in social relations, for there is no doubt that the existence of individuals comes about as the result of a very complicated society. Again, since it is meaningful to say that it is by organismic self-regulation that one imitates, sympathizes, becomes independent, and can learn arts and sciences, the expression animal contact cannot mean merely animal contact. Again, persons are reflections of an interpersonal whole, and personality is best taken as a formation of the self by a shared social attitude. Yet in an important sense the self, as the system of excitement, orientation, manipulation, and various identifications and alienations, is always original and creative. These difficulties can, of course, be partly avoided by careful definition and consistent usage, and we try to be as consistent as we can. Yet partly they are inherent in the subject matter, man, making himself in different ways. For instance, the early philosophic anthropologists of modern times, in the 17th and 18th centuries, spoke usually of individuals compacting society. After Rousseau, the 19th century sociologists returned to society as primary, and it has been a great merit of psychoanalysis to restore these distinct concepts to a dynamic interaction. If the theory is often confusing and ambiguous, it may be that the nature too is confusing and ambiguous. 9. Symbols. We have now brought our history down to the last several thousand years, since the invention of writing and reading. Adapting himself to the vast accumulation of culture, both knowledge and technique, man is educated in very high abstractions. Abstractions of orientation, distant from concernful felt perception, sciences and systems of science. Abstractions of manipulation distant from muscular participation, systems of production and exchange and government. He lives in a world of symbols. He symbolically orients himself as a symbol to other symbols, and he symbolically manipulates other symbols. Where there were methods, now there is also methodology. Everything is made the object of hypothesis and experiment, with a certain distance from engagement. This includes society, the taboos, the supersensory, the religious hallucinations, and science and methodology itself, and man himself. All this has given an enormous increase in scope and power, for the ability symbolically to fix what one used to be fully engaged in allows for a certain creative indifference. The dangers in it are, unfortunately, not potential but realized. Symbolic structures, example money, or prestige, or the king's peace, or the advancement of learning, become the exclusive end of all activity, in which there is no animal satisfaction and may not even be personal satisfaction. Yet apart from animal or at least personal interest there can be no stable intrinsic measure, but only bewilderment and standards that one can never achieve. Thus, economically, a vast mechanism is in operation that does not necessarily produce enough subsistence goods and could indeed, as Percival and Paul Goodman have pointed out in Communitas, proceed in almost as high gear without producing any subsistence at all, except that the producers and consumers would all be dead. A worker is crudely or skillfully fitted into a place in this mechanical symbol of plenty, but his work in it does not spring from any pleasure of workmanship or vocation. He may not understand what he is making, nor how, nor for whom. Endless energy is exhausted in the manipulation of marks on paper, rewards are given in kinds of paper, and prestige follows the possession of papers. Politically, in symbolic constitutional structures, symbolic representatives indicate the will of the people as expressed in symbolic votes. Almost no one, anymore, understands what it means to exert political initiative or come to a communal agreement. Emotionally, a few artists catch from real experience symbols of passion and sensory excitement. These symbols are abstracted and stereotyped by commercial imitators, and people make love or adventure according to these norms of glamour. Medical scientists and social workers provide other symbols of emotion and security, and people make love, enjoy recreation, and so forth, according to prescription. In engineering, control over space, time, and power is symbolically achieved by making it easier to go to less interesting places and easier to get less desirable goods. In pure science, awareness is focused on every detail except the psychosomatic fear and self-conquest of the activity itself, so that, for instance, when there is a question of making certain lethal weapons, the issue debated is whether the need of a country to get superiority over the enemy outweighs the duty of a scientist to publicize his findings, but the simpler reactions of compassion, flight, defiance are not operative at all. In these conditions it is not surprising that persons toy with the sadomasochism of dictatorships and wars, where there is at least control of man by man instead of by symbols, and where there is suffering in the flesh. 10. Neurotic split. So finally we come to a very recent acquisition of mankind, the neurotically split personality as a means of achieving equilibrium. Faced with a chronic threat to any functioning at all, the organism falls back on its safety devices of blotting out, hallucination, displacement, isolation, flight, regression, and man essays to make living on his nerves a new evolutionary achievement. In the early stages there were developments that the healthy organism could each time merge into a new integrated whole. But now it is as if neurotics went back and singled out the vulnerable points of the past development of the race. The task is not to integrate erect posture into animal life, but to act on the one hand as if the head stood in the air by itself and on the other hand as if there were not erect posture or no head at all, and so with the other developments. The potential dangers have become factual symptoms: contactlessness, isolation, fear of falling, impotence, inferiority, verbalizing, and affectlessness. It remains to be seen whether or not this neurotic turn is a viable destiny for our species. 11. Golden Age, Civilization, and Introjections. We have been generally defining the neurotic adjustments here as those which employ the new power instead of the previous nature, which is repressed, rather than along with it, in a new integration. The repressed unused natures then tend to return as images of the Golden Age, or Paradise, or as theories of the happy primitive. We can see how great poets, like Homer and Shakespeare, devoted themselves to glorifying precisely the virtues of the previous era, as if it were their chief function to keep people from forgetting what it used to be a man. And at best, indeed, the conditions of advancing civilized life seem to make important powers of human nature not only neurotically unused but rationally unusable. Civil security and technical plenty, for instance, are not very appropriate to an animal that hunts and perhaps needs the excitement of hunting to enliven its full powers. It is not surprising if such an animal should often complicate quite irrelevant needs, example sexuality, with danger and hunting, in order to rouse excitement. Further, it is likely that there is at present an irreconcilable conflict between quite desirable social harmony and quite desirable individual expression. If we are in such a transitional stage toward a tighter sociality, then there will in individuals be many social traits that must appear as unassimilable introjections, neurotic and inferior to the rival individual claims. Our heroic ethical standards certainly tend to look backward to the more animal, sexual, personal, valorous, honorable, etc. Our behavior is quite otherwise and lacks excitement. On the other hand, it is also likely that these irreconcilable conflicts have always been, not only at present, the human condition, and that the attendant suffering and motion toward an unknown solution are the grounds of human excitement. 12. Conclusion. However it is, human nature is a potentiality. It can be known only as it has been actualized in achievement and history, and as it makes itself today. The question may quite seriously be asked, by what criterion does one prefer to regard human nature as what is actual in the spontaneity of children, in the works of heroes, the culture of classic eras, the community of simple folk, the feeling of lovers, the sharp awareness and miraculous skill of some people in emergencies? Neurosis is also a response of human nature and is now epidemic and normal, and perhaps has a viable social future. We cannot answer the question. But a medical psychologist proceeds according to three criteria: the health of the body, known by a definite standard, the progress of the patient toward helping himself, and the elasticity of the figure/background formation. We have mentioned above that the selected run of patients is an intrinsic factor in the various psychoanalytical theories, for they are both the observed material and the confirmatory evidence of response to the method. Obviously, the trend of patients toward the well enough or even better than well enough is an important factor in the trend of recent theories toward those like the one in this book. In this way, psychotherapy is taking over the functions of education, but that is because the customary education in home, school, university, and church is increasingly inept. What we would hope for, of course, is that education would take over the functions of psychotherapy. Chapter 7. Verbalizing and Poetry. Among the evolutionary developments of mankind, speech is of especial importance and deserves a separate chapter. As with the other developments, the neurotic abuse consists in using a form of speech that is instead of rather than along with the underlying powers. This is the isolation of the verbal personality. 1. Social, interpersonal, and personal. People ordinarily notice their emotional conflicts with regard to ethical demands and responsibilities. They find confronted within themselves their personal wishes and their societal roles. The conflict, with its subsequent inhibition or guilt, is considered to be between the individual and society. The chapters following this one will be devoted to the structure of such incorporated alien standards, conforming and antisocial, aggression and self-conquest. But, as we have already pointed out, the differentiation of the individual in the organism/environment field is already a late development. Social relations, like dependency, communication, imitation, object love, are original in any human field, long prior to one's recognizing oneself as an idiosyncratic person or identifying the others as constituting society. Personality is a structure created out of such early interpersonal relationships, and in its formation there has usually already been the incorporation of an enormous amount of alien, unassimilated, or even unassimilable material. From one angle, it is useful to define personality as a structure of speech habits and consider it as a creative act of the second and third years. Most thinking is subvocal speaking, basic beliefs are importantly habits of syntax and style, and almost all evaluation that does not spring directly from organic appetites is likely to be a set of rhetorical attitudes. To define in this way is not to belittle or explain away personality, for speech is itself a profound spontaneous activity. A child forming his personality by learning to speak is making a spectacular achievement, and from antiquity philosophers have felt that education is primarily learning humane speech and letters, example, grammar, rhetoric, and dialectic or classics and scientific method. That is, we may think of the sequence pre-verbal social relations of the organism, the formation of a verbal personality in the organism/environment field, the subsequent relations of this personality with the others. Clearly, the right cultivation of speech is one that keeps the sequence flexibly open and creative throughout, habits that allow what is pre-verbal to flow freely and that can learn from the others and be altered. But just as in our culture as a whole there has grown up a symbolic culture devoid of contact or effect, isolated from animal satisfaction and spontaneous social invention, so in each self, when the growth of the original interpersonal relations has been disturbed and the conflicts not fought through but pacified in a premature truce incorporating alien standards, there is formed a verbalizing personality, a speech that is insensitive, prosy, affectless, monotonous, stereotyped in content, inflexible in rhetorical attitude, mechanical in syntax, meaningless. This is the reaction to or identification with an accepted alien and unassimilated speech. And if we concentrate awareness on these mere habits of speech, we meet extraordinary evasions, making of alibis, and finally acute anxiety much more than the protestations and apologies accompanying the revealing of important moral lapses. For to call attention to speech is indeed a personal affront. But the difficulty is that, disgusted with the customary empty symbolizing and verbalizing, Recent philosophers of language set up stringent norms of speech that are even more stereotyped and affectless, and some psychotherapists give up in despair and try to bypass speaking altogether, as if only inner silence and nonverbal behavior were potentially healthy. But the contrary of neurotic verbalizing and creative speech, it is neither scientific semantics nor silence, it is poetry. 2. Contactful speech and poetry. Speech is good contact when it draws energy from and makes a structure of the three grammatical persons, I, thou, and it, the speaker, the one spoken to, and the matter spoken about, when there is a need to communicate something. As properties of the flow of speech, these three persons are the style and especially the rhythm, animation, and climax, expressing the organic need of the speaker, the rhetorical attitude effective in the interpersonal situation, the content, or truth to the impersonal objects spoken about. Again, especially as the contact of organism and environment becomes closer, the following powers interact. 1. The sounding speech, the physical exercise of uttering and hearing. 2. Thought, the filling out with content of various skeletal organizations. 3. Subvocal speech, repeated unfinished verbal situations. 4. Pre-personal social communication and silent awareness. In speech of good contact, these levels cohere in the present actuality. The thought is directed to efficient orientation and manipulation, the present situation is taken as an adequate possible field for solving an unfinished situation, the social animal is expressing itself, the physical exercise initiates the flow as a for pleasure and makes the whole an environmental reality. Bearing in mind these psychological levels of speaking, thought, subvocal speech, and outcries and silent awareness, let us now consider poetry as a fine art as distinguished from ordinary contactful speech, and then contrast both of these with neurotic verbalizing. A poem is a special case of good speech. In a poem, as with other good speech, the three persons, the content, the attitude and character, and the tone and rhythm, mutually express one another, and this makes the structural unity of the poem. For example, character is largely choice of vocabulary and syntax, but these rise and fall with the subject and are rhythmically distorted from the expected by feeling, or again, the rhythm gathers climactic urgency, the attitude becomes more direct, and the proposition is proved, and so forth. But the speaking activity of the poet is, as the philosophers say, an end in itself, that is, just by the behavior of the overt speech, just by handling the medium, he solves his problem. Unlike ordinary good speech, the activity is not instrumental in a further social situation, as to persuade the listener, to entertain him, to inform of something, in order to manipulate him for the solution of the problem. Essentially, the poet's is the special case where the problem is to solve an inner conflict, the poet is concentrating on some unfinished subvocal speech and its subsequent thoughts. By freely playing with his present words he at last finishes an unfinished verbal scene, he in fact utters the complaint, the denunciation, the declaration of love, the self-reproach, that he should have uttered, now at last he freely draws on the underlying organic need and he finds the words. We must therefore notice accurately what the poet's I, thou, and it are in his present actuality. His thou, his audience, is not some visible person nor the general public, but an ideal audience, that is, it is nothing but assuming the appropriate attitude and character that let the unfinished speech flow with precision and force. His content is not a present truth of experience to be conveyed, but he finds in experience or memory or fancy a symbol that in fact excites him without his needing to know its later content. His I is his style in its present use, it is not his biography. At the same time as the overt words are forming, the poet can maintain the silent awareness of image, feeling, memory, etc., and also the pure attitudes of social communication, clarity and verbal responsibility. Thus, instead of being verbal stereotypes, the words are plastically destroyed and combined toward a more vital figure. Poetry is therefore the exact contrary of neurotic verbalizing, for it is speech as an organic problem-solving activity, it is a form of concentration, whereas verbalizing is speech that attempts to dissipate energy in the speaking, suppressing the organic need and repeating, rather than concentrating on an unfinished subvocal scene. On the other hand, poetry is distinguished from ordinary contactful speech. Example: good conversational prose simply as one species of a class. A poem solves a problem that can be solved by verbal invention alone, whereas most speech occurs in situations where the solution also requires other kinds of behavior, the response of the listener, and so forth. It follows that in poetry, where the entire actuality must be carried by the speaking, the vitality of the speech is accentuated, it is more rhythmic, more precise, more feelingful, more imagistic, etc., and most important of all, a poem has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It finishes the situation. Other contactful speech can be rougher and more approximate. It can rely on nonverbal means such as gesture. It need barely mention what is pressing for expression, and it breaks off into nonverbal behavior. 3. Verbalizing and poetry. When divorced from its use as an instrument in a further social situation, or again from its own rules as a vital poetic activity, speech easily mirrors any and all experience. It is easy for a person to be deceived that he is feeling or even doing something if he speaks or thinks of feeling and doing it. So verbalizing easily serves as a substitute for life. It is a ready means by which an introjected alien personality, with its beliefs and attitudes, can live instead of oneself. Thus, to revert to a previous discussion, most apparent reminiscing and planning is not really memory or anticipation at all, which are forms of the imagination, but it is something that one's concept of oneself is telling to oneself, and most indignation and judgment have little to do with felt anger or rational measure but are an exercise of mama's and papa's voices. It is not that the verbalizer talks, but how he talks. With regard to the three grammatical persons, I, thou, and it, he manifests a rigidity, fixation, or stereotype that abstracts only a meager part of the possibilities of the actual situation, enough to maintain a social face and avoid the anxiety and embarrassment of silence, revelation, or self-assertion, and also enough to exhaust the speech energy so that one does not hear the unfinished subvocal scenes that might otherwise become clamorous. That is, instead of being a means of communication or expression, verbalizing protects one's isolation from both the environment and the organism. The lack of contact with the eye is often spectacularly observable in the division of the body into a sounding mouth with rigid rapid lips and tongue and an unresonant vocalism, with all the rest of the body kept at bay uninvolved, or sometimes the eyes and a few gestures from the wrists or the elbows join the verbalizing mouth, or sometimes one eye, while the other is glassy, wandering, or disapproving the chatter, or the face is divided into two halves. The words come in bursts irrelevant to the breathing, and the tone is monotonous. In poetic speech, on the other hand, the rhythm is given by pulses of breathing, by the gaits of locomotion and dance, by syllogism, antithesis, or other beats of thought, and by the orgastic intensification of feeling, then diminishing into silence. Variety of tone and richness of overtone are the potentiality of ringing in the primitive outcries as occasion arises. The verbalizer rarely hears his own voice. When he listens to it he is surprised, but the poet attends to the subvocal murmurs and whispers, he makes them audible, criticizes the sound and goes back over it. The rhetorical attitude, the thou, of the verbalizer is irrelevant to the actual social scene, but the tone that sounds shows that he is fixedly acting out some unfinished subvocal situation. No matter what the occasion, the voice is complaining or reproaching or condemning, or contrariwise wrangling or making an alibi or vindicating itself. In the repetition of this scene, perhaps alternately playing both roles, the rest of the organism is rigidly immobilized. The poet, we have said, capitalizes on the subvocal situation, concentrating on it, he finds the right audience, the ideal audience of literature. He plastically molds the language to express the relevant organic need and come to an insight, a solution. The subvocal alien is thus assimilated again to his own personality. It is often asserted that the artwork does not solve any problem or solves it only temporarily, because the artist does not know the latent content of his symbol, and if this were so, poetry would again be an obsessive exhaustion of energy in a repeating situation, like verbalizing. This is both true and false. The problem that the artist does not solve is the one that makes him only an artist, free only in the vital activity of speaking but unable to use the words also instrumentally in further free acts, and many poets feel the obsessiveness of their art in this respect. Finishing a work they are exhausted, and still have not regained a lost paradise. But as for the particular subvocal problems, they are really solved, one by one. The proof is that the successive artworks are fundamentally different. There is a deepening of the art problem, and indeed, this activity sometimes proceeds so far that the poet is finally forced to confront life problems that he cannot solve by artistic means alone. In the content, the it, of his speech, the verbalizer is in a dilemma. He must stick to the facts of actuality in order not to seem demented or be ridiculous, yet they are not his real concern, nor can he allow himself to notice them too closely, with sense and feeling, for then they would, since any reality is dynamic, disrupt his truths, destroy his projections and rationalizations, and arouse anxiety. The actual life would invade the substitute life. The verbalizer bores because he means to bore, to be let alone. The compromise is to speak in stereotypes, vague abstractions or superficial particularities, or other ways of saying the truth and not saying anything at all. The poet again makes just the contrary choice of content. The actual truth is freely distorted and made a symbol for the underlying concern. He does not hesitate to lie or be irrational, and he richly develops the symbols with a lively use of his senses, keenly noticing sights, scents, and sounds, and empathizing with, projecting himself into, emotional situations, rather than alienating his own feelings and projecting them. Finally, the verbalizer is embarrassed by the activity of speaking itself. He uses meaningless expression to gain assurance, don't you think? You know, in my opinion, or he fills out the silence with grunts. He is self-conscious of the syntax, and he hedges his speech with a literary frame before he ventures his own remarks, such as they are. Like it may be far-fetched, but it seems to me that. But for the poet the handling of the words is the activity itself. The form, example the sonnet, is not a frame but integral to the plot. He is responsible to the function of syntax but free with the forms, and as he progresses in the art, his vocabulary becomes more and more his own, more idiosyncratic if his subvocal problems are obscure and hard for him to catch, more classical if they are the problems he recognizes in others. 4. Critique of free association as a technique of therapy. Let us now consider a special case of verbalizing, the experiment of free association as practiced by orthodox psychoanalysis. What we want to call attention to is the difference between the patient's behavior in this technique and the therapist's, and from this critique we shall again come to conclusions about the nature of good speech similar to those we have been advancing. In free association the patient is given some content A to begin with, usually the detail of a dream he has had. He associates to it another word B, whatever comes to his tongue, and to this another word C, and so on. He freely associates, that is, he does not try to organize the series to make sense or whole meanings, or to solve a problem. Also he must not censor. Such a behavior can be called the limiting or ideal case of verbalizing. According to the older association theory, the sequence of words would follow the law. If A has frequently occurred with B, or has a similarity to it, or at furthest a similarity to what has frequently occurred, then there is a tendency for it to call up B, and so likewise B calls up C, and so on. The whole chain would be analyzed and explained piecemeal in this way. It was the genius of psychoanalysis to show that the free associations did not in fact merely follow this law of piecemeal association, rather they had a tendency to organize themselves in meaningful wholes or clusters, and to proceed in a certain direction, and that these clusters and directions had an important meaningful relation to the original stimulus, the dream detail, and to the underlying problem of the patient. The patient was not in fact mechanically producing the stream but was, though unaware of it, expressing certain tendencies, circling back to certain emotional needs, and trying to fill out an unfinished figure. This was, of course, a capital proof of the existence of the unconscious. The question is whether it is useful for psychotherapy. Note that the therapist is concentrating on the stream and creating whole figures in it. He attends to the clusters, times the associations that lag and indicate resistance, notices the tone and facial expression. In this way he becomes aware of something about the patient, namely the patient's behavior in unawareness. But the goal of psychotherapy is not for the therapist to become aware of something about the patient, but for the patient to become aware of himself. Therefore there must then begin the process by which the therapist explains to the patient what he now knows about him. In this way the patient acquires much interesting knowledge about himself, there is no doubt of it, but it is a question whether or not he thereby increases his awareness of himself. For the knowledge about has a certain abstractness, it is not concernful, and it occurs again in his customary context of introjecting the wisdom of an authority. If he could come to recognize the object of knowledge as himself, then this kind of knowledge that one knew and did not know one knew would be close and terribly concernful. The goal of therapy is to make him recognize this, but this is just where we started in the first place. The problem is that in the activity that he was engaged in, he had been verbalizing a stream of meaningless words. That activity did not especially add to his experience at all, on the contrary, it was a fair facsimile of a usual experience. He knows himself in that role. The rule "do not censor" relieved him from responsibility for the words. Also not an unusual attitude for many people. But the knowledge that is now explained to him is quite alien to that activity, it belongs to quite a different usual activity, namely, taking the unpleasant truth and swallowing it whole, and again the old man is saying terrible things about him. The danger of the technique would be that, bracketing off the self that is responsible, feels concern, and makes decisions, the patient might relate his new knowledge strictly to his verbalizing, pleasantly tinged with the euphoria of a warm atmosphere and a friendly paternal audience. Then, instead of healing the split, the technique would confuse it further. 5. Free association as an experiment in language. But let us consider the useful and beautiful aspects of free association, taking it for what it is in itself, as a mode of language. To begin with, the associations circle around a dream detail. Let us assume that the patient accepts the dream as his own, remembers and can say that he dreamt it rather than that a dream came to him. If now he can connect new words and thoughts with that act, there is a great enrichment of language. The dream speaks in the image language of childhood. The advantage is not to recollect the infantile content, but to learn again something of the feeling and attitude of child speech, to recapture the mood of eidetic vision, and connect the verbal and pre-verbal. But from this point of view, the best exercise would perhaps be not free association from the image and application of cold knowledge to the image, but just the contrary, careful literary and pictorial representation of it. Yet something can be said for the free associating itself. It is salutary for a patient who is too scrupulous and prosy in his speech to babble and find the heavens do not fall. This is the playful matrix of poetry, to let the speech apparently develop itself, from image to thought to rhyme to exclamation to image to rhyme, however it comes, but at the same time to feel that it is oneself who is speaking. It is not automatic speech. But here again the best exercise would perhaps be a more direct one, to concentrate on the speech act while free associating or uttering nonsense syllables or snatches of song. There is a more essential virtue in free association, closer to the use classically made of it in psychoanalysis. The reason the patient is asked to free associate rather than to tell his story and answer questions is, of course, that his habitual discourse is neurotically rigid. It is a false integration of his experience. The figure he is aware of is confused, dark, and uninteresting because the background contains other repressed figures of which he is unaware but that distract his attention, absorb energy, and prevent creative development. The free association disrupts this frozen relation of figure and ground, and allows other things to become foreground. The therapist notes them down, but what is the advantage to the patient? It is not, we have seen, that the new figures can be made to cohere with his habitual figure of his experience, for the attitude of free associating is dissociated from that experience. But it is this, he learns that something, not known as his, comes from his darkness and yet is meaningful, thereby perhaps he is encouraged to explore, to regard his unawareness as terra incognita but not chaos. From this point of view, he must of course be made a partner in the interpreting. The thought here is that the maxim, know thyself, is a humane ethics. It is not something done to one in trouble, but something one does for oneself as a human. The therapist's arcane attitude toward the interpretation, withholding it or doling it out at the right moment, is contrary to this. It does not follow for the analyst to reveal all his interpretations, rather, to interpret very little, but to give the patient the tools of the analyst. It should be obvious that the appalling incuriosity of people is an epidemic and neurotic symptom. Socrates knew that this was due to fear of self-knowledge. Then it is unwise to conduct a course of healing in a context that confirms the split. The therapist, the grown-up, knows everything, and oneself can never know the secret unless told. But it is the possession of tools that overcomes the sense of being excluded. Finally, let us contrast the three modes of speech used in the free association experiment: the patient free associating, the therapist learning something and telling it to himself, and the therapist explaining what he knows to the patient. Here we have three different sets of words relating to an existing case. To the patient, his associations are the equivalent of nonsense syllables, they are pure verbalizing. From these words, however, the therapist becomes aware of the patient, and this awareness, formulated in sentences that he tells to himself, state an existing case, they are truth. Yet in this context, the same sentences, told to the patient, are no longer true. Neither true to the patient nor now to the therapist. They are not true because they do not work, they have no value as proof, they are mere abstractions. To a logician this factor, of the therapist's concern or the patient's unconcern, of accepting the propositions into one's reality or not accepting them, might seem irrelevant. He would say it is a merely psychological question, therapeutically momentous but logically insignificant, whether or not the patient grasps the truth of the interpretation, or on what level he grasps it. But we should rather put it as follows: the existing case here is as yet potential, it is an abstraction, and whether there is one actuality, or quite a different actuality to have a truth of, depends on the words of the formulation, the concern, and the attitude with which it is learned. To a logician trained in physics, the right use of words, the speech that is most meaningful about reality, has a meager vocabulary of thing symbols, an analytic syntax expressing the complex by additions, and an absence of passional tone, and he would reform language in this direction. But to a psychologist concerned with the affectlessness of our times, right speech has just the opposite traits. It is full of the passional tones of childhood speech, its words are complex functional structures like the words of primitives, and its syntax is poetry. 6. Philosophies of language reform. Given the modern epidemics of symbolic social institutions instead of communities, and verbalizing instead of experience, there have been numerous attempts to reform language, by rhetorical analysis and logical analysis. The underlying rhetorical motives of the speaker are brought to light, and by empirical criticism, empty stereotypes and abstractions are measured and deflated against the standard of concrete things and behavior. For our purposes we may summarize these philosophies of good language as empirical, operational, and instrumental. Empirical language reduces the good use of words to signs for either percepts or observable phenomena or easily manipulable objects and simple behaviors. The thing words are then synthesized by a simple logic of combination. Operational languages lay the primary emphasis on the manipulation of the things, rather than the things themselves. This provides at least a sensory-motor unity as basic. Instrumental languages require that the basic unities include also the ends in view, therefore the motives and rhetorical attitudes of the speech. There is thus a series more and more inclusive of the factors of contact, yet no such analytic language can reach contactful speech itself, for contactful speech is partly creative of the actuality, and the creative use of words plastically destroys and remolds the words. No list of basic words can be given only from the things, the nonverbal behavior, or the ends in view. Contact involves orientation, manipulation, and feeling is verbally given, especially in rhythm, tone, and the choice and distortion of the words and syntax. The norms and protocols of good speech cannot be analyzed to simple concrete things and drives. These are not concrete enough, they are given in concrete and often very complicated whole structures. To put it bluntly, linguistic reform, the cure of empty symbols and verbalizing, is possible only by learning the structure of poetry and humane letters, and finally by making poetry and making the common speech poetic. The matter has a philosophical importance far beyond linguistic reform. There is a continual search, precisely among empiricists and instrumentalists, for a naturalistic ethics, one that will involve no norms outside the ongoing processes. But if the criteria of correct language are so chosen that the feelingful and creative aspects of speech do not lend to the meaning, are merely subjective, then no such ethics is possible in principle, for no evaluation invites assent on logical grounds. On the other hand, if it is once understood, as should be obvious, that feelings are not isolated impulses but structured evidence of reality, namely of the interaction of the organism/environment field, for which there is no other direct evidence except feeling, and further, that a complicated creative achieving is even stronger evidence of reality, then the rules of the language can be made so that every contactful speech is meaningful, and then evaluation can be logically grounded. Chapter 8. The Antisocial and Aggression. 1. Social and Antisocial. We have been at pains to show that in the organism, before it can be called a personality at all, and in the formation of personality, the social factors are essential. Let us now for a couple of chapters consider society in the more usual sense, the relations and institutions of the persons. It is in this sense that we can speak of a conflict between the individual and society and call certain behavior antisocial. In this sense, too, we must certainly call certain mores and institutions of society anti-personal. The underlying social nature of the organism and the forming personality, fostering and dependency, communication, imitation and learning, love choices and companionship, passions of sympathy and antipathy, mutual aid, and certain rivalries, all this is extremely conservative, repressible but ineradicable. And it is meaningless to think of an organism possessing drives that are antisocial in this sense, opposed to his social nature, for this would be a conserved inner contradiction, it would not be conserved. But there are, rather, difficulties of individual development, of growing up, of realizing all of one's nature. The society of persons, however, is largely an artifact, like the verbal personalities themselves. It is continually being changed in every detail. Indeed, to initiate social changes, to create institutional artifacts, is probably part of the underlying conservative social nature, repressed in any society one chooses to consider. In this sense, a personal behavior is meaningfully antisocial if it tends to destroy something of the mores, institutions, or personality current at the time and place. In therapy, we must assume that a delinquent behavior that contradicts a person's social nature is alterable, and the delinquent aspects of it will vanish with further integration. But with a delinquent behavior that is merely antisocial, that contradicts the social artifact, it is always a question whether with further integration it may not become more pronounced and the person try harder not to adjust himself to society but to adjust society to himself. 2. Changes in the antisocial. In considering the antisocial, let us first distinguish what the neurotic considers antisocial from what is antisocial. Any drive or aim that we have but will not accept as our own, that we keep unaware or project onto others, we fear to be antisocial. Obviously, for we inhibited it and drove it from awareness because it did not cohere with an acceptable picture of ourselves, and this picture of ourselves was an identification with, an imitation of, those authoritative persons who constituted our first society. But of course, when the drive is released and accepted as part of ourselves, it turns out to be much less antisocial. We suddenly see that it is not unusual, is more or less accepted, in our adult society, and the destructive intensity that we attributed to it is less than we feared. An impulse that was vaguely felt to be hellish or murderous turns out to be a simple desire to avoid or reject something, and no one cares whether we do or not. But it was the repression itself that made the idea a persistent threat, obscured its limited intent and made us not see the social actuality, painted on the lurid colors of the forbidden, and itself created the idea of destructiveness, for the repression is an aggression against the self, and this aggression was attributed to the drive. Since Freud first wrote, the contents of the ID have become less hellish, more tractable. Likely he would not now have felt called on to use that vaunting motto. Flectere s iniquio superos, aciranta mubbo. Which would have been a pity. Yet the neurotic estimate is also in the right. Theorists have gone too far in showing that the underlying drives are good and social, they have tried too hard to be on the side of the angels. What has in fact happened is that in the past 50 years there has been an extraordinary revolution in social mores and evaluation, so that much that was considered wicked is not now considered wicked. It is not that certain behavior is now acceptable because it is seen to be good or social or harmless, but that it is considered good, etc., because it is now an accepted part of the picture of humanity. Man does not strive to be good, the good is what it is human to strive for. To put this another way, certain contents of the ID were hellish not only because the repression made them so in the 4 ways mentioned above, but because also they contained a residue that was really destructive of the then social norms, it was real temptation or vice, and it was real social pressure, passed through the early authorities, that led to the neurotic repression. Where the repressed temptation was fairly universally present, however, when once it was revealed as common and somewhat accepted, it made its way in the open with astonishing rapidity, becoming public and more or less satisfied, it lost its hellish aspects, and in a generation the social norm has changed. Indeed, it is remarkable with what unanimity society comes to a new picture of itself as a whole. One would have expected parts of the moral code to be more tenaciously conservative. It is only by visiting a very provincial community, or by picking up an 1890 manual of childcare or an essay on Christianity and the theater, that one realizes the sharpness of the change. And what is capital is this: the older attitude is not necessarily lurid, exaggerated, nor especially ignorant, rather it is often a sober, well-considered judgment that something is inadvisable or destructive that we now hold to be useful or salutary. For instance, it used to be seen with perfect clarity that strict toilet training is useful to form ruly character. This is by no means ignorant, it is probably true. But they said, therefore do it, and we say, therefore don't do it. One reason for the change, for example, is that in our present economy and technology, the old standard of closeness, laboriousness, and duty would be socially injurious. Freud took seriously this hostile residue, that which was in fact socially destructive. He kept warning of the social resistance to psychoanalysis. If our modern mental hygienists find that what they release is invariably good and not antisocial, and that therefore they need not encounter resistance among the liberal and tolerant, it is simply that they are fighting battles already mainly won and are engaging in, no doubt necessary, mopping up. But aggressive psychotherapy is inevitably a social risk. This ought to be obvious, for social pressures do not deform organismic self-regulation that is good and not antisocial when it is properly understood and said with the acceptable words: society forbids what is destructive of society. There is not a semantical mistake but a genuine conflict. 3. Unequal progress and social reaction. Let us consider 2 quite spectacular recent changes in mores in which psychoanalysis has played a leading role: the affirmative attitude toward sexual pleasure and the permissive attitude in child care. These changes are now so widespread that they should be cumulative, that is, there should be enough actual satisfaction and self-regulation quite generally to diminish public resentment, and that projection of bogeymen, therefore the taboos should become still less enforced, and there should be still more satisfaction and self-regulation, and so forth. Especially in the case of children, the permission of thumb-sucking, the more self-regulating standards of nourishment, the permission of masturbation, the relaxation of toilet training, the recognition of the need for body contact and suckling, the omission of corporal punishment, all these ought to show fruit in the happiness of the rising generation. But let us scrutinize the case more closely. We have here an interesting example of unequal development, the advance in some respects toward self-regulation while maintaining, and even increasing, a neurotic deliberateness in other respects. How does society adjust itself to attain a new equilibrium in the unequal development, to prevent the revolutionary dynamism latent in any new freedom? For any freedom would be expected to release energy and lead to a heightened struggle. The effort of society is to isolate, compartment, and draw the teeth of the thread from below. Thus, the increase in the quantity of fairly unrestrained sexuality has been accompanied by a decrease in the excitement and depth of the pleasure. What does this mean? It has been argued that deprivation as such is necessary for the accumulation of tension, but organismic self-regulation ought to suffice to measure the times of appetite and discharge without external interventions. It is said that faddish imitation and overindulgence cheapen sexual pleasure. This is true, but if there were more satisfactions, more contact and love, there would be less compulsive and automatic indulgence, and the question we are asking is, why is there less satisfaction, etc. It is wiser to consider this particular desensitizing as similar in kind to the rest of the desensitizing, contactlessness and affectlessness now epidemic. They are the result of anxiety and shock. In the unequal development, the release of sexuality has come up against a block of what is not released, anxiety is aroused, the acts are performed, but the meaning and the feeling is withdrawn. Not fully completed, the acts are repeated. Guiltiness is generated by anxiety and lack of satisfaction. And so forth. A chief block, we are shortly going to argue, is the inhibition of aggression. And this is obvious anyway from the fact that the commercial exploitation of sexuality, in the movies, novels, comic strips, etc., concentrates on sadism and murder. A chief social device for isolating sexuality is, paradoxically, the healthful, sane, scientific attitude of sex education on the part of educators and progressive parents. This attitude sterilizes sexuality and makes official, authoritative, and almost mandatory what by its nature is capricious, non-rational, and psychologically explosive. Sexuality is organically periodical, no doubt, but it is not by prescription that one loves. It was against this isolation that Rank warned when he said that the place to learn the facts of life was in the gutter, where their mystery was respected, and blasphemed, as only true believers blaspheme. It is now taught that sexuality is beautiful and ecstatic and not dirty, but of course it is, literally, dirty, inter urines et faces, and to teach that it is ecstatic must, in the vast majority of persons whose aggressions are blocked and who therefore cannot give in themselves nor destroy resistance in others, only cause disappointment and make them ask, what, is it only this? It is far better, permitting everything, to say nothing at all. But the so-called wholesome attitude, which turns an act of life into a practice of hygiene, is a means of control and compartmenting. Of course the pioneer sex educators were revolutionaries. They were bent on undoing the contemporary repression and unmasking the hypocrisy, therefore, they shrewdly seized on all the good and angelic words. But these same words are now a new taboo. Sex is beautiful, keep it clean. They are a social defense in depth. This is why deprivation and the forbidden seem to lead to more intense sexual excitement. It is not that the organism needs these extrinsic aids, but that, in the blocked organism, they prevent compartmenting. They keep open the connections to resentment and rage and the unaware aggression against authority and, at a very deep level, to the desperate risking of the self. For at the moment that one is defying the taboo and running the fatal danger, one is likely to have a flash of spontaneous joy. The permissive attitude in child care, again, is a delicious study in unequal development and the social counter-defenses. Only a comic genius like Aristophanes could really do it justice. Consider simply that, on the one hand, our generation has learned to unblock much of the noisy savagery of children, and on the other we have tightened the regimental order of all our physical and social environment. We have minimum housing in big cities and neat playgrounds that no self-respecting boy would be seen dead in. Naturally, the parents are flattened in between. The astonishing overestimation of children in our culture, which would have baffled the Greeks or the gentry of the Renaissance, is nothing but the reaction to the repression of the spontaneity of the adults. Also, we are overcome with our own inferiority, and identify with the children and try to protect their native vigor. Then, as the children grow up, they have to make a more and more deliberate and complicated adjustment to the civilization of science, technique, and super-government. Thus the period of dependency is necessarily longer and longer. The children are allowed every freedom except the essential one of being allowed to grow up and exercise economic and domestic initiative. They do not finish going to school. The contradictory compartments are apparent. In progressive homes and schools we encourage self-regulation, lively curiosity, learning by doing, democratic freedom. And all this is carefully impossible in the city plan, in making a living, in having a family, in running the state. By the time the lengthy adjustment has been made, there has been no sharp frustration that could rouse a deep-seated rebelliousness, but only a steady molding pressure that forms good healthy citizens, who have early nervous breakdowns and complain that life has passed me by. Or another outcome, as we shall see, is to wage a good, well-behaved, orderly, and infinitely destructive war. The history of psychoanalysis itself is a study of how teeth are drawn by respectability. It is a perfect illustration of Max Weber's law of the bureaucratization of the prophetic. But this law is not inevitable. It is a consequence of unequal development and consequent anxiety, the need of the whole to adjust itself to the new force and to adjust the new force to itself. What must psychotherapy do to prevent this bureaucratizing respectability? Simply, press on to the next resistance. 4. The antisocial is presently the aggressive. The most salient passional characteristics of our epoch are violence and tameness. There are public enemies and public wars unbelievable in scope, intensity, and atmosphere of terror, and at the same time, unexampled civil peace and the almost total suppression of personal outbreaks, with the corresponding neurotic loss of contact, hostility turned against the self, and the somatic symptoms of repressed anger. In Freud's time and place the passional climate seems to have been much more marked by deprivation and resentment as regards both pleasure and sustenance. At present in America, there is a general high standard of living and the sexuality is not so much frustrated as it is unsatisfactory. On a more superficial level, the neurosis has to do with isolation and inferiority, but these are generally felt and therefore less serious. The Maoris are increasingly emulative and eager for sociability. Underlying is the inhibited hatred and self-hatred. The deep-going neurosis, which appears masked in such dreams as comic books and foreign policy, is retroflected and projected aggression. The cluster of drives and perversions that are called aggressive annihilating, destroying, killing, combativeness, initiative, hunting, sadomasochism, conquest and domination, these are now felt to be the antisocial par excellence. But, one can hear the spluttering objections, these are obviously antisocial, destructive of the order of society. The fact of the immediate unquestioning social rejection of various aggressions can be taken as prima facie evidence that it is in the analysis and release of aggressions that we must look for the next progress of society toward happier norms. 5. Annihilating and destroying. The attitude and acts called aggressive comprise a cluster of essentially different contact functions that are usually dynamically interconnected in action and thereby get a common name. We shall try to show that at least annihilating, destroying, initiative, and anger are essential to growth in the organism/environment field. Given rational objects, they are always healthy, and in any case they are irreducible without loss of valuable parts of the personality, especially self-confidence, feeling, and creativity. Other aggressions, like sadomasochism, conquest and domination, and suicide, we shall interpret as neurotic derivatives. Most often, however, the total mixture is not accurately analyzed and is reduced too much en bloc. Let us begin by distinguishing annihilating from destroying. Annihilating is making into nothing, rejecting the object and blotting it from existence. The Gestalt completes itself without the object. Destroying is the demolition of a whole into fragments in order to assimilate them as parts in a new whole. Primarily, annihilation is a defensive response to pain, bodily invasion, or danger. In avoidance and flight, the animal takes himself out of the painful field. In killing, he coldly removes the offending object from the field. Behaviorally, it is shutting the mouth tight and averting the head, and smashing and kicking. The defensive response is cold because no appetite is involved. The existence of the object is painful, but its non-existence is not enjoyed, it is not felt in completing the field. The enjoyment sometimes apparent is the flooding back at relaxing one's shrinking, sigh of relief, beads of sweat, etc. When neither flight nor removal is possible, the organism has recourse to blotting out its own awareness, shrinking from contact, averting the eyes, clamping the teeth. These mechanisms become very important when circumstances require opposite responses to the same object, especially when need or desire makes necessary the presence of an object that is also painful and dangerous. One then is obliged to possess without spontaneously enjoying, to hold without contact. This is the usual inevitable plight of children and often the inevitable plight of adults. The analysis must make clear just what property in the object is needed and what is rejected, so the conflict may come into the open and be decided or suffered. Destroying, on the contrary, is a function of appetite. Every organism in a field grows by incorporating, digesting, and assimilating new matter, and this requires destroying the existing form to its assimilable elements, whether it be food, a lecture, a father's influence, the difference between a mate's domestic habits and one's own. The new matter must be accepted only according to its place in a new spontaneous functioning. If the previous form is not totally destroyed and digested, there occurs, instead of assimilation, either introjection or areas of no contact. The introject may have two fates: either it is painful foreign matter in the body and it is vomited forth, or the self partially identifies with the introject, represses the pain, seeks to annihilate part of the self, but since the rejection is ineradicable, there is a permanent clinch, a neurotic splitting. The destructive appetite is warm and pleasurable. It approaches, reaching out to seize, with teeth bared, and it slavers in chewing. Such an attitude, especially if literally or figuratively there is killing, is of course deemed ruthless. Declining to commit the destruction, the self can either introject, or else inhibit the appetite altogether. The first is the response especially to the inheritance of the family and social past, forcibly fed, not at one's own time and need. The self introjects parents and culture and can neither destroy nor assimilate them. There are multiple partial identifications, these destroy self-confidence, and in the end the past destroys the present. If the appetite is inhibited, through nausea or fear of biting and chewing, there is loss of affect. On the other hand, the warm pleasurable destroying of existing forms in personal relations often leads to mutual advantage and love, as in the seduction and defloration of a shy virgin, or in the breaking down of prejudices between friends. For consider that if the association of two persons will in fact be deeply profitable to them, then the destruction of the incompatible existing forms they have come with is a motion toward their more intrinsic selves, which will be actualized in the coming new figure. In this release of the more intrinsic, bound energy is liberated, and this will transfer to the liberating agent as love. The process of mutual destruction is probably the chief proving ground of profound compatibility. Our unwillingness to risk it is obviously a fear that if we lose this we shall have nothing. We prefer poor food to none. We have become habituated to scarcity and starvation. 6. Initiative and anger. Aggression is the step toward the object of appetite or hostility. The passing of the impulse into the step is initiative, accepting the impulse as one's own and accepting the motor execution as one's own. Obviously, initiative can be stifled by the repression of the appetite altogether, as described above. But more common in modern times, it is likely, is the dissociation of the appetite from the motor behavior, so that it becomes manifest only as garrulous planning or dreamy prospects. One has the impression that with the giving up of hunting and fighting, people cease to move altogether. The motions of athletic games are not related to organic needs, the motions of industry are not one's own motions. A child's statement, "When I grow up, I'll do so and so," indicates his initiative, the imitative assumption of behavior that will realize the desire still obscure in him till it is acted. When it is repeated by the adult, the unfinished desire persists but the initiative is gone. What has occurred in between? It is that, in our economy, politics, and education, the so-called goals are too alien and the ways of reaching them therefore too complicated, not enough to hand. Everything is preparation, nothing realization and satisfaction. The result is that the problems cannot be worked through and assimilated. The system of education results in a number of unassimilated introjects. After a while the self loses confidence in its own appetites. There is a lack of faith, for faith is knowing, beyond awareness, that if one takes a step there will be ground underfoot. One gives oneself unhesitatingly to the act, one has faith that the background will produce the means. Finally, the attempt to assimilate is given up and there is bafflement and nausea. At the same time as the initiative is being lost in bewilderment, in pursuing too difficult ends, it is being directly discouraged in the pursuit of simple ends, as a child is slapped for being forward. Fear results in giving up the appetite. On the whole, there is the reduction to a simpler order of appetite and non-initiative or dependency, to be fed and cared for, not understanding how, and this leads to a persistent insecurity and inferiority. Let us suppose, however, that an appetite is strong and is underway toward its goal, and it then meets an obstacle and the appetite is frustrated, the tension flares and this is hot anger. Anger contains the three aggressive components, destroying and annihilating and initiative. The warmth of anger is that of the appetite and initiative themselves. At first the obstacle is regarded simply as part of the existing form to be destroyed, and it is itself attacked with pleasurable heat. But as the frustrating nature of the obstacle becomes manifest, the ongoing tension of the engaged self becomes painful, and there is added to the warm destructive appetite the cold need of annihilating. In extreme cases the appetite is quite transcended and there is fierce white fury. The difference of white fury from simple annihilating is the outgoing engagement of the self. One is already committed to the situation, is not just brushing it off. Murderousness is not simply a defense, for oneself is engaged and therefore cannot merely avoid. Thus a man who is slapped becomes furious. In general, anger is a sympathetic passion, it unites persons because it is admixed with desire. It will be seen that the usual formula, frustration leads to hostility, is true but too simple, for it omits mentioning the warm appetite in the angry aggression. Then it becomes difficult to understand why anger, an angry disposition, persists when annihilation of the obstacle has been effectively achieved by death or distance, or again, why in revenge and hatred the annihilation of the enemy gives satisfaction. His non-existence is not indifferent but is fed on, he is not only annihilated but destroyed and assimilated. But this is because the frustrating obstacle is first taken as part of the desired goal. The child is angry with dead parents because they are still part of the unfinished need. It is not enough for him to understand that, as obstacles, they are out of the way. And the victim of revenge and hatred is part of oneself, is loved, unaware. On the other hand, it is the admixture of annihilating within anger that rouses such intense guilt with regard to difficult loved objects, for we cannot afford to annihilate, make nothing of, what we need, even when it frustrates us. Thus it is that persistent anger, uniting appetite and annihilating, leads to the inhibition of appetite altogether and is a common cause of impotence, inversion, etc. In red anger, awareness is somewhat confused. In white fury it is often very sharp, when, stifling all bodily appetite, it yet draws on the vividness of imagery that belongs to delayed appetite, as the self confronts its object to annihilate it. In purple or congested rage the self is bursting with its frustrated impulses and is confused indeed. In black wrath, or hatred, the self has begun to destroy itself in the interests of its hostile aim, it no longer sees the reality but only its own idea. 7. Fixations of the above, and sadomasochism. Annihilating, destroying, initiative, and anger are functions of good contact, necessary for the livelihood, pleasure, and protection of any organism in a difficult field. We have seen that they occur in various combinations and are likely to be pleasurable. Acting the aggressions, the organism fills out its skin, so to speak, and touches the environment, without damage to the self. Inhibiting the aggressions does not eradicate them but turns them against the self. Without aggression, love stagnates and becomes contactless, for destroying is the means of renewal. Further, a hostile aggression is often rational precisely where it is considered neurotic. Example: hostility may be turned toward a therapist not because he is father but because he is against someone who is forcing unassimilable interpretations and putting one in the wrong. The fixations of these functions, however, hatred, vengeance, and premeditated murder, ambitiousness and compulsive love hunting, habitual combativeness, these are not so amiable. To these settled passions other functions of the self are sacrificed, they are self-destructive. To hate a thing involves binding energy to what is by definition painful or frustrating, and usually with diminished contact with the changing actual situations. One clings to the hateful and holds it close. In revenge and premeditated murder, there is a burning settled need to annihilate a person whose existence insults one's concept of oneself, but if this concept is analyzed, it is found that the drama is internal. So most righteous indignation is directed against one's own temptation. The cold killer, again, is trying systematically to annihilate his environment, which is tantamount to committing suicide. I don't care for them means I don't care for myself, and this is an identification with the terrible judgment, we don't care for you. The combative man strikes one as a man with appetite who initiates an approach and then suddenly frustrates himself, because he feels inadequate, disapproved, or so, his anger flares against the frustrator, and he projects the obstacle into any likely or unlikely object. Such a man clearly wants to be beaten. In general, when an appetite is repressed, habitually kept unaware, the self is exercising a fixed hostility against itself. To the extent that this aggression is kept inward, there is a well-behaved masochism. To the extent that it finds some environmental image of itself, there is a fixed sadism. The pleasure in the sadism is the increment of appetite released by letting up on the self. To strike, stab, etc., is the form in which the sadist desiringly touches the object. And the object is loved because it is like one's own dominated self. In primary masochism it is not the pain that is wanted but the release of the dammed up instincts. The pain is a forepain, a sensation in one habitually desensitized, that then allows much more feeling to be recovered. The more the instinctual excitement is increased without a corresponding increase of awareness that it is one's own excitement and also one's own deliberateness in restricting it, the more the masochistic longing. In masochism, the appetites become more expansive and increase the tension, and the restriction is correspondingly tightened. The longing for release is neurotically interpreted as the wish to have it done to one, to be forced, broken, punctured, to let loose the inward pressures. The masochist loves the brutal lover who both gives the underlying release and yet is identified with his own self-punishing self. 8. Modern war is mass suicide without guiltiness. Let us now return to the more broadly social context and say something further about the kind of violence that characterizes our epoch. We have at present in America a combination of unexampled general wealth and unexampled civil peace. Economically and sociologically these are beneficent causes of each other. The more civil order the more productivity, and the more wealth the less incentive to destroy the civil order. By civil order we mean not the absence of crimes of violence, but the pervasive safety of both city and country. Compared with all other ages and places, travel is without danger anywhere by day or night. There are almost no brawls, riots, or armed bands. Madmen do not roam the streets, there is no plague. Disease is quickly isolated in hospitals, death is never seen, childbirth rarely. Meat is eaten, but no urban person ever sees an animal slaughtered. Never before has there existed such a state of nonviolence, safety, and sterility. Concerning our wealth, again, we need only point out that none of the debated economic issues has to do with subsistence. Unions demand not bread but better wages and hours and more security, capitalists demand fewer controls and better conditions for reinvestment. A single case of starvation is a scandal in the press. Less than 10% of the economy is devoted to elementary subsistence. More than ever in history there are comforts, luxuries, entertainments. Psychologically the picture is more dubious. There is little physical survival frustration but little satisfaction, and there are signs of acute anxiety. The general bewilderment and insecurity of isolated individuals in a too big society destroy self-confidence and initiative, and without these there cannot be active enjoyment. Sports and entertainments are passive and symbolic, the choices on the market are passive and symbolic, people make and do nothing for themselves, except symbolically. The quantity of sexuality is great, the desensitizing is extreme. It used to be felt that science, technology, and the new mores would bring on an age of happiness. This hope has been disappointed. Everywhere people are disappointed. Even on the surface, then, there is reason to smash things up, to destroy not this or that part of the system, but the whole system en bloc, for it has no further promise, it has proved unassimilable in its existing form. This sentiment is even in awareness with varying degrees of clarity. But considering more deeply, in the terms we have been developing, we see that these conditions are almost specific for the excitement of primary masochism. There is continual stimulation and only partial release of tension, an unbearable heightening of the unaware tensions unaware because people do not know what they want, nor how to get it, and the available means are too big and unmanageable. The desire for final satisfaction, for orgasm, is interpreted as the wish for total self-destruction. It is inevitable, then, that there should be a public dream of universal disaster, with vast explosions, fires, and electric shocks, and people pool their efforts to bring this apocalypse to an actuality. At the same time, however, all overt expression of destructiveness, annihilation, anger, combativeness, is suppressed in the interests of the civil order. Also the feeling of anger is inhibited and even repressed. People are sensible, tolerant, polite, and cooperative in being pushed around. But the occasions of anger are by no means minimized. On the contrary, when the larger movements of initiative are circumscribed in the competitive routines of offices, bureaucracies, and factories, there are petty friction, hurt feelings, being crossed. Small anger is continually generated, never discharged, big anger, which goes with big initiative, is repressed. Therefore, the angry situation is projected afar. People must find big distant causes adequate to explain the pressure of anger that is certainly not explicable by petty frustrations. It is necessary to have something worthy of the hatred that is unaware felt for oneself. In brief, one is angry with the enemy. This enemy is, needless to say, cruel and hardly human, there is no use in treating with him as if he were human. For we must remember, as is shown by the content of all popular cinema and literature, that the dream of American love is sadomasochistic, but the behavior of love-making is not sadomasochistic, for that would be antisocial and indecent. It is someone else that is sadistic, and surely someone else that is masochistic. Now in civil life, we have been saying, the cluster of aggressions is antisocial. But fortunately in war it is good and social. So people, longing for universal explosion and disaster, wage war against enemies who indeed enrage and fascinate them by their cruelty and subhuman strength. The massed democratic army is excellently apt for the popular needs. It gives the personal security that is lacking in civil life, it imposes a personal authority without making any demand on the secret self, for after all one is only a unit in the mass. It takes one from jobs and homes where one is inadequate and gets no great pleasure, and it organizes one's efforts much more effectively toward sadistic practices and a masochistic debacle. People observe the debacle approach. They listen to rational warnings and make all kinds of sensible policies. But the energy to flee or resist is paralyzed, or the danger is fascinating. People are eager to finish the unfinished situation. They are bent on mass suicide, an outcome that solves all problems without personal guiltiness. The counter-propaganda of pacifists is worse than useless, for it solves no problems and it increases personal guiltiness. 9. Critique of Freud's then ethos. It was in similar circumstances that Freud dreamed up his theory of the death instinct. But the circumstances were less extreme than now, for he could still at that time, in the flush of the theory of the libido, speak of a conflict between then ethos and eros and look to eros for a counterweight to then ethos. The pneumores had not yet had a trial. Freud seems to have based his theory on three evidences: the kind of social violence we have been describing, the World War I that went apparently counter to any principle of vitality and culture, the neurotic compulsion to repeat or fixate, which he attributed to the attraction of the trauma. We have seen, however, that the repetition compulsion is more simply explicable as the effort of the organism to complete with archaic means its present unfinished situation, each time enough organic tension accumulates to make the difficult attempt. Yet in an important sense this repetition and circling round the trauma may correctly be called a death wish, but it is precisely the death of the more deliberate inhibiting self that is wished for, in the interests of the more vital underlying situation. What is necessarily neurotically interpreted as a wish for death is a wish for a fuller life. But Freud's most important evidence was probably the apparent irreducibility of primary masochism. For he found that, far from being reduced, precisely as patients began to function more, their dreams became more catastrophic. The theorist was then forced by the evidence to extrapolate to a condition of perfect functioning and total masochism, i.e., to die is an instinctual craving. But, on the theory of masochism we have been advancing, this evidence is better explained as follows: the more the instinctual release without the corresponding strengthening of the self's ability to create something with the new energy, the more disruptive and violent the tensions in the field. And just as the physiological method of Reich experimentally induces this condition, so the anamnestic free association of Freud, there is release without integration. But Reich's better control of the situation enabled him to find a simpler explanation. Yet, as a biological speculation, Freud's theory is by no means negligible, and must itself be met speculatively. Let us cast it in the following schematic form: every organism, says the theory, seeks to diminish tension and reach equilibrium, but by reverting to a lower order of structure it can reach a still more stable equilibrium, so ultimately every organism seeks to be inanimate. This is its death instinct and is a case of the universal tendency toward entropy. Opposed to it are the appetites that tend to the ever more complex structures of evolution. This is a powerful speculation. If we accept the presuppositions and mystique of 19th-century science, it is hard to refute. Its rejection by most theorists, including many of the orthodox, is largely, one feels, because it is offensive, antisocial, rather than because it is seen to be erroneous. But to think, as Freud does, of a chain of causes, consisting of connected elementary links back to the beginning, is a misreading of the history of evolution. It is to make actual and concrete what is an abstraction, namely some line of evidence by which we learn the history. He speaks as if the successive complexities were added onto a single operating force, of life, isolatable from its concrete situations, as if onto a protozoan were added the soul of a metazoan, etc., or conversely, as if within a vertebrate were introjected an annelid, etc. So that falling asleep as a vertebrate, the animal then addresses itself to falling asleep as an annelid, then as a platyhelminth, and finally to becoming inanimate. But in fact every successive stage is a new whole, operating as a whole, with its own mode of life. It is its mode of life, as a concrete whole, that it wants to complete. It is not concerned with seeking equilibrium in general. The condition of a molecule or of an amoeba is not an unfinished situation for a mammal because the existing organic parts tending to completeness are quite different in the separate cases. Nothing would be solved for an organism by solving the problem of some other kinds of parts. Freud seems to misunderstand the nature of a cause. A cause is not itself an existing thing but a principle of explanation for some present problem. Therefore a chain of causes can proceed in either direction, as a final teleological goal or as a primitive genetic origin. The longer such a chain gets, the more it becomes nothing at all, for we seek a cause in order to orient ourselves in a specific individual problem, for the purpose of changing the situation or accepting it. A good cause solves the problem and then ceases to occupy us. We set down the causes in a chain, as in a textbook, not when we are handling the actual material, but when we are teaching it. Lastly, Freud's theory systematically isolates the organism from the ongoing organism/environment field, and he isolates an abstract time as another factor. But this field is existing, its presentness, its ongoing time, with the continual event of novelties, is essential to its definition and to the definition of organism. It is as part of this ever-novel field that one must think of an organism as growing, and of the species as changing. The passage of time, the change in time, is not something that is added onto a primal animal that has an internal principle of growth isolated from the time of the field, and that somehow adjusts to ever-new situations. But it is the adjustment of ever-new situations, changing both the organism and the environment, that is growth, and the kind of time that organisms have for every scientific subject has its own kind of time. To a history, novelty and irreversibility are essential. An animal trying to complete its life is necessarily seeking its growth. Eventually the animal fails and dies, not because it is seeking a lower order of structure, but because the field as a whole can no longer organize itself with that part in that form. We are destroyed just as, growing, we destroy. The aggressive drives are not essentially distinct from the erotic drives, they are different stages of growth, either as selecting, destroying, and assimilating, or as enjoying, absorbing, and reaching equilibrium. And thus, to return to our starting point, when the aggressive drives are antisocial, it is that the society is opposed to life and change, then it will either be destroyed by life or it will involve life in a common ruin, make human life destroy society and itself. The change in the antisocial since Freud's time is also indicated by the change in the method of psychotherapy from symptom analysis to character analysis and further. This is partly an improvement in technique, but partly it meets a different run of cases. The symptoms were organically neurasthenic, they were, as Freud said, the direct result of sexual frustration. The psychogenic symptoms were transparently sexual acts. Now, it seems, this direct sexual poisoning is less common. For instance, there is obviously much more masturbation without overwhelming guilt. In the character neuroses, the sexual block is related not to the discharge, but somewhat to the act, and largely to the contact and feeling. The therapeutic attitude is likewise altered. The older orthodoxy was a kind of seduction, and the character analysis is combative. We should like to substitute the concept of forefeeling, as the small element releasing a large flow of feeling, for the Freudian concept of forepleasure. For obviously, forepain operates in the same way, a man stubs his toe and his cosmic rage and grief well forth. Or a forepleasure may bring on a deep feeling that would not be called pleasure, as a lover touches one without a consoling hand and, as D.W. Griffith said, all the tears of the world wash over our hearts. Chapter 9. Conflict and Self-Conquest. 1. Conflict and Creative Disinterestedness. We must now say something about the finales of the aggressions, victory, conquest, and domination. 4. In the neuroses, the need for victory is central, and given this need, there is a readily available victim, the self. Neurosis may be regarded as self-conquest. But the neurotic need for victory is not a need for the object fought for, exercising aggression in open conflict, it is a need to have won, to be a victor as such. The meaning of it is that one has already importantly lost and been humiliated and has not assimilated the loss, but repeatedly tries to save face with petty triumphs. So every interpersonal relation, and indeed every experience, is turned into a little battle with a chance to win and prove prowess. Important conflict, however, struggling for an object that will make a difference and risking oneself in an initiative that may change the status quo. This is precisely avoided. Small symbolic conflicts and large false and therefore unending conflicts like mind versus body, love versus aggression, pleasure versus reality, are means of avoiding the exciting conflicts that would have a solution. Instead, people cling to security, here recognized as the fixation of the background, the underlying organic need and the past habit. The background must be kept background. The opposite of the need for victory is creative disinterest. We shall later attempt to describe this peculiar attitude of the spontaneous self. Accepting his concern and the object, and exercising the aggression, the creatively impartial man is excited by the conflict and grows by means of it. Win or lose, he is not attached to what might be lost, for he knows he is changing and already identifies with what he will become. With this attitude goes an emotion that is the opposite of the sense of security, namely faith. Absorbed in the actual activity, he does not protect the background but draws energy from it. He has faith that it will prove adequate. 2. Critique of the theory of the removal of inner conflict, meaning of inner. Psychoanalysis has classically devoted itself to the uncovering of inner conflicts and their removal. Roughly speaking, this is a fine conception, but it is now time to scrutinize it more closely. Inner here presumably means either inside the skin of the organism or within the psyche or in the unconscious. Examples would be the conflict between sexual tension and pain, or between instinct and conscience, or between introjected father and mother. Opposed to these, and non-neurotic, would presumably be conscious conflicts with the environment or with other persons. But put this way, the distinction between inner conflicts and other conflicts is not valuable, for clearly there are non-inner conflicts that may well be considered as neurotic. For example, to the extent that a child has not yet grown freestanding from the child/parent field, he is still suckling, learning to talk, economically dependent, etc. It is pointless to speak of the neurotic disturbances as within any individual's skin or psyche. The disturbances are in the field, true, they spring from the inner conflicts of the parents, and they will later result in introjected conflicts in the offspring as he becomes freestanding, but their essence in the disturbed felt relation is irreducible to the parts. Thus, child and parents must be treated together. Or again, the lapse of community in political societies is not reducible to the neuroses of individuals, who indeed have become individuals because of the lapse of community, nor is it reducible to the bad institutions, for these are maintained by the citizens. It is a disease of the field, and only a kind of group therapy would help. As we have already said frequently, the distinction of intrapersonal and interpersonal is a poor one, for all individual personality and all organized society develop from functions of coherence that are essential to both person and society, and indeed, the contrary functions of division are also essential to both: rejection, hate, alienation, etc. The concept of contact/boundary is more fundamental than intra or inter, or than inner and outer. And further, again, there are disturbances that may be called neurotic that occur in the organism/natural environment field, for instance the magic rituals of primitives that develop, quite without personal neurosis, from starvation and thunder fear, or our contemporary disease of mastering nature rather than live symbiotically, for quite apart from the personal and social neuroses, there is a dislocation of the interaction of sheer material quantities and dearths, caused by unaware abuses. The primitive says, the earth is starving, therefore we are starving, and we say, we are starving, therefore let us wrest something more from the earth. Symbiotically both attitudes are bad dreams. The classical wording inner conflict contains, however, a very important truth, stated characteristically upside down. It is that the inner conflicts, those inside the skin, inside the psyche, all these are for the most part reliable and not neurotic, they can be trusted to be self-regulating, they have proved themselves for thousands of years and have not changed much. The inner conflicts in this sense are not the subject of psychotherapy. When they are unaware they can be left unaware. It is, on the contrary, the meddling inward of outside the skin social forces that deliberately upsets the spontaneous inner system and calls for psychotherapy. These forces are newcomers and often ill-conceived. A large part of psychotherapy is a process of disengaging these properly outside the skin forces from meddling inside the skin and disturbing the organismic self-regulation. And by the same token, it is a process of disengaging such more distant unreliable economic and political forces as competition, money, prestige, power, from meddling inside the primary personal system of love, grief, anger, community, parenthood, dependence, and independence. 3. Meaning of conflict. Obviously, in the classical formula, conflicts are not the opposed internal tensions and checks and balances, the wisdom of the body, they are meant as bad conflicts, and hence the inner conflicts must be dissolved. Why is this necessary? The badness of conflicts seems to mean one or all of the following. All conflicts are bad because they waste energy and cause suffering. All conflicts excite aggression and destruction, which are bad. Some conflicts are bad because one of the contestants is unhealthy or antisocial, and rather than being allowed to conflict, it should be eliminated or sublimated, example pregenital sexuality or various aggressions. Mistaken conflicts are bad, and the contents of the unconscious are mostly archaic and mistaken. The point of view we are here developing, however, is that, fundamentally, no conflict should be dissolved by psychotherapy. Especially the inner conflicts are strongly energized and concernful and are the means of growth. The task of psychotherapy is to make them aware so that they may feed on new environmental material and come to a crisis. The least desirable conflicts are the aware petty battles and unending clinches based on semantical mistakes of which we spoke at the beginning of this chapter. We interpret these not in order to avoid conflict but precisely in order to bring forth the important conflicts for which they are signs. Let us then consider conflict itself, aware and attended by suffering. The notion that conflict, whether social, interpersonal, or intrapsychic, is wasteful of energy is plausible but superficial. Its plausibility is based on the assumption that the work to be done could be got at directly, then it would be wasteful for the contestant that will have to do the work to have to fight off or overcome the friction of an opponent, and perhaps both contestants can harmoniously join in the work. But this is superficial, for it assumes that one knows beforehand what the work is that is to be done, where and how the energy is to be expended. The assumption is that we know, and a part of the patient knows, just what good is to be aimed at. In that case the opposition is deceived or perverse. But where a conflict is deeply concernful, what to do, what belongs to oneself rather than to a stereotyped norm, is just what is being tested. Even more, the true work to be done, perhaps even the true vocation, is first being discovered in the conflict. It has not hitherto been known to anybody, and is certainly not adequately expressed in the contesting claims. The conflict is a collaboration going beyond what is intended, toward a new figure altogether. Surely this is true of any creative collaboration among persons. The best efficiency is attained not by establishing an a priori harmony among their interests, or by compromising their individual interests to a preconceived goal. Rather, the more sharply they differ and have it out, the more likely they are to produce collectively an idea better than any of them had individually. So in games it is the competition that makes the players surpass themselves. Now also in the creative act of a single person, for instance in a work of art or theory, it is the warring of disparate, irreconcilable elements that suddenly leaps to a creative solution. A poet does not reject an image that stubbornly but accidentally appears and mars his plan. He respects the intruder and suddenly discovers what his plan is. He discovers and creates himself. And so a scientist seeks out the disproving evidence. The question is whether the same must not be true of intrapsychic emotional conflict. In ordinary unblocked situations there is no problem. By organismic self-regulation and instinct dominance flexibly establishes itself. Example: a strong thirst puts other drives in abeyance until it is satisfied. And longer range orderings flexibly occur in the same way. Through conflict, biting, chewing, drinking establish themselves over suckling, and the genitals establish themselves as the final aim in sexuality, genital orgasm becomes the terminus of sexual excitement. In the development of these orders there were conflicting tensions, but the conflicts worked themselves out with disruption of habits, destruction, assimilation, and a new configuration. Now suppose the situation has been a blocked one. Example, suppose the genital primacy was not strongly established because of oral unfinished situations, genital fears, so-called regressions, and so forth. And suppose that all the contestants are brought into open contact and open conflict, with regard to object choices, social behavior, moral guilt on the one hand and affirmation of pleasure on the other. Must not this conflict and its attendant suffering and hardship be the means of coming to a self-creative solution? Such a conflict is severe because there is much to be destroyed, but is the destructiveness to be inhibited? If the solution, the normal primacy, is preconceived and forwarded by the therapist, much suffering and danger may be avoided, but the solution will be so much the more alien and therefore less energetic. That is, it is unwise to allay the conflict or suppress or interpret away any strong contestants, for the result must then be to prevent a thorough destruction and assimilation, and therefore to condemn the patient to a weak and never perfectly self-regulating system. Above all, we must remember that where the contestants are natural drives, aggressions, special gifts, sexual practices that in fact give pleasure, etc. They cannot be reduced, but their manifestations only deliberately suppressed, bullied, or shamed out. When all the contestants are in awareness and in contact, a man may make his own hard decisions. He is not a patient. The hope is that in such a case a difficult drive will spontaneously find its measure in a new configuration, by creative adjustment and convalescent organismic self-regulation. 4. Suffering. Let us also consider the meaning of suffering. The creative solution, we have said, is not known to the warring contestants. It first arises from the conflict. In the conflict, the contestants, their habits and interests, are in part destroyed, they lose and suffer. Thus, in the social collaboration, the partners quarrel and destroy one another, they hate the conflict. In making a poem, the poet is annoyed by the intruding image or the idea that goes off at a tangent, he gives himself a headache, he clings to his plan, becomes confused and sweats. Yet, engaged in the conflict, these cannot avoid the pain, because to suppress it now would not give pleasure but unpleasure, dullness and uneasiness and nagging doubt. Besides, the conflict itself is painfully exciting. How in fact do they finally lessen the pain? By finally standing out of the way, to quote the great formula of Tao. They disengage themselves from their preconceptions at how it ought to turn out. And into the fertile void thus formed, the solution comes flooding. That is, they engage themselves, put forward their interests and skills and let them clash, in order to sharpen the conflict, and in order to be destroyed and changed into the coming idea, and finally they do not cling to the interests as theirs. In the excitement of the creative process they come to a creative impartiality among the warring parts, and then, with great recklessness and gleeful savagery, each contestant is likely to exercise all his aggression both for and against his own part. But the self is no longer being destroyed, for it is first finding out what it is. The question again is whether this same interpretation of the use and means of lessening pain and suffering applies to somatic and emotional pain and suffering. Let us speculate a moment on the function of pain. Pain is primarily a signal, it calls attention to an immediate present danger, for instance the threat to an organ. The spontaneous response to it is to get out of the way or, failing that, to annihilate the threatener. Animal life does not dwell on pain and suffering. When injury persists and nothing deliberately can be done to help, the animal becomes numb to the pain or even faints. What, then, is the function of prolonged suffering common among human beings? We hazard the guess that it is to get us to attend to the immediate present problem and then to stand out of the way, to give the threat all our powers, and then to stand out of the way, to relax useless deliberateness, to let the conflict rage and destroy what must be destroyed. Consider two simple illustrations. A man is ill, he tries to go about his business and he suffers, forced to realize he has quite other business, he attends to his illness, lies down and waits, the suffering lessens and he falls asleep. Or, a loved one dies, there is a sad conflict between intellectual acceptance on the one hand and desires and memories on the other. The average man tries to distract himself, but the superior man obeys the signal and engages himself in the suffering, calls up the past, sees his present hopelessly frustrated, he cannot imagine what to do now that the bottom has fallen out of everything, the grief, confusion and suffering are prolonged, for there is much to be destroyed and annihilated and much to be assimilated, and during this time he must not go about his unimportant business, deliberately suppressing the conflict. Finally the morning labor is complete and the person is changed, he assumes a creative disinterest, at once new interests become dominant. Emotional suffering is a means of preventing the isolation of the problem, in order that, working through the conflict, the self may grow in the field of the existent. The sooner one is willing to relax struggling against the destructive conflict, to relax to the pain and confusion, the sooner the suffering is over. To the physician, of course, the danger in emotional conflict and suffering is that its raging may destroy the patient, tear him to pieces. This is a true danger. But it is to be met not necessarily by weakening the conflict but by strengthening the self and the self-awareness. When one realizes that it is one's own conflict, and that one is tearing oneself to pieces, there is a new dynamic factor in the situation, namely oneself. Then, as the conflict is attended to and sharpens, one sooner reaches the attitude of creative impartiality and identifies with the coming solution. 5. Self-conquest, premature pacification. We are saying, then, that neurosis does not consist in any active conflict, inner or outer, of one desire against another, or of social standards against animal needs, or of personal needs against both social standards and animal needs. All such conflicts are compatible with the integration of the self, and indeed are means of the integrating of the self. But neurosis is the premature pacification of conflicts, it is a clinch or truce or numbness to avoid further conflict, and it secondarily manifests itself as a need for victory in petty battles, as if to unmake the underlying humiliation. It is, briefly, self-conquest. Let us here distinguish two stages of satisfaction, the satisfaction of the cessation of conflict and the satisfaction of conquest. Suppose that instead of being able to identify with a coming solution, the self despairs of a solution and has no prospect but continued suffering and a too crushing defeat. In our families and society this must often be the case, for a creative solution is often impossible. An adult, understanding the situation, may suffer on, but a child necessarily gives up. Let us consider the meaning of resignation. At the moment of extreme conflict and despair, the organism responds by blotting out, spectacularly by fainting, more usually by numb feeling, paralysis, or some other method of temporary repression. But when the immediate crisis is past, if the circumstances are no more promising for a solution, the further conflict is avoided, the self no longer aggresses, and the more bearable situation of the repression is stabilized, one is resigned. But there is then an empty space in the figure, for the general context of need, opportunity, difficulty, etc., is the same, but the self-assertion that occupied the central place in the conflict is missing. This empty space is now filled by identifying with another person, namely the person who made the conflict unbearable and who made one resign. This person is usually one who is feared and loved. The conflict is resigned both out of fear and in order not to risk disapproval, and now that person becomes oneself. That is, instead of pressing on to the new self one would become in the unknown solution of the conflict, one introjects this other self. Identifying with it, one lends it the force of one's own aggressions now disengaged from the advancement of one's own needs. These aggressions are now retroflectively turned against those needs, averting attention from them, tensing the muscles against their excitations, calling such needs silly or vicious, punishing them, and so forth. According to the norms of the introjected person, one alienates and aggresses against the conflicting self. This is easy to do, for the more filial and social part of oneself, which was one of the contestants, can ally with the introjected authority. Useful aggressive and repressive attitudes are close at hand and easy to learn. It is easy to avoid occasions of temptation once one has agreed to be good. It is easy to consider a drive vicious and alien to oneself when one has identified with those who consider it so. The opposite of the excitement of the conflict is the numbness of resignation. The opposite of the fertile void when one has attained a level of disinterest is the empty space of resignation, where the self used to be. And the opposite of identification with the coming new self is the introjection of an alien personality. There is thus a premature pacification. In the sequel, of course, the unfinished conflict is still unfinished, but it manifests itself as a need for victory in small battles instead of a willingness to consider difficult opposition with a certain disinterestedness, and it is a clinging to security instead of having faith. The emotional conflict was hard to solve because another person, for example, the parent, was both loved and feared, yet unfortunately when the conflict, the self's own complicated needs and struggling confusion, is resigned and the parent is introjected and the self's aggression turned against the self, then this love also is lost, for there is no contact with what is clung to and no renewed love with outgoing aggression. 6. Self-conquest, satisfactions of conquest. Let us now look at the peace that has been achieved. We must distinguish positive and negative peace. When the conflict has raged itself out and come to a creative solution with the change and assimilation of the warring factors, there is a relief of suffering and the completed excitement of the new created whole. This is positive. There is no sense of conquest and no object to dominate, for indeed the victims have vanished, they are destroyed and assimilated. In positive peace, paradoxically, there is the flush of victory without the sentiment of conquest. The chief sentiment is the liveliness of new possibilities, for there is a new configuration. So victory is portrayed as winged, on her toes, facing onward. There is a positive peace also in crushing defeat, if one has gone to one's limits, exhausted every resource and not withheld the maximum of rage. For by tantrum and the labor of mourning the need for the impossible is annihilated. The new self is somber but whole, that is, its animation is restricted in the new conditions but it has not internalized and identified with the conqueror. So Pigai, for instance, has beautifully described how the suppliants in Greek tragedies have more strength than the arrogant victors. The peace of conquest, however, where the victim is still in existence and must be dominated, is, as peace, a negation. The suffering of the conflict has ceased but the figure of awareness is not alive with new possibilities, for nothing has been solved. Victor and victim and their relations continue to fill the news. The victor is watchful, the victim resentful. In social wars we see that such negative peace is not stable, there are too many unfinished situations. How is it that, in self-conquest, the pacification proves to be stable at all and the conquering self can continue for decades to dominate the alienated part of itself? For indeed the vitality of any natural drive is strong, it can be alienated but not annihilated. We should expect it to be too strong to be long subdued by fear or the need for affection. Why does the conflict not recommence as soon as there is a favorable change in the situation? It is that the self now gets an enormous positive satisfaction from its identification with the strong authority. As a whole the self has been defeated, for its conflict has not been allowed to mature and become some new positive thing, but the identifying self can now say I am the victor. This powerful satisfaction is arrogance. What are the elements? First, added to the relief of the cessation of suffering the conflict, is the expansive relief from the pressures of threatened defeat, shame, humiliation. By assuming another role, arrogance is expansive, brash, confident. Second, there is the blushing satisfaction of gloating, a species of vanity. In Freudian terms, the superego is smiling on the ego. Third, the proud self arrogates to itself the fancied virtues of the authorities, strength, rights, wisdom, guiltlessness. Last and most important, and by no means an illusion, the arrogant self can now wield its aggression and continually prove that it is a conqueror, for the victim is always available for domination. The stability of the resigned character does not come from having given up once and for all, but from the fact that the aggression is continually exercised. Unfortunately, the chief victim of the aggression is just oneself, always available to be beaten, squelched, squeezed, bitten, and so forth. Thus the apparent increase of strength and aggressiveness is a crippling weakness. Energy is bound in keeping down the alien drive. If the inner tension becomes too great, the threat from below is projected and one finds scapegoats. These are other persons who have, or to whom can be attributed, one's own offensive and alien drive. They add to the roster of the victims and heighten the arrogance and pride. Let us be careful to see just what is unfortunate in this process. The elements of expansiveness, ego ideal, and the arrogation of virtues do not, as such, constitute an unattractive childlike attitude. This is blushing pride, basking in self-approval and social approval, and saying, "See what a big boy am I." It is a species of exhibition, offensive probably only to those who are disappointed and envious. When the fourth element, the unrestrained aggression, is added, the portrait becomes darker, terrible yet still not ugly. Where there is absolute pride in the self and unbridled outward aggression, we have the true conqueror, a mad spectacle like a torrent or other irrational force, destroying all and soon destroying itself. This is the combination of self-love, self-assurance, and power, without the self-regulation or interpersonal regulation of organic need or social purpose. Such dark madness is not without grandeur. We both wonder at it and try to annihilate it. It is this grand image, of course, that the weak self-conqueror dreams of. His concept of himself is illusory through and through, it does not draw on his energy. The true conqueror is a distraught creator who appoints himself to the role and acts it out. The self-conqueror has resigned himself and been appointed to another role by someone else. 7. Self-control and character. Beneath the surface need for victory and clinging to security, then, is a remarkable arrogance and conceit. It is only underneath that one comes to the resignation. The conceit proves itself by being able to show that it can in fact produce the goods, be strong, for its victim is always available. The typical remark is, "I'm strong, I'm independent, I can take it or leave it." Every exercise of self-control, as it is called, is a proof of one's superiority. Again a difficulty arises, especially in our mores. The social grounds of self-esteem are ambiguous. It is necessary to prove not only that one is strong but that one is potent, sexually excitable. This contradictory requirement can be met only if the act of love can be made sadomasochistic enough to be able to use aggression as a releasing forefeeling for sexuality, and sexuality in turn as a means of being punished, to allay anxiety. Self-conquest is socially esteemed as character. A man of character does not succumb to weakness. He can marshal his aggression to put over his ideals. The anti-sexual society that bases its ethics on character, perhaps somewhat more in the immediately previous centuries than nowadays, attributes all achievement to repression and self-control. And certain aspects of our civilization are probably due to character, namely, the vast empty facade, the mere quantity, the imposing front, for these constitute the ever-needed proofs of dominating men and nature. They are proofs of potency. But grace, warmth, strength, good sense, gaiety, tragedy, these are impossible to persons of character. Even so, given such major satisfactions of the self, and the freedom to wield aggression, and the highest social prestige, self-conquest is a viable partial integration. It results merely in diminished happiness, personal illness, the domination and misery of others, and the waste of social energy. All these can be put up with. But suddenly the repressions begin to fail because of the general spread of luxuries and temptations. The self-esteem is weakened by social insecurity and insignificance, character is not rewarded, and outgoing aggression in civil enterprise is hampered, so that aggression is wielded only against the self. In this present-day situation, self-conquest looms in the foreground as the center of neurosis. 8. Relation of theory and method. What the theorist sees as the center of neurosis depends partly on such social conditions as we have been describing. But partly, of course, it depends on the method of therapy employed. In the method explained in this book, where the attempt is made to help the self integrate itself, extending the areas of vitality to include wider areas, the chief resistance is found in the self's unwillingness to grow. The self maintains a grip against its own ongoing development. In the early orthodox technique, where the patient passively, unthinkingly, and irresponsibly produced his ID contents, naturally what struck the therapist was the clash between these and the social norms. The task of integration was a more viable readjustment. Later this concept was felt to be insufficient, the resignation and character deformation of the patient loomed in the center. But we must point out a remarkable and almost ridiculous contradiction in the usual terminology of theories of character analysis. We have seen that, identifying with the authority, the self wields its aggression against its alienated drives, example its sexuality. It is the self that is the aggressor, it conquers and dominates. Yet strangely, when the character analysts come to speak of the boundary between the self and the alien, they suddenly mention not the weapons of the self but the defenses of the self, its defensive armor. The self, controlling the motoric system and deliberately averting the attention and throttling the excitations, is thought of as defending itself against the threats from below. What is the reason for this odd blunder? It is that the self is not taken seriously by the therapist. He can speak of it in any way that suits his convenience, because practically it is nothing. To him only two forces exist, the authority and the instincts, and first the therapist, not the patient, assigns power to the first, and then rebelliously he assigns power to the second. But there is another existing thing, the self of the patient, and this must be taken seriously by the therapist, for, to repeat, it is only the self that is really available for help. The social norms cannot be altered in psychotherapy, and the instincts cannot be altered at all. 9. What is inhibited in self-conquest? The genesis, in reverse order, of the self-conquest is as follows. Need for victory. Clinging to security. Conceit of the arrogated personality. Introjection. Resignation. Withdrawal of the self. Now what is primarily inhibited in self-conquest? What is the fundamental loss inflicted on itself by the self? It is the coming solution of the conflict that is inhibited. It is the excitement of growing that is driven underground. Sexual excitation, aggression, and grief may to a degree be released in a compartmented way, but unless one feels that he is risking himself in them, the fundamental dullness, boredom, and resignation must persist. The outgoing acts are meaningless. Meaningfulness is the same as the excitement of the coming solution. The premature interruption of the conflict, through despair, fear of loss, or avoidance of suffering, inhibits the creativity of the self, its power to assimilate the conflict and form a new whole. The therapy, conversely, must free the aggression from its fixed target, the organism, make the introjects aware in order that they may be destroyed, bring the compartmented interests, the sexual, the social, etc., back into contact and conflict, and rely on the integrative power of the self, its peculiar style, as expressed precisely in the vitality of the neurosis. Many questions at once arise. Is not a coming solution something future and non-existent? How can the non-existent be importantly inhibited and do much damage? How does the self create itself anew, from what material? With what energy? In what form? Is not relying on the integrative power an attitude of therapeutic laissez-faire? And if the conflict is further stirred up and further disintegrates the self, how will the self maintain itself at all, much less grow? What is the self? We shall try to answer these questions in the next chapters. Here let us mention only the chief point. The self is the system of contacts in the organism/environment field, and these contacts are the structured experience of the actual present situation. It is not the self of the organism as such, nor is it the passive recipient of the environment. Creativity is inventing a new solution, inventing it both as finding it and as devising it, but this new way could not rise in the organism or its unconscious, for there are only conservative ways, nor could it be in the novel environment as such, for even if one hit on it there, one would not recognize it as one's own. Yet the existing field passing into the next moment is rich with potential novelty, and contact is the actualization. Invention is original, it is the organism growing, assimilating new matter and drawing on new sources of energy. The self does not know beforehand what it will invent, for knowledge is the form of what has already occurred. Certainly a therapist does not know it, for he cannot grow somebody else's growth, he is simply part of the field. But growing, the self risks it with suffering if it has long avoided risking it and therefore must destroy many prejudices, introjects, attachments to the fixed past, securities, plans and ambitions, risks it with excitement if it can accept living in the present. Part 3, Theory of the Self. Chapter X. Self, Ego, ID, and Personality. 1. Plan of the following chapters. In what has preceded we have discussed some problems of the fundamental perception of reality, of human animal nature and maturation, of language and the formation of personality and society. In all of these, we have tried to show the self performing its function of creative adjustment, often in situations of emergency and enforced resignation where the new created whole is neurotic and does not seem to be a work of creative adjustment at all. Indeed, we have chosen to discuss mainly those problems and situations, example the idea of the external world, or the infantile, or the antisocial, the misunderstanding of which tends to obscure the true nature of the self, as we consider it. Let us now make a new beginning and develop more systematically our notion of the self and its neurotic inhibition. First, drawing on material of the introductory chapter, The Structure of Growth, we consider the self as the function of contacting the actual transient present, we ask what its properties and activity are, and we discuss the three chief partial systems, ego, ID, and personality, that in special circumstances seem to be the self. Next, in a critique of various psychological theories, we try to show why our notion has been overlooked and why other incomplete or erroneous views have seemed plausible. Then, deploying the activity of the self as a temporal process, we discuss the stages of forecontact, contacting, final contact, and post-contact, and this is an account of the nature of creative adjustment growth. Finally, after first clarifying and trying to make coherent the customary Freudian analysis of repression and the genesis of neurosis, we explain the various neurotic configurations as various inhibitions of the process of contacting the present. 2. Self is the system of present contacts and the agent of growth. We have seen that in any biological or socio-psychological investigation, the concrete subject matter is always an organism/environment field. There is no function of any animal that is definable except as a function of such a field. Organic physiology, thoughts and emotions, objects and persons, are abstractions that are meaningful only when referred back to interactions of the field. The field as a whole tends to complete itself, to reach the simplest equilibrium possible for that level of field. But since the conditions are always changing, the partial equilibrium achieved is always novel, it must be grown to. An organism preserves itself only by growing. Self-preserving and growing are polar, for it is only what preserves itself that can grow by assimilation, and it is only what continually assimilates novelty that can preserve itself and not degenerate. So the materials and energy of growth are, the conservative attempt of the organism to remain as it has been, the novel environment, the destruction of previous partial equilibria, and the assimilation of something new. Contacting is, in general, the growing of the organism. By contacting we mean food getting and eating, loving and making love, aggressing, conflicting, communicating, perceiving, learning, locomotion, technique, and in general every function that must be primarily considered as occurring at the boundary in an organism/environment field. The complex system of contacts necessary for adjustment in the difficult field, we call self. Self may be regarded as at the boundary of the organism, but the boundary is not itself isolated from the environment, it contacts the environment, it belongs to both, environment and organism. Contact is touching something. The self is not to be thought of as a fixed institution, it exists wherever and whenever there is in fact a boundary interaction. To paraphrase Aristotle, when the thumb is pinched, the self exists in the painful thumb. Self, the system of contacts, always integrates perceptive proprioceptive functions, motor muscular functions, and organic needs. It is aware and orients, aggresses and manipulates, and feels emotionally the appropriateness of environment and organism. There is no good perception without involving muscularity and organic need. A perceived figure is not bright and sharp unless one is interested in it and focuses on it and scans it. Likewise, there is no grace or skill of movement without interest and proprioception of the muscles and perception of the environment. An organic excitation expresses itself, becomes meaningful, precisely by imparting rhythm and motion to precepts, as is obvious in music. To put this another way, it is the sensory organ that perceives, it is the muscle that moves, it is the vegetative organ that suffers an excess or deficit, but it is the organism as a whole in contact with the environment that is aware, manipulates, feels. This integration is not osios, it is creative adjustment. In contact situations, the self is the power that forms the gestalt in the field, or better, the self is the figure/background process in contact situations. The sense of this formative process, the dynamic relation of ground and figure, is excitement. Excitement is the feeling of the forming of the figure background in contact situations, as the unfinished situation tends to its completion. Conversely, since self exists not as a fixed institution but especially as adjusting to more intense and difficult problems, when these situations are quiescent or approach equilibrium, the self is diminished. So it is in sleep or in any growth as it approaches assimilation. In food getting, the hunger, imagination, motion, selection, and eating are full of self, the swallowing, digestion, and assimilation occur with less or no self. Or so in the contact by proximity of charged surfaces, as in love, the desire, approach, touching, and total release of energies are full of self, the subsequent flowing occurs with diminished self. So again in conflicts, the destruction and annihilation are full of self, the identification and alienation occur with diminished self. In brief, where there is most conflict, contact, and figure/background, there is most self, where there is confluence, isolation, or equilibrium, there is diminished self. Self exists where there are the shifting boundaries of contact. The areas of contact may be restricted, as in the neuroses, but wherever there is a boundary and contact occurs, it is, insofar, creative self. 3. Self as actualization of the potential. The present is a passage out of the past toward the future, and these are the stages of an act of self as it contacts the actuality. What is important to notice is that the actuality contacted is not an unchanging objective state of affairs that is appropriated, but a potentiality that in contact becomes actual. The past is what is unchanging and essentially unchangeable. In concentrating awareness on the actual situation, this pastness of the situation is given as the state of the organism and the environment, but at once, at the very instant of concentration, the unchanging given is dissolving into many possibilities and is seen to be a potentiality. As concentration proceeds, these possibilities are reformed into a new figure emerging from the ground of the potentiality. The self experiences itself as identifying with some of the possibilities and alienating others. The future, the coming, is the directedness of this process out of the many possibilities toward a new single figure. The inhibition of self, in neurosis, is said to be an inability to conceive of the situation as changing or otherwise. Neurosis is a fixation on the unchanging past. This is true, but the function of self is more than the accepting of the possibilities, it is also their identification and alienation, the creative coming to a new figure, it is to differentiate between obsolete responses and the unique new behavior called for. We can see here again how the usual advice, be yourself, is misleading, for the self can be felt only as a potentiality, anything more definite must emerge in actual behavior. The anxiety roused by this advice is fear of the void and confusion of so indefinite a role. The neurotic feels he is then worthless in comparison with some conceived concept of his ego, and underlying is the dread of the repressed behavior that might emerge from the void. 4. Properties of self. Self is spontaneous, middle in mode, and engaged with its situation. Let us consider these properties in turn, though they involve one another. Spontaneity is the feeling of acting the organism/environment that is going on, being not merely its artisan nor its artifact, but growing in it. Spontaneity is not directive nor self-directive, nor is it being carried along though essentially disengaged, but it is a discovering and inventing as one goes along, engaged and accepting. The spontaneous is both active and passive, both willing and done to, or better, it is middle in mode, a creative impartiality, a disinterest not in the sense of being not excited or not creative, for spontaneity is eminently these, but as the unity prior to activity and passivity, containing both. The extremes of spontaneity are on the one hand deliberateness and on the other relaxation. Of the chief classes of contact functions, feelings are most often considered the underlying self or soul. This is because feelings are always spontaneous and middle, one can neither will nor be compelled to feel something. Muscular movement is often predominantly active, and perception is sometimes predominantly passive. But of course both motion and perception may be spontaneous and middle, as in animated dancing or in aesthetic perception, and deliberateness itself can be spontaneous, example the uncanny deliberateness of inspired heroic action, and so can relaxation, as when basking in the sun or in the favor of a beloved. By engaged with the situation, we mean that there is no sense of oneself or of other things other than one's experience of the situation. The feeling is immediate, concrete, and present and integrally involves perception, muscularity, and excitation. Let us contrast two attitudes. When our perceptions and proprioceptions give us orientation in the field, this orientation may be abstractly regarded, and so felt, as indicating a locomotion and then arriving at a goal where we shall be satisfied, or it may be concretely felt as being on the way and in a sense having arrived and now getting one's bearings. In contact with a task, again, the plan is lit up with fragmentary flashes of the finished product, and contrariwise the finished product is not what is abstractly thought but what clarifies itself in the planning and the working up of the material. Further, there are no mere means and ends. With regard to every part of the process there is a well-rounded but ongoing satisfaction. Getting one's bearings is itself a manipulation and a forefeeling. If this were not so, nothing could ever be done spontaneously, for one would spontaneously break off and pursue what does excite feeling. To give a dramatic example, the warrior engaged in a death struggle passionately feels and takes pleasure in the fight. Finally, spontaneously engaged in a present concern and accepting it as it develops, the self is not aware of itself abstractly, but is aware of itself as contacting something. Its I is polar with a U and an it. The it is the sense of the materials, urges, and background, the U is the directedness of interest, the I is taking the steps and making the progressive identifications and alienations. 5. Ego, ID, and personality as aspects of self. The activity we have been discussing actualizing the potential and the properties spontaneity, middle mode, etc. belong to self engaged in a kind of generalized present, but of course there is no such moment. For the most part the self creates special structures for special purposes, by bracketing off or fixing certain of its powers while it freely exercises the rest, so we have mentioned numerous neurotic structures, have just previously alluded to the structure in natural observations, and so forth. The subject matter of a formal psychology would be the exhaustive classification, description, and analysis of the possible structures of the self. For our purposes, let us briefly discuss three such structures of the self, the ego, the ID, and the personality, because, For various reasons of the run of patients and the methods of therapy, these separate partial structures have been taken, in theories of abnormal psychology, for the whole function of the self. As aspects of the self in a simple spontaneous act, ID, ego, and personality are the major stages of creative adjustment. The ID is the given background dissolving into its possibilities, including organic excitations and past unfinished situations becoming aware, and the environment vaguely perceived, and the inchoate feelings connecting organism and environment. The ego is the progressive identification with and alienation of the possibilities, the limiting and heightening of the ongoing contact, including motor behavior, aggressing, orientation, and manipulation. The personality is the created figure that the self becomes and assimilates to the organism, uniting it with the results of previous growth. Obviously all this is just the figure/background process itself, and in such a simple case there is no need to dignify the stages with special names. 6. The ego. A more common healthy experience, however, is the following: 1 is relaxed, there are many possible concerns, all accepted and all fairly vague. The self is a weak gestalt. Then an interest assumes dominance and the forces spontaneously mobilize themselves, certain images brighten and motor responses are initiated. At this point, most often, there are also required certain deliberate exclusions and choices. It is necessary to pay attention as well as to be attentive, to budget one's time and resources, to mobilize means not in themselves interesting, and so forth. That is, deliberate limitations are imposed in the total functioning of the self, and the identification and alienation proceed according to these limits. Nevertheless, of course, during this intervening period of deliberate concentration the spontaneity is pervasive, in the background and in the creative act of deliberateness and in the mounting excitement in the foreground. And finally, at the climax of excitement, the deliberateness is relaxed and the satisfaction is again spontaneous. In this common experience, what is the self-awareness of the ego, the system of identifications? It is deliberate, active in mode, sensorically alert and motorically aggressive, and conscious of itself as isolated from its situation. Healthy deliberateness is aware restricting of certain interests, perceptions, and motions in order to concentrate with a simpler unity elsewhere. Perception and proprioception are restricted by not noticing, example the attention may be motorically averted, or if an organic excitation is inhibited, the percept loses brightness. Motor impulses may be checked by rival motor impulses. Excitations may be inhibited by isolating them, not giving them objects to sharpen and arouse them, not muscular initiative to gather impetus. Now these mechanisms necessarily produce a sense of being active, of doing the experiencing, for the self is identified with the lively chosen interest, and seems from this center to be an extrinsic agent in the field. The approach in the environment is felt as an active aggression rather than as a growing into, for here again the reality is not met according to its spontaneous brightness but is selected or excluded according to the interest identified with. One has the sense of making the situation. Means are selected purely as means, according to previous knowledge of similar situations. One then has the sense of using and mastering rather than of discovering and inventing. The senses are on the alert, on the lookout for, rather than finding or responding. There is a high degree of abstraction from the perceptive motoric affective unity and from the total field. Plan, means, and goal are separated from one another. These abstractions cohere in a tighter, simpler unity. Finally, an important abstraction that is felt as real in the situation of deliberateness is the ego itself, for organic need is restricted to the goal, perception is controlled, and the environment is not contacted as the pole of one's existence but is held at a distance as external world, to which oneself is an extrinsic agent. What is felt as close is the unity of goal, orientation, means, control, etc., and that is precisely the actor itself, the ego. Now all theorizing, and especially introspecting, is deliberate, restrictive, and abstractive, so, in theorizing about the self, especially from introspections, it is the ego that looms as the central structure of the self. One is aware of oneself in a certain isolation, not always in contact with something else. The exertion of will and the exercise of one's technique impress by their apparent energy. Besides, there is the following important neurotic factor: acts of deliberateness continually recur in quieting unfinished situations, so that this habit of the self impresses itself on the memory as the pervasive feeling of self, whereas spontaneous contacts tend to finish the situation and be forgotten. However it may be, the fact is that in the orthodox psychoanalytic theories of consciousness, it is the ego and not the self that is made central. That is, in a paradisal world of spontaneous identifications and alienations without deliberate restriction, the ego would be merely a stage of the function of the self. And if only behavior is observed, the ego still does not loom, even when there is much deliberateness. But in any introspective theory it necessarily looms large, and where the subject is neurotic, nothing else exists in consciousness but the deliberate ego. 7. The ID. To the orthodox Freudian theorist, however, the conscious deliveries of the neurotic patient count for very little, his deliberate efforts are seen to be lacking in energy. Instead, the theorist goes to the opposite and finds that the important, energetic part of the mental apparatus is the ID, but the ID is mainly unconscious. Introspection tells us nothing about it, it is observable in behavior, including verbal behavior, to which only a rudimentary consciousness attaches. This notion of the properties of the ID is, of course, a consequence of the method of therapy, the relaxed patient and the free association, and the meanings created by the concentration not of the patient but of the therapist. But let us consider, rather, the structure of the self in common aware relaxation. The situation is that, in order to rest, the self suspends sensory readiness and loosens the muscles from the middle tone. The ID then appears as passive, scattered and irrational, its contents are hallucinatory and the body looms large. The sense of passivity comes from the act of accepting without engagement. Desirous of resting, the self is not going to rally and act out the impulse, motor initiation is completely inhibited. One after another momentary signals assume dominance and lapse, for they are not further contacted. To the small center of introspective activity, these possibilities seem to be impressions, they are given and done to one. The images that occur tend to be hallucinatory, real objects and whole dramatic incidents contacted with a minimum of expenditure of effort, example hypnagogic images or fantasies of masturbation. Their energy comes from unfinished situations of such a kind as to be satisfied by the agitation of the contact boundary itself. For if the organic unfinished situations are urgent, then rest is impossible, the attempt to enforce it results in insomnia, restlessness, etc., but if they are feeble, they can be more or less gratified by hallucination. The passive sexuality of masturbation combines these passive fantasies with an active self-aggression that quiets the need for motoric response. The self seems scattered, and it is indeed disintegrating and vanishing into mere potentiality, for it exists, is actualized, by contacting. Since both sensory orientation and motor manipulation are inhibited, nothing makes any sense and the contents seem mysterious. To contrast ego, self, and ID, the deliberate ego has the tight abstract unity of aiming at a goal and excluding distractions, spontaneity has the flexible concrete unity of growing, of engagement and accepting the distractions as possible attractions, and relaxation is disintegrating, unified only by the looming sense of the body. The body looms large because, sense and motion suspended, the proprioceptions usurp the field. These have been deliberately suppressed, now released, they flood into awareness. If they do not provide an urgent center of concentration, one falls asleep. 8. The personality. The personality as a structure of the self is again largely discovered and invented in the analytic procedure itself, especially when the method is the interpretation and correction of the interpersonal relations. The personality is the system of attitudes assumed in interpersonal relations, is the assumption of what one is, serving as the ground on which one could explain one's behavior, if the explanation were asked for. When the interpersonal behavior is neurotic, the personality consists of a number of mistaken concepts of oneself, introjects, ego ideals, masks, etc. But when the therapy is concluded, the personality is a kind of framework of attitudes, understood by oneself, that can be used for every kind of interpersonal behavior. In the nature of the case, this is the ultimate achievement of a psychoanalytic interview, and the result is that the free structure thus achieved is taken by the theorists to be the self. But the personality is essentially a verbal replica of the self, it is that which answers a question or a self-question. It is characteristic of the interpersonal theorists that they have little to say of organic functioning, sexuality, obscure fantasy, or again of the technical working up of physical materials, for all these are not primarily matter for explanation. What is the self-awareness of the personality, as we have spoken of the self-awareness of the ego and the ID? It is autonomous, responsible, and self-known through and through as playing a definite role in the actual situation. Autonomy must not be confused with spontaneity. It is free choosing, and has always a sense of primary disengagement followed by commitment. The freedom is given by the fact that the ground of the activity has already been achieved, one commits oneself according to what one is, that is, has become. But the middle mode of spontaneity does not have the luxury of this freedom, nor the feeling of security that comes from knowing what and where one is and being able to engage or not. One is engaged and carried along, not in spite of oneself, but beyond oneself. Autonomy is less extrinsically active than deliberateness and of course less extrinsically passive than relaxation, for it is one's own situation that one engages in according to one's role, one is not working on nor worked on by something other, therefore, free personality is thought to be spontaneous and middle in mode. But in spontaneous behavior, everything is novel and progressively made one's own. In autonomy the behavior is one's own because in principle it has already been achieved and assimilated. The actual situation is really not novel, but a mirror image of the personality, thus it is known to be one's own and one is secure. The personality is transparent, it is known through and through, because it is the system of what has been recognized. The self is not at all transparent in this sense, though it is aware and can orient itself, for its consciousness of self is in terms of the other in the actual situation. Likewise, personality is responsible and can hold itself responsible in a sense that the creative self is not responsible. For responsibility is the filling out of a contract is made according to what one is, and responsibility is the further consistency of behavior in this framework. But pure creativity cannot contract in this sense, its consistency comes to be as it goes along. Thus personality is the responsible structure of the self. To give what is not so much an analogy as an example, a poet, recognizing the kind of situation and the kind of attitude of communication required, may contract to write a sonnet, and he responsibly fills out this metric form, but he creates the imagery, the emotional rhythm, the meaning as he more and more closely contacts the speech. This should be obvious, but the abstractions have become so ingrained that it is useful to insist on the obvious and point out the common classes of error. Standing, walking, lying down are interactions with gravity and supports. Breathing is of air. Having an external or internal skin or envelope is an interaction with temperature, weather, fluid, gaseous and solid pressures and osmotic densities. Nutrition and growth are assimilations of selected novel materials that are bitten, chewed, sucked, digested. In such cases, however, there is a common tendency to abstract the organism, as a man eats for his health, without addressing himself to the food, or he tries to relax, without resting on the earth, or he tries to breathe, without exhaling as well as inhaling. All perception and thinking are more than a mere response and go out to as well as come from the field. The visible is touched by the eyes, it is sight, the sounding touches the ears in hearing and is touched by them. Objects of sight and hearing exist by interest, confrontation, discrimination, practical concern. The causes of change and the forms of permanence are solutions of orientation and manipulation. In such cases, however, there is a tendency to abstract the environment or the reality and consider it prior to the organism. The stimulus and the facts are thought of as prior to the response and the need. Communication, imitation, caring for, dependency, etc., are the organic social nature of certain animals. Personality is formed of interpersonal relations, rhetorical attitudes, and society, contrariwise, is bound together by intrapersonal needs. The symbiosis of organisms and inanimate forces is an interaction of the field. Emotions, concern, and so forth are contact functions, definable only as relations of needs and objects. Both identification and alienation are ways of functioning in a field. In these cases, however, the common tendency is to abstract both organism and environment in isolation, and to recombine them secondarily. It expresses, I am one who does not want to feel, or I want to conceal what I feel. So abstractions and unchanging abstract reality are constructs of fixed past experience. Essentially eternal real conditions are experienced not as unchanging, but as continually renewed the same. All things that admit of combination must be capable of reciprocal contact, and the same is true of any two things of which one acts and the other suffers action in the proper sense of the terms. In speaking of the middle mode, there is again an important difficulty of language. In English we have mostly only active or passive verbs. Our intransitives, walking, talking, have lost their middle mode and are merely activities without object. This is a disease of language. Greek has a regular middle mode with, plausibly, the disinterested meaning we here require, example dunamai, have power to, or bolome, want. So it is with some French reflexives, s amuser, have a good time, or se promeneur, to take a walk. But we must make a careful distinction. Just what the middle is not is action on the self. This we shall later call retroflexion, often a neurotic mechanism. The middle mode means, rather, that whether the self does or is done to, it refers the process to itself as a totality, it feels it as its own and is engaged in it. So perhaps in the English, address oneself to. Chapter 11. Critique of psychoanalytic theories of the self. 1. Critique of a theory that makes the self osseous. The self function is the figure/background process in boundary contacts in the organism/environment field. This conception is so available in both ordinary and clinical experience and is also so useful for therapy that we are confronted with the problem of why it is disregarded or overlooked altogether in the current theories. In this chapter, then, let us discuss the shortcomings of these theories of consciousness. Later we shall see that the self-function is more adequately treated by Freud himself, except that, because of a faulty theory of repression, he assigns its creative work mostly to the unconscious. The difficulties of the orthodox theories begin when they distinguish between the healthy consciousness and the diseased consciousness, for the healthy consciousness is regarded as osseous, dynamically osseous in the theory and, therefore, practically osseous in the therapy. It does nothing. It is only the diseased consciousness that is effective and attended to in order to put it out of the way. Consider the following passage from Anna Freud's The Ego and the Mechanisms of Defense. When the relations between the two neighboring powers ego and ID are peaceful, the former fulfills to admiration its role of observing the latter. Different instinctual impulses are perpetually forcing their way from the ID into the ego, where they gain access to the motor system by means of which they attain gratification. In favorable cases the ego does not object to the intruder but puts its own energies at the other's disposal, and confines itself to perceiving. The ego, if it assents to the impulse, does not enter into the picture at all. In this passage, first, of course, there is an important truth: the impulse assumes dominance by organismic self-regulation. Without deliberate effort, there is an identification with what is given. But what a peculiar use of words to say the impulse forces its way as an intruder, and the ego does not object, as if in favorable circumstances there were not a unitary process of the self as the ground. And so everywhere in the passage the cart is put before the horse, instead of beginning from a pre-differentiated contact of perception motion feeling which then develops as the obstacles and problems become more definite, it is necessary for the ego to put its energies at the other's disposal, etc., but in fact one could not show an impulse that was not also a perception and a muscular motion. One is at a loss to conceive the relation of organism and environment that is implied by the ego confines itself to perceiving, to being aware, and otherwise does not enter into the picture. Awareness is not osios, it is orientation, appreciating and approaching, choosing a technique, and it is everywhere in functional interplay with manipulation and the mounting excitement of closer contact. The perceptions are not mere perceptions, they brighten and sharpen, and attract. Throughout the process there is discovery and invention, not looking on, for although the need of the organism is conservative, the gratification of the need can only come from the novelty in the environment. The ID function more and more becomes ego function up to the point of final contact and release, just the opposite of what Miss Freud asserts. It is precisely in favorable circumstances, when the ID and the ego are in harmony, that the creative work of awareness is most manifest, not out of the picture. For suppose that this were not the case, why, functionally, should the awareness be necessary at all? Why could not the gratification occur and the tension be released while the animal is vegetating in a dreamless sleep? But it is because contacting the novel present requires a unified functioning of the powers. Let us cite another passage to show how this theoretical error of the osios awareness system is baneful for therapy. The content of Anna Freud's book, a book, by the way, that is a valuable contribution, is as follows: consciousness is what is most available for treatment, it is the fixed ego defenses that constitute the neurosis. With these theses we of course agree. And the problem, as she sees it, is how to catch the ego at work. This cannot be in a healthy situation, she argues, for then the ego is osios. Nor can it be when the ego is successfully defensive, for then its mechanism is hidden, the impulse is repressed. But, example. Reaction formation and neurotic ego mechanism can best be studied when such formations are in process of disintegration. For a time instinctual impulse and reaction formation are visible within the ego side by side. Owing to another function of the ego, its tendency to synthesis, this condition of affairs which is particularly favorable for analytic observation, lasts only for a few moments at a time. Notice, here, that the tendency to synthesis is called another function of the available ego, mentioned in parentheses at the end of the chapter, but this tendency is what Kant, for instance, judged to be the essence of the empirical ego, the synthetic unity of apperception, and it is what we have been considering to be the chief work of the self, Gestalt formation. In this passage, however, this synthetic tendency is regarded as an unfortunate obstacle to the observation of what? Of the ego. Clearly by ego, here, Miss Freud means not the awareness system at all, but the neurotic unaware deliberateness, yet this is not the consciousness that is most available for treatment, enlisting the cooperation of the patient. The alternative is what we have been suggesting all along, to analyze precisely the structure of the syntheses, for the patient to concentrate on how his figures are incomplete, distorted, awkward, feeble, obscure, and to let them develop to more completeness not by circumventing the synthetic tendency but by mobilizing more of it. In this process anxiety is aroused and conflicts emerge, and at the same time the patient is progressively in a position to cope with the anxiety, so it again becomes breathing excitement. Thus the theory of the self develops directly with the therapy of the self. But in the orthodox conception, the opposite is the case. By not concentrating on the patient's integrative power, but tricking it out of the way as much as possible, the analyst learns something about what the patient would be like if he were completely disoriented and paralyzed. What then? Will the analyst then put together the patient from the disparate parts? But this must be done by the patient's integrative power. But not only has the analyst not called this into exercise at all, and has weakened it as much as he can, but he still knows nothing about it. A theory that makes the awareness system practically osseous and even an obstacle gives a false picture of the healthy situation and does not help in the neurotic situation. 2. Critique of a theory that isolates the self in fixed boundaries. Most of the orthodox theories of awareness are on the previous pattern. Less typical is Paul Federn's theory of the ego and its boundaries. In this theory, the ego is not osseous, it acts and is felt as an existent synthetic unity. The ego consists in the feeling of unity, contiguity, and continuity of the individual's body and mind in the proprioception of one's individuality. The ego is a functional cathexis unit, changing with every actual thought and perception, but retaining the same feeling of its existence in distinct boundaries. And again, Dr. Federn warns of the error of the osseous. The temptation to believe that one presents ego psychology by using the word ego instead of personality or individual. Any tautological terminology easily serves self-deception. We must bear in mind that the ego is a specific psychosomatic unit cathected with mental energy. And Dr. Federn shows how to use this energetic unit in therapy. For instance, specific operating awareness functions, such as abstraction or conceptual thinking, may be weakened, and the therapy consists in strengthening them by exercises of the ego. So far so good. But the difficulty with this conception is this: if the contact system is essentially the proprioception of one's individuality within distinct boundaries, then how possibly does one get into contact with the reality outside the boundaries? The difficulty confronts us squarely in the following formulation of Dr. Federn's. Whatsoever is mere thought is due to a mental process lying inside the mental and physical boundary. Whatsoever has the connotation of being real lies outside the mental and physical ego boundary. In the present state of philosophy, this kind of formulation seems perfectly reasonable, but it is absurd. For how does one become aware of the distinction between the inside and the outside, the thought and the real? Is it not by awareness? Therefore, in some way the system of awareness must directly contact the external real. The self-sense must go beyond the proprioception of one's individuality. The problem is an ancient one: how, awake, do you know that you were dreaming and are not now dreaming? And the answer must still be the classical one: it is not by a special connotation of reality, as if reality were a detachable quality, but by integrating more awareness into the actual situation, more consistency, more body feeling, and especially in this case more deliberate muscularity. If the doctor were also to speak of motor behavior as part of the ego sense, as well as of perception and proprioception, the absurdity would become patent, for then the body of the individual could not be bounded from the other things of the environment. Let us see how, dynamically, one comes to Dr. Federn's plausible picture. Consider the following propositions. The mental and the bodily ego are felt separately, but in the wake state always in such a way that the mental ego is experienced to be inside the body ego. Certainly not always. A situation of strong interest looms in awareness much larger than the felt body. The body is felt as part of it, or it is not the body that is felt at all, but the object in its situation qualified by the bodily appetite. At such a moment the body is felt as small and turned outward toward the interest. But what the author is likely thinking of is the moment of introspection, and it is true that in this act the mind is inside the body, especially if the body resists being background and looms bored, restive, itching. We can now appreciate the formulation. The ego as subject is known by the pronoun I, and as object it is called the self. This is reasonable language if the observational technique is introspection, for then the mental ego is active and the mental and bodily self is passive, and since the body awareness is not controllable unless the introspection turns into a lively fantasy, the object body feeling is larger than the introspective subject. But let us consider the logic of such language for general usage. The body awareness is not active in introspection. What then? Is it I or not? If the body awareness is I, then the self is not mere object, and the I is in part not subject. If the body awareness is not I, then there is a system of awareness beyond the ego's scrutiny, and what then becomes of the unity? Both the conclusions happen to be true and both are incompatible with Federn's theory. Fortunately, the true underlying unity can be demonstrated by a simple experiment: introspecting. Try to include as objects of the acting I more and more pieces of the larger passive body self. Gradually, then all at once, the mind and body will coalesce, I and self will merge, the distinction of subject and object will disappear, and the aware self will touch the reality as perception or interest in some external problem, without the intervention of mere thoughts. That is, the self, aware in middle mode, bursts the compartmenting of mind, body, and external world. Must we not conclude that for the theory of the self and its relation to the I, introspection is a poor primary method of observation, for it creates a peculiar condition? We must begin by exploring a wide range of concernful situations and behaviors. Then, if we resume the introspection, the true situation is apparent, that the introspecting ego is a deliberate restrictive attitude of the psychosomatic awareness, temporarily excluding the environmental awareness and making the body awareness a passive object. When this deliberate restricting is unaware, then there is the sense of a fixed boundary of the self, and of an isolated active center. But this existence is created by the attitude. And then, too, we have mere thoughts emptied of reality. But in the context of aware introspection, the thoughts are reality, they are the actual situation when excluding the environment, and then the bounded self and its active center are a good gestalt. But in general, the aware self does not have fixed boundaries, it exists in each case by contacting some actual situation and is limited by the context of concern, by the dominant interest and the consequent identifications and alienations. 3. Comparison of the above theories. The discussion of the above theories brings to light the opposite dilemmas in the usual modern psychologies. Like Anna Freud, one saves the functional field, the interplay of organism and environment, but one makes osios the synthetic power of the self. Or like Federn, one saves the synthetic power of the self by cutting off the self from the environment. But these dilemmas are soluble if we bear in mind that what is primarily given is a unified ground of perceptive, motoric, and feeling functions, and that the self-function is a creative adjustment in the organism/environment field. We can now tackle the question proposed in the beginning of this chapter: how is it that the self-function is so grossly misconceived and that, as is notorious, the theory of the ego is the least developed part of psychoanalysis? Let us mention 4 interrelated causes. The philosophic climate compartmenting mind, body, external world. The social fear of creative spontaneity. The history of the division between depth and general psychology. The active and passive techniques of psychotherapy. These causes have conspired to produce the customary dilemmas of the ego theory. 4. Philosophic compartments. The method of psychology has been, classically, to proceed from the objects of experience to the acts to the powers, the last being the proper subject matter example from the nature of the visible to the actuality of sight to the power of seeing as part of the organic soul. This is a reasonable sequence, from the observable to the inferred. But if the experiencing happens to be neurotic, a curious difficulty rises: abnormal powers give distorted acts and these give defective objects, and then if we proceed from this defectively experienced world we shall mistakenly infer the powers of experience, and the mistakes reinforce one another, in a vicious circle. We saw in Chapter 3 how the reaction to epidemic chronic low-grade emergency is to perceive a world of compartmented mind, body, and external world. Now the objects of such an external world are such as require to be pushed about by an aggressive will, and cognitively they are alien, fragmented etc., such as to be known only by an elaborate abstract ratiocination. The self inferred as experiencing such objects would be the deliberate ego we have been describing. But this inference is reinforced by the fact that the chronic hypertonus of unaware muscularity, the over-alert perception, and the diminished proprioception produce a sense of willing and exaggerated consciousness, the essential self as the isolated deliberate ego. Likewise in the relation of mind and body, the self-conquering aggression keeps down the appetites and anxieties. Medical observation and theory exfoliate in the direction of invasion by external poisons and microbes, and medical practice consists of sterile hygiene, chemical cures, vitamins, and analgesics. The factors of depression, tension, and susceptibility are overlooked. So in general, behavior that does not count on the unity of the field prevents the emergence of evidence against the current theory. There is little apparent creativity, contact is lacking, and energy seems to come from within, and the parts of the Gestalt seem to be in the mind. Then, given this theory of the isolated active ego, consider the problem that confronts a physician. If the synthetic power of the ego is taken seriously with regard to the physiological functioning, there is an end to organism self-regulation, for the ego will intervene rather than accept and develop, but interference with self-regulation produces psychosomatic disease. Therefore, theoretically and practically, in comparative health the ego is treated as otiose, an onlooker. And this is proved by the fact that the isolated ego indeed lacks energy, does not count for much. Likewise, if the synthetic power of the ego is taken seriously with regard to the reality, we have the world of the psychotic, a world of projections, rationalizations, and dreams. Therefore, in comparative health a final distinction is made between mere thoughts and the real. The ego is fixed in its bounds. It is interesting to notice what occurs when one part of the philosophic compartmenting is dissolved, but not the other part. Both in theory and therapy, Wilhelm Reich has completely re-established the psychosomatic unity, but despite certain concessions to the plain evidence, he fundamentally still regards the animal as functioning inside its skin. Example: the orgasm is not compared with the pulsation in a bladder, the organism is not taken as an abstraction from the existing field. What then occurs in his theory? At the boundary, contact situations are seen as contradictory drives, and to find their unity one cannot look to the creative synthesis of the self but must leave the socio-biological surface and explore in the biological depths. All human energy comes from inside. The possibility of a creative solution of the surface contradictions, example in culture or politics, is more and more despaired of. In therapy, the method comes in the end merely to trying to awaken the oracles of the body. The creative power of the self is assigned completely to the non-conscious organismic self-regulation, against all the evidence of the humane sciences, art, history, etc. But then, secondarily, overleaping the boundary of contact, the repressed unity of the field is abstractly projected into the heavens and everywhere, as a biophysical power, directly energizing the organism from without. And this abstraction and projection, the Argonne theory, is accompanied by the usual obsessional scientific positivism. On the other hand, suppose the compartmenting of the social environment is dissolved but the psychosomatic unity is not grasped but is paid only lip service. We then come to the view of the interpersonal theorists. These reduce the self to what we have above called the personality, and then astonishingly but inevitably they tell us that much of the biological nature is neurotic and infantile. But their construction lacks vitality and originality, and just where one would hope they would be at their best, as inventive and revolutionary social initiators, we find their social philosophy to be a peculiarly tasteless hall of mirrors of the free but empty personalities. 5. Social fear of creativity. So much for the splittings in the field, the ground of contact. Let us now turn to the Gestalt forming in the field, the spontaneity of the self. As we tried to show in Chapter 6, there is an epidemic fear of spontaneity. It is the infantile par excellence, for it does not take into account the so-called reality, it is irresponsible. But let us consider the social behavior in a usual political issue, and see what these terms mean. There is an issue, a problem, and there are opposing parties. The terms in which the problem is stated are taken from the policies, vested interests, and history of these parties, and these are considered to be the only possible approaches to the problem. The parties are not constituted from the reality of the problem, but the problem is thought to be real only if stated in the accepted framework. But in fact neither of the opposing policies spontaneously recommends itself as a real solution of the real problem, and one is therefore continually confronted with a choice of the lesser of two evils. Naturally such a choice does not excite enthusiasm or initiative. This is what is called being realistic. The creative approach to a difficulty is just the opposite. It tries to advance the problem to a different level by discovering or inventing some new third approach that is essential to the issue and that spontaneously recommends itself. Whenever the choice is merely and exclusively the lesser evil, without envisaging the truly satisfactory, it is likely that there is not a real conflict but the mask of a real conflict that no one wants to envisage. Our social problems are usually posed to conceal the real conflicts and prevent the real solutions, for these might require grave risks and changes. If a man, however, spontaneously expresses his real irk, or simple common sense, and aims at a creative adjustment of the issue, he is called escapist, impractical, utopian, unrealistic. It is the accepted way of posing the problem, and not the problem, that is taken for the reality. We may observe this behavior in families, in politics, in the universities, in the professions. Most of the reality principle consists of these social illusions, and it is maintained by self-conquest. This is obvious if we consider that in the natural sciences and in technology, where they are at their best, every kind of guess, wish, hope, and project is entertained without the least guilt or anxiety. The real subject matter is not conformed to but is observed with fascination and experimented on with temerity. But in other affairs we have the following circle: the reality principle makes creative spontaneity otiose, dangerous, or psychotic, the repressed excitement is turned more aggressively against the creative self, and the reality of the norm then is experienced as real indeed. The most dismal timidity is not the fear of instinct nor of doing injury, but the fear of doing something in a new way of one's own, or to omit doing it if one is not really interested. But people consult manuals, authorities, newspaper columnists, informed opinion. What picture of the self will one then draw? It is not even assimilative, no less creative, it is introjective, additive, and regurgitating. 6. The fine arts in analytic theory. A beautiful example of the blotting out of spontaneity from analytic theory may be observed in the treatment of the fine arts and poetry, just where one would expect to find creative spontaneity in the foreground. Long ago Freud declared that psychoanalysis could deal with the themes that artists chose and with the blocks to their creativity, but not with the creative inspiration, which was mysterious, nor with the technique, which was the domain of art history and art criticism. This dictum has since for the most part been adhered to, and when it has not been adhered to, the result has been to make of art a peculiarly virulent neurotic symptom. Yet what an extraordinary conception it is! For theme and inhibition belong to every activity whatever, it is just the creative force and the technique that make the artist and poet, so that the so-called psychology of art is the psychology of everything but particularly not art. But let us consider just these two forbidden subjects and especially the technique. To the artist, of course, technique, style, is everything. He feels creativity as his natural excitement and his interest in the theme, but the technique is his way of forming the real to be more real. It occupies the foreground of his awareness, perception, manipulation. The style is himself, it is what he exhibits and communicates, style and not banal repressed wishes nor the news of the day. The working up of the real surface, the transformation of the apparent or inchoate theme in the material medium, is the creativity. In this process there is no mystery at all, except the merely verbal mystery that it is not something one knows beforehand, but something one does and then knows and can talk about. But this is true of every perception and manipulation that confronts any novelty and forms a gestalt. To the extent that, as in psychological experiments, we can isolate a task and repeat similar parts, we can predict the whole that will be spontaneously perceived or performed, but in all important concerns in art and the rest of life, the problem and the parts are always somewhat new, the whole is explicable but not predictable. Even so, the whole comes into being by a very ordinary experience. The mystery of the creative for psychoanalysts comes from their not looking for it in the obvious place, in the ordinary health of contact. But where could one expect to find it in the classical concepts of psychoanalysis? Not in the superego, for that inhibits creative expression, it destroys. Not in the ego, for that originates nothing, but either observes or executes, or suppresses and defends itself. It cannot be the ego that is creative, for the artist cannot explain himself. He says, I don't know where it comes from, but if you're interested in how I do it, this is what I do, and he then begins a boring technical explanation that is the subject matter of art criticism and art history but not of psychology. Therefore psychoanalysts guess that the creative must be in the ID, and there it is well hidden. Yet indeed, an artist is not unaware of what he does, he is quite aware. He does not verbalize it nor theorize it, except a posteriori, but he makes something by handling the material medium and solving a rough new problem that refines itself as he goes along. Theorizing from the self-conquering ego, psychoanalysis can make no sense of a kind of contact that is exciting and changes the reality. And the disgrace of our generation is that this kind of ego is so epidemic that what the artist does seems extraordinary. Instead of theorizing the ego from the most lively cases of creativity, which are the normal ones, the theory has sprung from the average, and the lively cases are considered mysterious or else virulently neurotic. Yet the right theory could also be gleaned from the spontaneity of children who, with perfect aplomb, hallucinate reality and still recognize reality, and who play with reality and alter reality, without being in the least psychotic. But they, of course, are infantile. 7. The split between depth and general psychology. Historically, psychoanalysis developed in the heyday of association psychology, and in the first flush of the reflex arc and conditioned reflex grounding of the associations. The functional and dynamic theory of Freud was so at variance with these conceptions that it seemed to belong to a different world, and this was in fact the truce arrived at, a division of worlds. The world of the conscious Freud conceded to the associationists, the world of dreams he took for himself and correctly mapped with functional signals. At the boundary of the two worlds, where the dreams emerged into waking, occurred what Freud in a brilliant flash called the secondary elaboration. It certainly was not primary and energetic, but was an attempt to make sense by conforming to the laws of reality, namely the associations. Meantime, the psychologists more and more proved that these were indeed the laws of reality by constructing experimental situations that were less and less vitally interesting, and in which the response tended to be in fact reflex, mazes and shocks, the reactions to which were not secondary but tertiary and quaternary, up to the point of nervous breakdown. Occasionally, to be sure, Freud indicated that the dream laws might be the laws of reality, but he did not see how to reconcile the discrepancies. Yet indeed, just on logical grounds, given the two worlds, the world of dreams with its laws of pleasure and fantastic distortions, and the world of conscious reality with its no pleasure and additive associations, it is hard to avoid the recurring epistemological question, with what unitary awareness does one distinguish these two worlds, and what are the laws of that unitary system? In general psychology occurred the Gestalt revolution that was mainly a return to ancient conceptions. Perception, abstraction, problem-solving came to be conceived as formed and forming wholes, the completion of unfinished needful tasks. Now one would have expected an immediate rapprochement between Gestalt psychology and psychoanalysis, a synthesis of contact and depth psychology, and therefore, again, a functional theory of the self, ID, ego, and personality. This failed to occur. The lack of daring to do it must be attributed to the Gestaltists, for the psychoanalysts have not lacked daring. First, for years, in order to refute the associationists, the Gestalt psychologists devoted themselves to proving that the perceived wholes were objective and essentially physical, not subjective nor the result of emotional tendencies. Yet what an astonishing victory to win! For throughout physical nature the Gestaltists keenly sought out whole tendencies, insisted on the context and the interrelation of all the parts, in order to bolster their psychology, but it was only in this one case of human feelings that the Gestalt principle did not apply. An emotion was not a real part of the perception it accompanied, it did not enter the figure. Secondly, ambitious for this victory, they carefully sterilized the experimental situations, making them less and less possibly interesting to any subject, and nevertheless, by wonderful ingenuity, they were able to demonstrate the Gestalt. Yet their very success should have alarmed them and served as disproving evidence, for it was against their basic principle of the context, that it is where all the functions are mobilized by a real need that the Gestalt is most evident. What they ought to have experimented was just the reverse, to show the weakening of the formative tendency when the task becomes a mere laboratory task, abstract, isolated, unconcerned fool. Thirdly, from the beginning they have clung to the scientific method of the formal laboratory. But consider the following difficulty: what if the very thing that offers the essential explanation, the creative power of lively excitement, will either withdraw from this situation or intervene in the experiment, upset the controls, unsterilize the situation, perhaps decline to be experimented on at all, and insist on the existing problem, not the abstract problem? In such a case, in the interests of science, one must turn away from the fetishism of the accepted scientific method. The experiment must be real and meant, in the sense of making a personal difference, of being a sophisticated effort for happiness, and therefore a partnership in which the experimenter and the subject are both men. Such studies are by no means out of the question. Politically they occur in cooperative communities, socially and medically they occur in such projects as the Peckham Health Center, and they exist in every session of psychotherapy. Be that as it may, we have now had for 2 generations the anomalous situation of the 2 most dynamic schools of psychology advancing parallel with little interaction. And inevitably it is just their meeting ground, the theory of the self, that has suffered and is the least developed. 8. Conclusion. Lastly, the methods used in psychotherapy itself have obscured true theories of the self and of growth, and have tended to confirm theories of the ego as either otiose or merely resistant, of the ID as unaware, of the personality as merely formal, etc. They have produced situations of observation, and employed criteria of cure, in which the evidence is prima facie confirmatory of such theories. Throughout this book we have been showing examples of how this comes about. Nevertheless, it would be unjust to conclude this unfriendly chapter without saying the following. With all its defects, no other discipline in modern times has conveyed the unity of the organism/environment field so much as psychoanalysis. If we look at the grand lines rather than the details, we can see that in medicine, psychology, sociology, law, politics, biology, biophysics, anthropology, culture history, community planning, pedagogy, and other specialties, psychoanalysis has discovered and invented a unity. In each case the specialist scientists have rightly rejected the simplifications and the reductions, yet we see that in their very replying to the errors of psychoanalysis they begin to use the terms of psychoanalysis, and the evidence marshaled to refute psychoanalysis as irrelevant was quite overlooked before the advent of psychoanalysis. Anna Freud, The Ego and the Mechanisms of Defense, International Universities Press Incorporated, New York, 1946. Anna Freud, The Ego and the Mechanisms of Defense, International Universities Press Incorporated, New York, 1946. This is a fair description of what above we have called the personality. The self as such does not so much feel its own existence as the unity of its contacting. Paul Federn, Mental Hygiene of the Psychotic Ego, American Journal of Psychotherapy, July, 1949, pages 356 to 371. The outstanding exception was Rank, whose art and artist is beyond praise. Chapter 12. Creative Adjustment. I for Contact and Contacting. 1. Physiology and Psychology. Although there is no function of the organism that is not essentially an interacting in the organism/environment field, yet at any time the greater part of the great majority of animal functions are tending to complete themselves inside the skin, protected and unaware, they are not contact functions. Contacts are at the boundary, and essentially they contact the novel. Organic adjustments are conservative, they have been built into the organism during long phylogenetic history. Presumably at some time every inside function was also a contact function, adventuring in and suffering the environment, But now, even in emergencies, regulation occurs with little contact of the novel. The system of conservative inherited adjustments is the physiology. It is, of course, integrated and regulates itself as a whole. It is not a collection of elementary reflexes. This wholeness of the physiology the ancients used to call the soul, and psychology included also the discussion of the physiology. But we prefer to make the subject of psychology the special set of the physiological adjustments that are also in relation with what is not physiological, namely, the contacts at the boundary in the organism/environment field. The defining difference between the physiology and the psychology is the self-regulating, relatively self-contained conservatism of the soul and the confronting and assimilation of novelty by the self. It will be seen from this that presentness in a situation and creative adjustment constitute the self-function. In a certain sense, the self is nothing but a function of the physiology, but in another sense it is not part of the organism at all, but is a function of the field. It is the way the field includes the organism. Let us consider these interactions of the physiology and the self. 2. For contact, periodic and aperiodic. A physiological function completes itself internally, but ultimately no function can continue to do so without assimilating something from the environment, without growing. Thus unfinished physiological situations periodically excite the contact boundary because of some deficit or surfeit, and this periodicity applies to every function, whether the metabolism, need for orgasm, need to divide, need to exercise or rest, etc., and all these occur in the self as urges or appetites, hunger, urge to excrete, sexuality, fatigue, etc. We may see from this why breathing plays such an interesting role in psychology and therapy. Breathing is a physiological function, yet its period of requiring the environment is so frequent, and indeed continuous, that it is always on the verge of becoming aware, a kind of contact. And in breathing one sees par excellence that the animal is a field, the environment is inside or essentially pervading at every moment. And so anxiety, the disturbance of breathing, accompanies any disturbance of the self-function. Thus the first step in therapy is contacting the breathing. The conservative functions become contact, also, when a novel situation occurs because of aware malfunction. These are the aperiodic pains. Let us contrast the periodic urges and the aperiodic pains. In the urges and appetites, the figure of contact develops, for instance, thirst and possible water, and the body is background and more recedes. In pain the body is more and more attended to as the foreground figure. So the classic therapeutic maxim is, the healthy man feels his emotions, the neurotic feels his body, which is not to deny, of course, but rather to imply that in therapy one tries to extend the area of body awareness, for it is because some areas cannot be felt that others are unduly tensed during excitement and are felt as painful. Other novelties occur in the conservative physiology because of environmental stimuli, perceptions, poisons, etc. These are aperiodic. Either they meet with and are responded to by some urge or appetite, in which case they become centers of the developing figure of contact, with the body more and more as background, or they are annoyances, irrelevant, and so forth, in which case they will become pains, with the body as foreground and the attempt to annihilate the novelty from the figure, in order again to become unaware. Lastly, there are the novelties in the physiology that are especially fateful for neurosis, the disturbances of the conservative organismic self-regulation. Suppose, for instance, that an urge or appetite is not satisfied from the environment and the emergency functions cannot operate or are exhausted, then there will be a readjustment of the physiology, an attempt to establish a new unaware conservatism in the new conditions. The same will happen if there are chronic painful environmental demands or persistent foreign bodies in the body. Obviously all these ad hoc physiological adjustments cannot easily cohere with the conservative inherited system. They malfunction, produce diseases and pains. Yet it is clear that they are a secondary physiology, for the novelty does not lead to awareness and creative adjustment, but itself becomes unaware and organically self-regulating. Deformed posture is an example. Being no longer novelties, These structures do not appear in the self, in contact, but they are evident, as we shall see, precisely in the defects and fixations of the self-functioning. The poor adjustment between the inherited and the new physiology occurs in the self, again, in periodic pain-tinged urges or symptoms. It is with the occurrence of novelty, then, that the physiology becomes contactful. We have distinguished the following classes. 1. Periodic urges and appetites, the contact developing toward the environment. 2. Aperiodic pains, the contact developing toward the body. 3. Stimulations, either developing as appetites, or as pains. 4. Readjustments of physiology because of environmental conditions, appearing as deficiencies in the structure of contact, or periodically as symptoms. These excitations or forecontacts initiate the excitement of the figure/background process. 3. First stages of contact. The excitations at the contact boundary lend their energy to the formation of a sharper and simpler object figure, approaching it, appreciating it, overcoming obstacles, manipulating and altering the reality, until the unfinished situation is complete and the novelty is assimilated. This process of contacting touching the loved, interesting, or appetizing object, or expelling from the field, by avoidance or annihilation, the dangerous or painful object is in general a continuous sequence of grounds and figures, each ground emptying out and lending its energy to the forming figure that in turn becomes ground for a sharper figure. The whole process is an aware mounting excitement. Note that the energy for the figure formation comes from both poles of the field, both the organism and the environment. The process of contact is a single whole, but we may conveniently divide the sequence of grounds and figures as follows. 1. For contact, the body is the ground, the appetite or environmental stimulus is the figure. This is what is aware as the given or idea of the situation, dissolving into its possibilities. 2. Contacting, the excitement of appetite becomes the ground and some object or set of possibilities is the figure. The body diminishes. There is an emotion. There is choosing and rejecting of possibilities, aggression in approaching and in overcoming obstacles, and deliberate orientation and manipulation. These are the identifications and alienations of the ego. 3. Final contact, against a background of unconcernful environment and body, the lively goal is the figure and is in touch. All deliberateness is relaxed and there is a spontaneous unitary action of perception, motion, and feeling. The awareness is at its brightest, in the figure of the you. 4. Post-contact, there is a flowing organism/environment interaction that is not a figure/background, the self diminishes. In this chapter we discuss the first two of these, in the next chapter the remaining two. Appetite seems either to be stimulated by something in the environment or to rise spontaneously from the organism. But of course the environment would not excite, it would not be a stimulus, unless the organism were set to respond, and further, it can often be shown that it was a dimly aware appetite that put one in the way of the stimulus at the appropriate time. The response reaches out to the stimulus. The appetite is, however, usually vague until it finds some object to work on. It is the work of creative adjustment that heightens awareness of what one wants. But in cases of extreme need, extreme physiological deficit or surfeit, the spontaneous appetite may make itself definite, bright, and sharply delineated to the point of hallucination. In the defect of an object it makes an object, largely out of fragments of memory. Hallucination to the point of blacking out the environment is an emergency function, but it calls our attention to what occurs in the ordinary case. For in the more helpful case of strong but vague appetite with possibilities in the environment, the self functions as follows: the tendency to hallucination, to make the object, enlivens something that is actually perceived, it spontaneously focuses, remembers, and anticipates it. What is confronted is not what a moment before was, but an object made of perception and imagination, against a background of mounting excitement. Such a figure is already a created reality. Meantime, motor behavior is adding other novelties to the rapidly altering whole, paying attention and approaching. there is aggressive initiation of new possibilities. If there are obstacles, anger and annihilating alter the reality. And in general, one's technique or style, the learned possibilities of manipulation, add to and determine what is perceived as an object. That is, from the beginning and throughout, on being excited by a novelty, the self dissolves the given into possibilities and from them creates a reality. The reality is a passage from past to future. This is what exists, and this is what the self is aware of, discovers and invents. 4. Gratuitous creativity. Often, indeed, the self seems hardly responsive at all to organic excitations and environmental stimuli, but acts as if, hallucinating a goal and flexing its technique, it were spontaneously making a problem for itself in order to force growth. This kind of gratuitous act is extremely interesting. Prima facie it appears to be neurotic because it lays so heavy a stress on the creative and so little on the adjusting. It seems to be a flight from the reality, a mere hallucination. Nevertheless, it is probably a normal function, for given a field so complicated and subtle as human beings have, it is plausible that spectacular success requires the ability to make occasional quite uncalled for projects, to make trouble for oneself, and also to suspend utility and play. Certainly, although most wisdom is the fruit of solving obvious needs, the most characteristically human wisdom and folly have always seemed at first gratuitous. Further, in neurotic gratuitous action, flight from reality, we must distinguish two aspects. First is the safe expression of unaware unfinished situations. These are the garrulous plans, busy-making enterprises, substitute activities, etc., but also there is the expression of dissatisfaction with one's circumscribed self, the desire to change without knowing how, and thence the reckless adventure, which in fact is often perfectly reasonable and integrative, but felt as reckless only by the neurotic. And besides, as Yeats used to say, without a touch of recklessness there is no courtliness and poetry. Consider again the enormous expenditure of human effort in creating a more desirable surface reality, either out of perceptions and images in the arts or out of essences and explanations in the speculative sciences. In one aspect this effort is entirely gratuitous, it is work of the contact boundary alone. Yet the naive judgment of beauty and truth, a usual judgment in antiquity and analyzed once and for all by Kant, has to do with the surface itself. It is not an adjustment of the organism to the environment, nor a satisfactory completion of an organic drive in the environment, but it is an adjustment of the whole field to the self, to the surface of contact. As Kant well said it, there is a sense of purpose, without a purpose. And the act is pure self, for the pleasure is disinterested and spontaneous, the organism is in abeyance. Is there perhaps a function for it? In a difficult and conflictful field, where almost nothing can exist without deliberateness and caution and effort, beauty is suddenly a symbol of paradise, where all is spontaneous, beasts without fangs, and without thorn the rose, yes, or beasts with fangs, and heroes who can win or lose grandly, and where, as Kant said, happiness is the reward of good intentions. Then this gratuitous creativity of awareness is truly recreative for an animal that requires recreation. It helps to relax our habitual prudence, in order that we may breathe. 5. Creativity/adjustment. For the most part, however, we may consider the self's creativity and the organism/environment adjustment as polar. One cannot exist without the other. Given the novelty and infinite variety of the environment, no adjustment would be possible by the conservative inherited self-regulation alone. Contact must be a creative transformation. On the other hand, creativity that is not continually destroying and assimilating an environment given in perception and resisting manipulation is useless to the organism and remains superficial and lacking in energy. It does not become deeply exciting, and it soon languishes. It is useless to the organism because there is no completion of unfinished physiological situations without, ultimately, new environmental material for assimilation. This last point is obvious with regard, for instance, to metabolic deficit, hunger and feeding, and so with the other appetites, but it is sometimes overlooked with regard to the unfinished situations of neurosis. It is the truth in the orthodox insistence on transference in the cure, for the relation to the therapist is a real social situation. And the change of attitude of a patient, when he turns his aggression from himself toward his introjects in order to assimilate them or regurgitate them, is a change in the reality. Yet we must go even further and say the following, that relaxing deliberateness, learning correctly to interpret one's case, and even feeling one's body and one's emotions, these do not, in the end, solve any problems. They make a solution again possible, they transform the unaware secondary physiology again into a problem of creative contact, but then the solution must be lived out. If the social environment is still refractory to creative adjustment, if the patient cannot adjust it to himself, then he must again adjust himself to it and keep his neurosis. Creativity without outgoing adjustment remains superficial, then, first because the excitement of the unfinished situation is not drawn on, and the mere interest in contact lapses. Secondly, it is in manipulating the resistant that the self becomes involved and engaged. Knowledge and technique, more and more of the achieved past, are called into play and into question, and soon the irrelevant difficulties prove to be the means of exploring oneself and finding out what it is that one really intends. Frustrations, anger, partial satisfactions, feed the excitement. It is fed partly from the organism, partly from the resistant and destroyed and suggestive environment. To make the comparison again with the fine arts, the Crocian notion of the creative moment being the intuition of the whole, and the rest being mere execution, is true and yet profoundly false. The intuition does adumbrate the final product, it is projected from the beginning as a hallucination, but the artist does not understand the dream, he does not know what he intends. It is the handling of the medium that practically reveals his intention and forces him to realize it. 6. Emotions. To illustrate the transition from the excitations and stimuli of forecontact to the creative figure formation of contacting, let us consider the emotions. An emotion is the integrative awareness of a relation between the organism and the environment. As such, it is a function of the field. In psychotherapy this can be shown experimentally, by concentration and muscular exercises. It is possible to mobilize particular combinations of body behavior, and these rouse a kind of restless excitation, example tightening and loosening the jaw, clenching the fists, beginning to gasp, and so forth, and the feeling of a frustrated anger. Now, if to this proprioception is added the environmental awareness, either fantasy or perception of something or person that one can be angry with, at once the emotion flares in full force and clarity. Conversely, in an emotional situation, the emotion is not felt until one accepts the corresponding bodily behavior. It is when one clenches one's fist that one begins to feel the anger. If we think of the functioning of an organism in its environment, the need for such integrative combinations is evident. The animal must know immediately and truly what the relations of the field are, and he must be impelled by the knowledge. Emotions are such motivating knowledge as allow the animal to experience the environment as his own, to grow, protect himself, and so forth. For instance, longing is the heightening of appetite confronted with a distant object. In order to overcome distance or other obstacles, grief is the tension of loss or lack in accepting the absence of the object from the field. In order to withdraw and recuperate, anger is the destroying of obstacles to appetite. Spite is an attack on an unavoidable overpowering enemy in order not altogether to capitulate. Compassion is the avoidance or undoing of one's own loss by helping another, and so forth. In the sequence of grounds and figures, the emotions take over the motivational force of the urges and appetites, but the motivation, made definite by its objective reference, is thereby stronger. But the emotions in turn, except in very simple adjustments, give up their motivational force to the still stronger and more definite feelings, the actualized virtues and vices that impel more complicated orientations and manipulations, especially when they are deliberate. In this transition, again, we can see that both more of the organism and more of the environment are drawn on. Let us say a few more words about the emotions. It is clear that emotions are not confused or rudimentary impulses, but sharply differentiated functional structures. If a person has crude emotions, it is that his experience as a whole is crude. But of course the dictionary words for the emotions are crude and few. To express the emotions that are felt in sensitive experience requires nuance and reticence, and much objective reference. Works of plastic and musical art are pure language of the emotions, elaborated to statements of conviction. The emotions are means of cognition. Far from being obstacles to thought, they are unique deliveries of the state of the organism/environment field and have no substitute. They are the way we become aware of the appropriateness of our concerns, the way the world is for us. As cognitions they are fallible, but are corrigible not by putting them out of court but by trying out whether they can develop into the more settled feelings accompanying deliberate orientation, example to proceed from the enthusiasm of discovery to conviction, or lust to love. Finally, in psychotherapy, the training of the emotions, we see that only a combined unitary method is of any avail. We must concentrate both on the world of objects' interpersonal relations, fantasy, memory, etc., and on releasing bodily mobility and appetite, and also on the structure of the third thing, the emotion of the self. 7. Excitement and anxiety. Excitement persists and increases through the sequence of creative adjustment, and is strongest at the final contact. This is so even if obstacles and lost conflicts prevent the finale, but in such a case the excitement becomes spectacularly disruptive of the organizing self itself. Rage turns into tantrum, there is grief and exhaustion, and perhaps hallucination. These are emergency functions to release tension and enable one to start afresh the next time, for of course the physiological need and its excitation are still unfinished. This process, of total frustration and unlimited explosion, is not unhealthy, but it is not, needless to say, despite the opinion of many parents, useful for learning anything, for the self is disrupted and there is nothing left to assimilate. But suppose now that the excitement is interrupted. Let us attend to the stronger breathing that is a factor in all excitements. The excitement is interrupted, the breath is held. This is anxiety. The most clear-cut case of healthy anxiety is fright, the choking off of the feeling and movement in which one is fully engaged in order to meet a sudden danger. This situation is especially likely to be traumatic, as can be seen by contrasting it with ordinary fear. In fear, the dangerous object is foreseen, one is deliberate and defensive with regard to it, therefore, when it is necessary to withdraw because the danger is too great, the approach to the environment is still open, and later, with increase of knowledge and power, it will be possible to confront the danger again and avoid or annihilate it. In fright the threatened pain and punishment loom suddenly and overwhelmingly large, and the response is to cut off the environment, that is, to play dead and withdraw within one's skin. The anxiety, the excitement which was suddenly muscularly dammed up, continues to shake for a long time, till one can breathe freely again. An anti-sexual society is designed to produce this traumatic situation with maximum frequency and efficiency among its children. Because the sexuality is secretive, the children engage themselves where there is the most likelihood of being surprised, and when they are surprised, the punishment has no relation to anything in their experience of causes and effects, therefore it might well be capital. Such a society is a neatly calculated trap. Breathing may, of course, be interrupted and cause anxiety, in other ways than by fright. Generally fright and the other ways cooperate. Freud singled out coitus interruptus, interrupting the climax of contact, as a special cause of primary anxiety with neurasthenic symptoms. Interruption by punishing the aggressive excitement of the stage of conflict or tantrum seems to be a likely cause of resignation and self-conquest, the avoidance of the previous struggle as not worth the trouble. Or the excitement may be cut off still earlier, at the state of noticing an object in the environment, and this would lead to projections. We shall discuss the various kinds of interruptions in Chapter 15. At whatever stage of contacting the interruption, fright and anxiety occur, the effect is to become cautious about the original appetite itself, and to control it by averting the attention, distracting the interest with other things, holding the breath, gritting the teeth, tightening the abdominal muscles, retracting the pelvis, tightening the rectum, etc. The urge or appetite recurs anyway, but now, muscularly restricted, it is painful, for urges and appetites tend to be expansive, outgoing. That is, there is now a change from the sequence in which the body served as the diminishing ground for the developing self. Now the body is the figure, and the self, in its structure of the motorically active and deliberate ego, is the ground. This process is still fully aware, it is an attempt at a creative adjustment, working on the body instead of on the environment. But if this deliberate suppression is persisted in, there is likely to be repression, unaware deliberateness. The nature of repression will be the subject of Chapter 14. 8. Identifying and alienating. Conflict. In the work of contacting, we may now define the function of the ego, identifying and alienating and determining the boundaries or context. Accepting an impulse as one's own means, in the sequence, to have it as part of the ground in which the next figure will develop. Such identifying is often deliberate, and the ego will function well in its orientations and manipulations if it is identified with grounds that in fact will develop good figures, provided the grounds have energy and likelihood. Let us run through the process again. In process, background and figure are polar. A figure can be experienced only against its ground, and without its figure a ground is simply part of a larger vague figure. But the relation between ground and figure, in creativity, is a dynamic and shifting one. The mounting excitement flows from the ground toward the more and more sharply defined figure. Energy is released for figure formation when the chaotic environmental parts meet an instinctual excitation, define and transform it, and are themselves destroyed and transformed. Mounting excitement is the progressive leaving behind of the ground. At the stage of emotion, the body ground diminishes and the environmental possibilities loom. Next, the environment is delimited and deliberately appropriated as one's own. Finally, the deliberateness is relaxed, the active ego feeling vanishes, and there is, momentarily, only the figure and the feeling of spontaneity, with the ground empty. But we speak of accepting something only when there is a tendency to reject it. When the identifying with an impulse, an object, or a means is spontaneous and obvious, as in fascination or in using an expert skill, and when everything else is out of the question, there is no point in distinguishing self, id, and ego. What is accepted by the ego is an aware conflict and the exercise of aggression. Conflict is a disturbance of the homogeneity of the ground and prevents the emergence of a sharp and lively next figure. The conflicting excitements bring alternative figures into dominance. The attempt to unify a single figure when the ground is busy, in order to get on and come to an easy solution, such an attempt must result in a weak Gestalt, lacking in energy. But on the contrary, if what is chosen is the conflict itself, then the figure will be exciting and energetic, but it will be full of destruction and suffering. Every conflict is fundamentally a conflict in the grounds of action, a conflict of needs, desires, fascinations, pictures of oneself, goals hallucinated, and the function of the self is to live it through, to suffer loss and change and alter the given. When the grounds are harmonious, there is rarely a true conflict in the choice of foreground objects, expedients, or policies. Rather, something is at once found or invented better than any of the alternatives. The case of Buridan's ass who with a single appetite starved between two likely objects, is not much to be observed. A strong conflict in the foreground is a sign that the true conflict in the background is alienated and concealed, as in obsessive doubt. From this point of view, let us consider again the meaning of the proposition, to excite the conflict weakens the self, and the therapeutic method of meeting such a danger. The source of the danger is that a large part of the self is already apparently invested in some weak figure, a facile choice having been previously made. If a new excitation is accepted from the alienated background, the conflict will destroy this weak self. The self will lose such organization as it has, therefore, it is said, play down the new excitation. But in fact the self is only apparently invested in the weak figure, For the self is not the figure it creates but the creating of the figure, that is, self is the dynamic relation of ground and figure. Therefore, the therapeutic method, which can only strengthen the self, is to insist on relating the foreground weak figure to its ground, to bring the ground more fully into awareness. Suppose, for instance, the foreground is a verbal rationalization that is clung to. The therapeutic question must be, not whether the proposition is true or false, but what is the motive for this use of words? Does one really care whether or not it is true? Or is it a manipulation? Of whom? Is it an attack? Against whom? Is it an appeasement? A concealment, of what, from whom? The necessity of this method is obvious if we consider that many rationalizations, especially of intelligent people, happen to be true propositions and yet are rationalizations. To attack any proposition leads to endless wrangling, and patients are like as not to be as generally informed as therapists. But when the figure is related to its motive, new excitations suddenly appear, both from the organism and the past and from new things noticed in the environment. The weak figures lose interest and become confused, the self loses its security and suffers. Yet this suffering is not a weakening of the self, but a painful transitional excitement of creativity. It is the reverse of anxiety. This suffering is painful and involves the deeper breathing of labor. Anxiety is unpleasurable, static, breathless. A conflict of grounds is attended by destruction and suffering. A false conflict of objects, expedients, or ideas freezes in a dilemma attended by anxiety. The purpose of false conflict is to interrupt the excitement. Anxiety as an emotion is the dread of one's own daring. 9. Identifying and alienating. 2. Security. Timidity to be creative has two sources, the pain of the mounting excitement itself, and the fear of rejecting or being rejected, destroying, making changes. These two mutually aggravate each other, and are at bottom the same. A sense of security, on the contrary, is given by clinging to the status quo, one's past achieved adjustments. The new excitement threatens to shake this security to pieces. What we must understand is that there is no such thing as a true security, for then the self would be a fixity. When there is no irrational fear, the problem does not arise whether or not one is secure, but one attends to the problem confronting. Sense of security is a sign of weakness. The person who feels it is always waiting for its disproof. The energy of clinging with death grip to the status quo comes from the unfinished situations still tending to complete themselves, opposed by aggression turned against oneself by the alien identifications introjected after previous defeats. This clinch gives something of a feeling of solidity, stability, power, self-control, and security. Meantime, in fact, the self has little outgoing power to draw on. The secure person is using his powers in a safe and unsurprising struggle with his unassimilated identifications. The struggle continues and rouses feeling because the situation is unfinished and recurs, but it is a safe feeling, because nothing new will turn up, and one has already suffered the defeat. Such a struggle is also reliable. It cannot be terminated, for the organism keeps producing the need, but the aggression will not turn toward the environment where a solution might be found. Also, if it is a good social identification, it is often possible to find many speciously similar real problems that can be solved on the same pattern as the former defeat. One can apparently cope quite easily with the reality without learning anything, suffering anything new, or making any change. All that is necessary is to avoid any real situation that is interesting or venturesome, to avert attention from anything in one's affairs that makes today different from yesterday, and this can be conveniently accomplished by calling the new the unrealistic. So by a beautiful economy, precisely an accepted defeat serves to give a sense of power and adequacy. In popular language this is called making a good adjustment. The only things lacking are excitement and growth and the sense of being alive. But where the self has power to draw on, it has precisely no sense of security. It has perhaps a sense of readiness, the acceptance of excitement, a certain foolish optimism about the alterability of reality, and a habitual memory that the organism regulates itself and does not in the end wear out or explode. The answer to the question "can you do it?" can be only, it's interesting. A sense of adequacy and power grows as the particular problem is met and generates its own structure, and new possibilities are found in it, and things surprisingly fall into place. Chapter 13. Creative Adjustment. 2. Final Contact and Post-Contact. 1. Unity of figure and ground. Final contact is the goal of contacting. In final contact, the self is immediately and fully engaged in the figure it has discovered and invented. Momentarily, there is practically no background. The figure embodies all the concern of the self, and the self is nothing but its present concern, so the self is the figure. The powers of the self are now actualized, so the self becomes something. Clearly, such a point can be reached only under the following conditions. The self has been selecting the reality toward its own reality, that is, it has been identifying with what activates or mobilizes the background, and alienating the rest. It has been addressing the environmental reality and changing it, so that no relevant concern remains unchanged in the environment. It has accepted and completed the dominant unfinished situations of the organism, so that no appetite remains in the body awareness. And during this process, it has been not merely an active artificer of the solution, nor a passive artifact of it, but it has more and more been assuming a middle mode and growing into the solution. Let us consider the nature of an awareness that has no environmental or body background, for awareness is a figure against a ground. Such awareness is possible only of a whole and parts, where each part is immediately experienced as involving all the other parts and the whole is just of these parts. The whole figure could be said to be the background for the parts, but it is more than ground for it is at the same time the figure of the parts, and they are ground. To put this another way, the experience does not allow for any more possibilities because it is necessary and actual. The actual is necessary. These parts at this moment cannot mean anything else. Let us give some examples. In a moment of insight, there are no more hypotheses, for one sees how the parts work together, and thus, as a problem approaches the insightful moment, everything begins to fall into place, and after the insight, the application to further cases is immediate and habitual. The problem has been contacted once and for all. Likewise, when one loves, there are no alternatives. One cannot oneself withdraw, look elsewhere, etc., and one feels that any further traits might appear in the beloved will either be lovable or will be completely irrelevant and unimportant. Or more darkly, in a moment of final despair, there are no more resources. The figure in such a case is nothing but the empty ground with nothing to relieve it, and it is felt as necessary, for the impossible is a kind of necessary. In such a whole of parts, the figure provides its own boundary. Therefore there are no ego functions, no boundaries are chosen, there are no identifications and alienations, and no further deliberateness. The experience is entirely intrinsic, one is in no way acting on it. The relaxation of deliberateness and the vanishing of boundaries is the reason for the extra brightness and vigor. Example, the flash of insight or the shock of recognition, for the energy that went into withholding oneself or aggressively putting connections into the environment is now suddenly added to the final spontaneous experience. The spontaneity is most easily noticed in behaviors where there has been deliberate muscular movement. Example, the spontaneous pelvic movement before orgasm, and the spasm, or the spontaneous swallowing of food that has been well liquefied and tasted. In all contacting, there is an underlying unity of perceptual, motor, and feelingful functions. There is no grace, vigor, dexterity of movement without orientation and interest, no keep sight without focusing, no feeling of attraction without reaching, etc. But it is only in final contact, perhaps, with its spontaneity and absorption, that these functions are all foreground. They are the figure. One is aware of the unity. That is, the self comes to feel itself. What it is feeling is the interacting of the organism and environment. 2. Concern and its object. Let us try to analyze the absorption of final contact as a feeling. In analyzing the sequence of contacting, we mentioned a sequence of motivations: first, urges, appetites, and responses to stimuli that set the organism to going out toward the environment; secondly, emotions or the feeling of relationship between appetite, pain, etc., and some environmental situation, these eliciting aggressive approach; thirdly, the more settled activation of virtues or vices that see one through complicated orientations, manipulations, and conflicts. It is clear that in the process of creative adjustment there must be such drives or motivations relating the organism's sense of itself as an I and the environmental novelty sensed as an it, an object to work on. During the spontaneous absorption of final contact, however, there is no need for such motivation, for there are no other possibilities, one cannot choose otherwise. The feeling of absorption is self-forgetful, it attends completely to its object, and since this object fills the entire field, anything else is experienced as to the interest of the object becomes a thou, it is what is addressed. The I lapses altogether into its attentive feeling, we speak of being all ears, all eyes; for instance, in hearing the great music one forgets himself and is all ears, and any possible it becomes simply an interest of the thou. Let us use the word concern for this kind of selfless feeling. Compared with the appetites or emotions, the concerns have a certain static or final quality, for they are not motivations. On the brighter side, compassion, love, joy, serenity, aesthetic appreciation, insight, etc. are such states rather than motions of feeling. More darkly, despair, mourning, etc., and we can now see how terrible these are, for if there is neither ego nor thou, the feeling is as of an abyss. In general, throughout this book we have assumed that every reality is concernful, it is real as the object of appetite, emotion, or concern. So both the ancients and medievals held that being and good were interchangeable. This is in opposition, of course, to the contemporary positivism, whose reality is neutral, but also the analytic conception of cathexis, that the excitement is attached to the object, a conception made plausible by the unusual charges of energy in fetishes, objects of reference, etc. Our view is that unconcernful object and objectless excitement are abstractions from the concernful figure of contact, which in the end and potentially from the beginning is the primary spontaneous awareness of reality. The abstractions seem to be primary in experience if one judges from a background of unaware deliberateness and vague pain, as we shall discuss in the next chapter. 3. Example of sexual touch, etc. Love aims at proximity, that is, the closest contact possible while the other persists undestroyed. The contact of love occurs in seeing, speech, presence, etc. But the archetypal moment of contact is sexual embracing. Here the actual spatial closeness spectacularly illustrates the diminution and unconcernfulness of the background. There is little background because there isn't room for one, the lively figure looms trying to dispense with background altogether, and all its parts are exciting. The figure is not an object of the subject, for the awareness crowds into the touch. The distant senses are made to feel that they are touch, for a face fills the oval of vision and small sounds fill the hearing. It is not a moment for abstractions or images of other times and places, there are no alternatives. The speech is, so to speak, pre-verbal, what is important in it is the tone and the primitive concreteness of the terms. And the closed senses, taste, smell, and touch, make up much of the figure. Excitement and closeness of contact are felt as one and the same thing, more excitement is simply closer touch. And motion is finally spontaneous. The vanishing of the body background is even more remarkable. Toward the climax, the figure is composed of the two bodies, the sense of touching and being touched, but these bodies are now nothing but a system of contact situations at the boundary, there ceases to be a sense of physiological organs underlying. Organic pains become unaware. Paradoxically, one's own body becomes part of the thou, and finally the whole figure, as if the boundary were disadduct and placed opposite. This archetypal contact shows also the creativity of the self. At the height of awareness, the experience is novel, unique, and original. But when, at the orgasm, the boundary is broken and the self diminishes, one has the sense of a conservative instinctual gratification of one's own familiar body. We see too that the contact is spontaneously transitory. The self works for its completion but not its perpetuation. When the process of figure forming is complete and the experience becomes self-contained and the background vanishes, it becomes immediately obvious that the contact situation as a whole is just one moment of the interaction of the organism/environment field. The same characteristics of final contact are evident in eating, a contact by destruction and incorporation. What is tasted and chewed is lively and unique, but spontaneously it is swallowed, the figure vanishes, and assimilation is unaware. Again, during an intense experience of a work of art it is felt to be not only inevitable in its working but also, strangely, the only possible work, or at least the highest kind, and the experience of it inestimably valuable, that is, the background in terms of which we make comparative judgments has vanished. An evil a negation of reality, for the absence of the expelled is psychologically a reality, it removes a dread. We prefer to say, reality is exciting or concernful. 4. Post-contact. The aftermath of contact is accomplished growth. This process is unaware, and its details belong to physiology, to the extent that they are understood at all. Depending on the kind of novelty that has been addressed and transformed, the growth has various names: increase in size, restoration, procreation, rejuvenation, recreation, assimilation, learning, memory, habit, imitation, identification. All these are the result of creative adjustment. The basic notion underlying them is a certain unification or made identity in the organism/environment interaction, and this has been the work of the self. Food, where the unlike is made like, is literally assimilated, made like to. Learning, when it is digested and not swallowed whole, is said to be assimilated. It can then be used not otherwise than one's muscularity. With regard to perceptions, the philosophic usage has been the reverse: it is the seeing that becomes the same as the seen color. Habits are picked up from our behavior in company, we have imitated or identified with the others, and formed our personalities on their model. But we must not be deceived by the apparent reversal in language, for in every case there has been the destroyed, the rejected, the changed, on the one hand, and going out to and being formed by on the other. Where the contact is by incorporation and the irrelevant part is particularly disregarded, we speak of assimilation, yet of course the chemical elements persist, the waste is excreted and still exists, etc. Where the contact is by proximity or touch, and the irrelevant part is still potentially interesting, as in perception and love, we speak of becoming the other or identifying with. The aftermath of orgasm is procreation, and rejuvenation by a systemic release of tension. It is in considering the aftermaths of contact, the assimilations and identifications, that one can most appreciate the importance of the middle mode of spontaneity. For if the self had been merely active, it could not become also that other, it would merely project; if it were merely passive, it could not have grown, it would have suffered an introjection. 5. Passage from the psychological to the physiological. Psychologically, the passage from aware contact to unaware assimilation has a deep pathos. For the figure of contact filled the world, was excitement, all the excitement there was, but in the aftermath it is seen to be a small change in the field. This is the Faustian pathos, when one says, "Stay, thou art so fair," but to effectuate the saying would be just to inhibit the orgasm, the swallowing, or the learning. But the self spontaneously goes on and extinguishes itself. The inhibition of the achieved climax is par excellence the figure of masochism. It is holding in the maximum excitement and wanting to be released from the pain of it by being forced because the self is afraid to die, as if the self were anything but just this transient contact. Then the height of love comes to feel the same as an invitation to death. Love-death is praised, as if it were the best love. But in fact the love dying organically live on, the excitement fades, they try to recapture the fair moment and necessarily fail, for the now possible fair moment is quite different. But although the increment of physiological growth is small, it is absolutely sure, we may use it reliably forever. One cannot be deceived by a creative adjustment. With regard to perception, the reliability of a creative identification is universally admitted, the sensation itself is irreducible evidence, though the interpretation may be in error. Yet the same holds with regard to learning, love, and other social identifications. But this is not appreciated. On the contrary, the love we once experienced is often later thought of as disgusting, the opinions we used to hold are considered absurd, the music we responded to as adolescents is dismissed as sentimental, the loyalties of local patriotism are abhorred. As Morris Cohen used to say, if falling in love is blind, falling out of love is dizzy. But such reactions are a failure to accept the present actuality of our achieved pasts, as if we were given to ourselves in the present as anything but what we have become and will go on to be. Clearly in such cases the contact was never complete, the situation was not finished, some inhibiting force was introjected as part of the experience and is now part of the ego concept against which we are measuring ourselves. And now when our past achievement, such as it was, is necessarily different from our present aim, instead of being able to use it as part of our present equipment, or to disregard it as irrelevant, we waste energy warding it off, being ashamed of it, attacking it. 6. Formation of personality, loyalty. The aftermath of creative social contact is the formation of personality, group identifications and viable rhetorical and moral attitudes. The self seems to become part of the thou that it has grown into. Group identification that has fulfilled needs and powers and is a source of strength for further action is the habit of loyalty, what Santayana called acceptance of the sources of our being. Consider, for example, loyalty to a language. Every language adequately realizes elementary social needs, if one learns it in circumstances at all favorable. If it is a great language, like English, one's personality is deeply formed by its genius and literature. A writer feels his loyalty in the pleasure of writing English sentences. An Italian peasant immigrant, loyal to his childhood, often refuses to learn English, though his ignorance hampers his present life. It is that he was too quickly and thoroughly uprooted and too many of the old situations were unfinished. On the other hand, a German refugee from Hitler learns English in a few weeks and completely forgets German. He needs to blot out the past and speedily make a new life to fill the void. In therapy, the so-called regressions are aware loyalties, and it is pointless to deny or denigrate what the patient has really felt as his own. The task is to find out the unaware unfinished situations that are taking energy from the possibilities of the present. The classical instance is the impossibility of changing homosexuals who have once gotten important sexual satisfaction, especially since they have creatively overcome many social obstacles in order to get it. The method is clearly not to attack the homosexual adjustment, for that has been the result of the self's integrative power. It is approved felt contact and identification. The method must be to bring to light what the personality is unaware, alienating here the interest in the other sex, half the human beings in the world. That is, it is pointless to say, why do you act like an 11-year-old, but it is reasonable to ask, what is disgusting, immoral, dangerous in acting like a 12-year-old? Whatever is acted has, insofar, been assimilated. 7. Formation of personality, morality. As aftermaths of contact, moral evaluations, judgments of proper behavior, combine two kinds of assimilation. On the one hand, they are simply technical skills that one has learned, guesses as to what leads to success. As such they are flexible, subject to modification in changing circumstances. Every present problem is met on its merits. One's crystallized prudence is part of the ground from which one addresses the problem. On the other hand, they are group loyalties such as we have been describing. One acts in a certain way because it is the social expectation, including the expectation of one's formed personality. One's technique in a particular present case is modified by one's abiding choice to remain a member of the group, to use the group's technique. Usually the group's technique is less flexible than the individual's, and there is likely to be a certain conflict between these grounds of action. If this conflict becomes too marked too frequently, one has to decide that the group is irrational, is past bound, and then either change the group's technique or abandon one's loyalty. Abandoning loyalty, one has to find a new loyalty, for sociality of some kind is always part of one's needs. It is in the conflict itself that one finds one's new allies. So far there is no theoretical difficulty. But unfortunately in discussions of morals, these two conflicting grounds, the prudent and the loyal, are confused with two quite different kinds of evaluation, neither of which is an assimilation. One of these is the new discoveries and inventions that occur during creation of anything. One finds that the old way, either what is sensible or what is customary, does not serve the creative function at all, rather one has to do this. Such evaluation is concernful and compelling, it goes beyond what one wishes according to one's achieved personality. It is the emerging figure, and on its emerging one must risk being absurd or lonely. In the aftermath, again, the new figure will be technique and will either be one's self-realization of loyalty to a new group or will lead and win itself a group. But at the moment of concern, the choice is daring, revolutionary, prophetic. And partly what confuses moral questions that could be simply the adjustment of individual and social techniques is the injection into them of a nostalgia for the prophetic and absolute, especially on the part of people who inhibit their creativeness. A moral choice that has long been learned and is a ground of ordinary behavior is discussed as if it were just now being invented by Ezekiel. But the chief cause of confusion is the usual morality of self-conquest. Behavior is esteemed as good because of some introjected authority, or it is condemned as bad because one is attacking in oneself the impulse to similar behavior. Since Nietzsche, this morality has been correctly analyzed as resentment, its effects are mostly annihilating and negative. One does not observe that a man who has been good, who has not been to jail for half a century, is praised and given medals by his fellow citizens for his virtue, shrewdness, and technique of living that have led to wonderful achievements. For the alien, introjected standards are creatively useless. But there is vindictive heat and force and punishment in the condemnation of the bad. Indeed, the weak self-conquering personality lives most of its reality in the projection of scapegoats, which permits it to turn some aggression outward and feel something. In creating something, there are concernful judgments of good and evil, that which advances the coming achievement and that which must be annihilated from the field, but in the aftermath the rejections, the evil, are seen to be archaic, for in a new enterprise the rejected things are again likely possibilities. But in self-conquest, it is just the bad, the excluded, that persists, for the vital urges to it recur and the aggression against it must be wielded continually. 8. Formation of personality, rhetorical attitudes. Another kind of learning that forms personality is rhetorical attitude, one's way of manipulating interpersonal relationships, which can be observed by concentrating on one's voice, syntax, and manners. Such attitudes are complaining, bullying, being helpless, shiftiness, or forthrightness, give and take, fairness, etc. These are all techniques of manipulation, rapidly acquired by children who have a limited and specific audience to work on and soon find which means succeed and which fail. The protocol and etiquette of societies are similar. And when these attitudes are regarded as assimilations, the only issue is whether they are useful for a present problem, or whether they must be modified or discarded. If people strongly disesteem certain attitudes, example shiftiness, it is because they are prone to be manipulated by them despite themselves. To other people the attitudes are simply ineffective and tiresome. When a rhetorical technique is ineffective, when a therapist declines, for instance, to be moved by the patient's boring voice or crocodile tears, then it may simply be dropped, so we see children often laugh at their fraud and try something else. In such cases the technique is a good assimilation. In other cases, however, the awareness of one's technique rouses strong feelings or anxiety. Strong feelings when the technique is not really a technique at all, but a direct but imperfect expression of an important unfinished need. One chooses to bully because one needs to win, and is now again frustrated and angry. One chooses helplessness because one is helpless and is now again abandoned, or one is boring because one wants to be left alone. But anxiety is roused when the voice one hears is not, after all, one's own voice, but the other speakers one has introjected. It is mother or father complaining, shouting, or being fair. This is again, as in false loyalty or resentful morality, the situation of self-conquest, and one is anxious because one again throttles, at the present moment, one's true identity, appetite, and voice. 9. Conclusion. In ideal circumstances the self does not have much personality. It is the sage of Tao that is like water, assuming the form of the receptacle. The increment of growth and learning, after good contact, is certain, but it is small. The self has found and made its reality, but recognizing what it has assimilated it sees it again as part of a vast field. In the heat of creative contact, one says, it is this, not that, and now, it is only this, let us open our minds to that. That is, the pulsation of contact and its aftermath is the succession of the philosophic feelings that one has grasped the essential good, but that after all, as Bishop Butler said, everything is what it is and not another thing, including oneself. Whether such a process is meaningful or worthwhile, or what it means, is not a psychological question. Where the self has much personality, we have seen, it is because either it carries with it many unfinished situations, recurring inflexible attitudes, disastrous loyalties, or it has abdicated altogether and feels itself in the attitudes toward itself that it has introjected. Finally, let us return to the relation of the psychological and the physiological. Assimilation, digested learning, technique, group identifications, constitute proper habits, in the sense that habit is second nature. They seem to become a part of the non-conscious physiological self-regulation. With regard to assimilated nourishment, no one would raise any question of this. With regard to obvious motor habits, the organic nature of the learning is almost as evident. Learning to walk, for instance, would be considered first nature and not habit at all, yet swimming, skating, cycling seem almost as organic and cannot be forgotten. Catching a ball, again, seems hardly less so. To speak is organic, to speak the mother tongue is hardly less so, and reading and writing again hardly less so. Therefore, it seems reasonable to define the physiological as the conservative, the non-aware, self-regulation, whether inherent or learned. The psychological is the shifting, transitory contact with novelty. The physiological first nature, including non-aware neurotic interference with first nature, has periodic recourse to contact, need for novelty. The physiological second nature is contacted aperiodically, example available memory is drawn on as a result of external stimulation. It is the organism and not the self that grows. Let us speculatively describe growth as follows: after contact there is a flow of energy, adding to the energy of the organism the new elements assimilated from the environment. The contact boundary that has been broken now reforms, including the new energy and the organ of second nature. What has been assimilated is now part of the physiological self-regulation. The boundary of contact is now outside the assimilated learning, habit, conditioned reflex, etc. Example: what is like what one has learned does not touch one, it raises no problem. The point here is not the spontaneity, for all feelings are spontaneous, acts of self, but in the motivations there is a sense of oneself developing. Thus in fascination one is spontaneously attracted despite oneself, but in absorption one is wholly in the object. Compassion, the concern of the physician, seems to be precisely motivational and ongoing. But it is not a motive. Compassion is the loving recognition of defect as potentially perfect, and the ongoingness is the filling out of the potentiality of the object. The concern itself is final and unchanging. In the practice of compassion, it is not some interest of the I but the integration of the thou that is in motion. Chapter 14. Loss of ego functions. I repression critique of Freud's theory of repression. 1. the figure/background of neurosis. Neurotic behavior is also a learned habit, the result of creative adjustment, and like other assimilated habits is no longer contacted, because it presents no novel problem. What differentiates this kind of habit from others, and what is the nature of neurotic unawareness as distinct from simple forgetting and available memory? In the process of creative adjustment we have traced the following sequence of grounds and figures: for contact, in which the body is the ground and its urge or some environmental stimulus is the figure, this is the given or idea of the experience. Contacting, accepting the given and drawing on its powers, the self goes on to approach, estimate, manipulate, etc., a set of objective possibilities. It is active and deliberate with regard to both the body and the environment. These are the ego functions. Final contact, a spontaneous, disinterested, middle mode of concern for the achieved figure. Post-contact, diminishing self. We saw also that at any stage the process could be interrupted, because of danger or inevitable frustration, and the excitement throttled, resulting in anxiety. The particular stage of interruption is important for the particular neurotic habit that is learned, and we shall discuss this aspect in the next chapter. But now let us consider how any interruption and anxiety leads also to an attempt to inhibit the original drive or response to the stimulus, for these are most available to control. There is thus set up a reverse sequence that we must explore. The deliberate effort to control is the ground. The figure is the inhibited excitation or response to stimulus. This is a painful feeling of the body. It is painful because the excitation seeks discharge in outgoing and the control is a contraction of the expansion. This figure ground does not as such, of course, lead further. One relaxes the control and tries again. But supposing now the danger and frustration are chronic and one cannot relax the control, meantime there are other matters to attend to. Then, a new situation arises and the old situation is still unfinished. The new situation may be either a new stimulus or a distraction sought to lessen the pain, disappointment, etc. In meeting the new situation, the old unfinished situation is necessarily suppressed. One swallows one's anger, hardens oneself, pushes the urge out of mind. Yet in the new situation, the painful suppressed excitation persists as part of the ground. The self turns to cope with the new figure, but it cannot draw on the powers engaged in keeping down the suppressed excitation. Thus the ground of contacting the new figure is disturbed by the existence of the painful suppression, which is immobilizing certain of the ego functions. Beyond this, the sequence cannot develop. This is because the body cannot be annihilated. The suppressed urge belongs to the physiological self-regulation and conservatively persists, recurs acutely whenever sufficient tension accumulates or there is a stimulus, and always remains as a coloration of whatever looms in the foreground of interest. The excitation cannot be repressed but only kept out of attention. All further developments are again in the other direction, of confronting the new problem, except that the process is now hampered by the disturbed ground of the unfinished situation. This persisting disturbance prevents final contact in the new adjustment, for all concern is not given to the figure. It prevents the new problem from being addressed on its merits, for every new solution must also irrelevantly solve the unfinished situation. And perceptual and muscular powers are bound in maintaining the deliberate suppression. The excitation cannot be forgotten but the deliberate control can be forgotten and remain unaware. This is simply because, being a motoric pattern, after a while the situation is learned. If the inhibition is chronic, the means of effecting it are no longer novel and contacted, they are a kind of useless knowledge that would occupy the attention apparently without function. So long as nothing is to be changed in the ground inhibition, the self forgets how it is being deliberate, as it turns to new problems. The motor and perceptual powers involved in the inhibition cease to be ego functions and become simply strained bodily states. In this first step, thus, there is nothing remarkable about the transition from aware suppression to repression. It is ordinary learning and forgetting how one learned it. There is no need to postulate a forgetting of the unpleasant. But let us follow the process further, for as yet the means of inhibiting is an available memory. We have seen that any uncontacted habit is second nature, it is part of the body, not of the self. So our posture, whether correct or incorrect, seems natural, and the attempt to change it rouses discomfort, it is an attack on the body. But unaware inhibiting has this peculiar property, that if the attempt is made to relax it, there is immediate anxiety, for the situation of excitement is revived, and promptly must be throttled. Suppose, for instance, the inhibited excitation is surprised by an unusual stimulus, or, vice versa, that the control is temporarily loosed by a therapeutic exercise, then the site habitually dulled is threatened with a fatal cramp, the heart pounds, etc. The self, unaware that these are the effects of a simple contraction, and that all that is called for is to bear a slight discomfort, to locate the contraction and loosen it deliberately, the self imagines that the body itself is in danger, and it responds with fright, throttling, and a secondary aware deliberateness to protect the body. It avoids the temptation, resists the therapy, being unaware close-mouthed against something savory but once dangerous, it reacts now with vomiting, as if the thing were poison. Further, since the nascent excitement is painful in any case, it easily lends itself to the extreme interpretation. The attitude and interpretation of defending the one-time ego functions as if they were vital organs rather than learned habits, is reaction formation. We are thus elaborating the following theory of repression. Repression is the forgetting of deliberate inhibiting that has become habitual. The forgotten habit becomes unavailable because of further aggressive reaction formations turned against the self. What is not, and cannot be, forgotten, is the urge or appetite itself, but this persists as a ground of pain because undischarged and obstructed. To the extent that the drive maintains its original quality and can enliven objects in the foreground, there are sublimations, direct but imperfect gratifications. 2. Neurosis as loss of ego functions. Neurosis is the loss of ego functions to the secondary physiology as unavailable habits. The therapy of neurosis, conversely, is the deliberate contacting of these habits through exercises graded so as to make anxiety tolerable. Some of these were set forth in the first part of this book. As a disturbance of the self function, neurosis lies midway between the disturbance of the spontaneous self, which is misery, and the disturbance of the ID functions, which is psychosis. Let us contrast the three classes. The one who gives himself spontaneously may not achieve final contact, the figure is disrupted in frustration, rage, exhaustion. In this case he is miserable rather than happy. The harm his body suffers is starvation. His disposition is soured and he turns against the world, but he does not as yet turn against himself, nor have much sense of himself except that he is suffering, until he becomes desperate. The therapy for him must be to learn more practical techniques, and there must also be a change in social relations so that his efforts can bear fruit, and biting that, a little philosophy. This is the culture of the personality. At the extreme is psychosis, the annihilation of some of the givenness of experience, example the perceptive or proprioceptive excitations. To the extent that there is integration at all, the self fills the experience, it is utterly debased, or immeasurably grand, the object of a total conspiracy, etc. The primary physiology begins to be affected. Midway, neurosis is the avoidance of spontaneous excitement and the limitation of the excitations. It is the persistence of sensory and motor attitudes when the situation does not warrant them, or indeed when no contact situation exists at all, as a bad posture is maintained in sleep. These habits intervene in the physiological self-regulation and cause pain, exhaustion, susceptibility, and disease. No total discharge, no final satisfaction, disturbed by unfulfilled needs and unaware maintaining an inflexible grip on himself, the neurotic cannot become absorbed in his outgoing concerns nor successfully carry them through, but his own personality looms in awareness, embarrassed, alternately resentful and guilty, vain and inferior, brazen and self-conscious, etc. Through the assimilation of experience under conditions of chronic emergency, The neurotic self has lost part of its ego functions. The process of therapy is to change the conditions and provide other grounds of experience, till the self discovers and invents the figure, I am deliberately avoiding this excitement and wielding this aggression. It may then go on again to a spontaneous creative adjustment. 3. Critique of Freud's theory, I repressed wishes. Our explanation, especially of repression, is so at variance with Freud's that we must account for the discrepancy, that is, account for his view as well as give evidence for our own. For repression was the process that he studied most intensively, and it would be possible to construct the entire system of Freudian psychoanalysis using repression as the primitive term. To Freud it seemed that the wish, the excitation, was repressed, whereas we hold it to be irrepressible, though any particular thought or behavior associated with the wish may be forgotten. He is then led into an uncharacteristically complicated and admittedly difficult attempt to explain how the conservative organism can inhibit itself. The entire system of unconscious thinking and the ID that can never be experienced are part of this attempted explanation, though like any ad hoc entity it raises a host of new problems. Again, Freud held that the contents repressed are both driven away by the ego and attracted by the unconscious, and he required also an unconscious censorship, whereas we hold that the attraction or censorship of the contents is at variance with the facts, and that repression is sufficiently explicable by deliberate suppression and simple forgetting and the spontaneous figure/background activity of the self confronting new problems in the previous conditions. It is evident that the inhibited excitations are not repressed but on the contrary express themselves in such a way that one must say they want to express themselves, to develop. Under conditions of relaxation, such as free association or dozing, or again under conditions of spontaneous concentration, such as art working or lively conversation, at once all kinds of strange images, ideas, abortive impulses and gestures, restless aches and twinges, come to awareness and claim attention, the suppressed excitations that want to develop, and if by disinterested but directed concentration they are given language and muscular means, they immediately reveal themselves with full significance. Such tendencies are, of course, the bread and butter of any analytic session. How is it possible that Freud did not assign them weight as evidence for the irrepressibility of the ID? Consider a typical passage of Freud. Among the wish impulses originating in the infantile life, indestructible and incapable of inhibition, there are some the fulfillment of which have come to be in contradiction with the purposive ideas of our secondary thinking. The fulfillment of these wishes would no longer produce an affect of pleasure, but one of pain, and it is just this reversal of affect that constitutes the essence of what we call repression. That is, regarded as infantile, the impulses are incapable of inhibition, as we are claiming. Later, they contradict other purposes, are therefore painful, and therefore repressed. But pleasure and pain are not ideas, they are the feelings of release or tension. What organic transformation is Freud envisaging by which the contradiction produces the change of affect? We are claiming, on the contrary, simply that the wish is painful because of the effort to inhibit it and unddischarged tension and a muscular restriction. This transformation is a matter of common experience. Yet, if what we are claiming is the case, then the entire aware experience continues to be colored by the unrepressed pain. Obviously, to Freud this did not seem to be so. Yet it is so. It does not seem to be so because we do not allow it to seem so when we are intent on going about our business with a stoic resignation and trying to make the best of the impulses that we do accept. The pain is there but suppressed. Concentrate on your feelings and it at once colors everything. Freud is notoriously gloomy about the prospect of happiness in the human condition, yet he is not nearly so gloomy as necessary about the actuality of the human condition. The disagreement here is also a verbal one, depending, like all important semantical differences, on a difference in the standard of what is desired. What shall we call pain and pleasure? To Freud, the dulled perception, deliberate motion, and controlled feeling of ordinary adult life is not painful but neutral. Yet compared with a standard of spontaneous behavior, it must be called at least unpleasure. It is not neutral, for it is positively marked by restlessness, fatigue, dissatisfaction, resignation, a sense of incompletion, etc. Note too in the above passage the implication that there is no physiological self-regulation, for the infantile impulses are random, incapable of inhibition, and purposiveness belongs to secondary thinking. This brings us to another reason why Freud thought the excitations were repressed. He persistently regarded certain excitations as infantile, as specifically bound to infantile situations and therefore to infantile thoughts and scenes, and indeed such situations and thoughts are recoverable, if at all, with extreme difficulty, they are not in the background of awareness. But as we have tried to show above, all excitations are much more general in application, it is the changing objects and situations that define and specify them. The apparent essential connection with specific forgotten thoughts, evident when the repression of the thoughts is lifted, is due, we have argued, to the fact that it was in a certain situation that one deliberately restricted the excitation and suppressed it, and this attitude soon became habitual and forgotten. Therefore, the first free development of the excitation on release of the inhibition stimulates an old memory as its available technique. It is not the memory that essentially frees the impulse, but the development of the impulse that stimulates the memory. Or to put this conversely, the spontaneous life is persistently more infantile than is allowed. The loss of the infantile is not an organic change but a deliberate suppression. 4. Critique of Freud. 2. Dreams. Turning now to Freud's theory of the attraction of certain contents by the unconscious, let us consider the familiar example of the fleeing of the tail end of a dream, for it is true that this does not seem to be merely pushed out of mind, but rather to be attracted as by an invisible magnet. Yet we must notice first of all that, in practice, to hold the dream one does not pay attention to it, but one attends to it disinterestedly, letting it come if it will, and this would be senseless if the dream were really attracted away. The dream does not vanish by deliberate suppression, it is mainly the spontaneous synthesizing of the self that annihilates the dream as far as possible in the act of forming the simplest figure/background in the waking state. This is why the dream vanishes so effortlessly, and why, from the point of view of effortful introspection, the dream seems to flee, for the grounds of making the usual kind of waking effort are incompatible with the grounds of experiencing a dream. The simplest possible contact in usual waking experience spontaneously excludes the dream. Thus, to allow the dream, or any drive, to express itself, the only recourse finally is to alter the usual figure/background formation itself to change the circumstances in which contact is possible, so that the dream also is a possible part of the contact. This is done by assuming the attitude of disinterest. The method is neither to try deliberately to remember nor to try to activate what is unconscious, but to alter the grounds of the self's reality so that the dream too looms as real. Our dreams are pushed away by us and they flee from us because we ourselves are making a mistake about the nature of things. We cannot hold the dream because we refuse to take it as real. The incompatibility of dream and usual waking up is familiar. Waking up, a person begins to feel he is active, up and doing, about to move. But the dream belongs to the class of wishes that can be gratified just in immobile hallucinating of them. The beginning of muscular motion puts the dream to flight. More importantly, as in hallucination, the dream is excluded from what is conceived to be the real world. Hallucinations are not accepted as functions of oneself. Still another property of the usual waking that excludes dreams is that it is verbal and abstractive. On awaking we at once verbalize our abstract purposes. Where am I? What do I intend to do this morning? What time is it? What did I dream? Our experience is organized by these abstractions. But the dream is concrete, nonverbal, sensory eidetic. In general, that is, the dream is not a possible experience not so much for its content but for its form. All of these factors operate especially strongly so that the dream flees rapidly and is irrecoverable, rather than merely fading and losing dominance because irrelevant when the self is neurotic and there is already a strain in the usual relations of figure and ground because of unaware habits of inhibition. This strain is the system of reaction formations defending the usual concept of the ego and of its body. Since the ground is habitually not empty but disturbed, to achieve any figure at all it is necessary to keep the background as empty and usual as possible. Considerable energy of annihilation is given to this work. Confronted with the spontaneity of dreaming, the sanity of the self and the safety of its organism seem to be in acute danger. From this point of view we could regard the need to be up and doing, to orient oneself in time and place and purpose, to be alert, as so many spontaneous reaction formations to meet the emergency of the dangerous dream attitude. With so much artillery mobilized against it, the dream thoughts are at once annihilated, and the dream wish is strongly suppressed. The dream flees and is pushed away, in sum, both because of the spontaneous figure/background formation possible in the conditions, and because of a deliberate decision as to what we will take reality to be. Otto Rank says that the Iroquois used to make the opposite decision: the dream was the real, therefore the task was to interpret the waking in terms of the dream rather than the dream in terms of the waking. To Freud, it would seem, it was childhood that was psychologically most real, for finally he interprets the dream not in terms of the waking but in terms of childhood situations. Let us consider this further. 5. Critique of Freud. 3. Reality. To be clear about Freud's theory of repression, we must again consider his discussion of the real. Freud distinguishes the primary process and the secondary process of thinking. A few passages will show the underlying similarity between what he is saying and our propositions, and also the important differences. The primary process strives for discharge of the excitation in order to establish with the quantity of excitation thus collected an identity of perception. The secondary process has abandoned this intention and has adopted instead the aim of an identity of thought. We should say the primary process a unity of perceptual, motor, and feelingful functions that is not well called thinking creates a reality. The secondary process that abstracts from this unity is thinking that reflects the reality. The conversion of affect occurs in the course of development. One need only think of the emergence of disgust, originally absent in infantile life. It is connected with the activity of the secondary system. The memories from which the unconscious wish evokes a liberation of affect have never been accessible to the preconscious, and for that reason liberation cannot be inhibited. The primary processes are present in the apparatus from the beginning, while the secondary processes take shape only gradually through the course of life, inhibiting and overlaying the primary, gaining complete control over them probably only in the prime of life. The incorrect processes, dream displacements, etc., are the primary processes of the psychic apparatus. They occur whenever ideas abandoned by the preconscious cathexes are left to themselves and can become filled with the uninhibited energy that flows from the unconscious and strives for discharge. The processes described as incorrect are not really falsifications of our normal procedure, or defective thinking, but the modes of operation of the psychic apparatus when freed from inhibition. The primary process is spontaneous contacting, but it comes to be equated, by Freud, with only the dream processes. Art, learning and memory, growing up, are radically disjoined from the primary process, as if all learning, and the deliberate control that comes with learning, could never be simply used and then released as the self again spontaneously acts. Then, of course, growing up necessarily involves the conversion of affect, for learning, according to this concept, is nothing but inhibiting. What led Freud to think of the secondary overlying the primary in this way, rather than of their healthy unity in a system of available memories? We may speak of reasons of theory, practice, and personality. In theory, Freud had a misconception of reality springing from his acceptance of an erroneous psychology of consciousness. For if any orientation in reality is given in isolated sensa and percepts, and if any manipulation of reality is given by isolated motor habits, then certainly, in order to get a reality at all, there must be an abstract thinking process to add up the parts and reconstruct a whole. In this construction, all of the parts, the isolated percepts, propriocepts, habits, and abstract purposes are grounded in inhibiting the unity of spontaneity. But apparently the only spontaneous holes of contact that Freud could notice were the dream processes, and these indeed give little orientation and no manipulation. But of course there are an indefinite number of non-hallucinatory spontaneous wholes. It is a question of correctly theorizing what occurs in experience, as the Gestalt psychologists and the pragmatists have done. Practically, in therapy, Freud relied precisely on the dissociations of the patient. He forbade them to make sense or practice, so it was only the dreams that forcibly struck him as spontaneous wholes. Then further, not only was Freud's psychology of consciousness defective, but also his physiological psychology, for he conceived of random impulses, the isolated excitations of a mechanical organism. In our view, the body is full of inherited wisdom. It is roughly adjusted to the environment from the beginning, it has the raw materials to make new wholes, and in its emotions it has a kind of knowledge of the environment as well as motivations of action. The body expresses itself in well-constructed purposive series and complexes of wishes. Leaving all this out of account, Freud was reduced to a purely verbal and not a psychosomatic therapy. The result of his practice, then, was that he could connect the dynamic spontaneous thinking that he noticed neither with the environment nor with the body, so he boldly staked out for it an independent realm, the unconscious. Yet he is not at all satisfied with this, but he keeps trying to say, the dream processes are not incorrect after all, they are the way to reality. Instead it is I, precisely in the prime of life, who have lost the reality. And because he wants to say this, the whole system of Freudian psychoanalysis concerns itself with the infantile. It does so correctly, because in childhood there was importantly an uninhibited process, giving a reality, which was not at the same time only dream. What was incorrect was the notion that later a new healthy entity developed, the secondary process, for what was the epidemic neurosis. The notion of the secondary process is the expression of the loss of awareness by the self that it is exercising the inhibition, and therefore could also release it. The constraint is projected rather as the harsh reality. And by a reaction formation the spontaneous process is spitefully denigrated and becomes merely dreams and neurotic distortions, and all other spontaneous figure formations are quite overlooked. And the dreams and symptoms, further, are again attacked, interpreted, and reduced, rather than also taken as parts of vital reality and, indeed, essential in any creative operation. And finally childhood is both denigrated and overestimated. It is overestimated when it is being considered as irrecoverably lost. It is denigrated in the therapy where the entire task of the analysis comes to be to recover this irrecoverable. 6. Examples of repression, insomnia and boredom. Let us take up the thread of our own argument and give an example of repression. In repression, we have said, the excitation persists in the background and colors all further formations with pain. The deliberateness of the inhibition is forgotten. In these conditions, the self turns to other creative adjustments and makes further efforts to keep the forgotten inhibiting forgotten. Acute insomnia illustrates this method of functioning at its simplest, for in the act of wooing sleep, the further creative adjustments are minimized, and the pain of the unfinished need is pervasively felt as distinct unpleasure, restlessness, and strain. But the meaning of the need is forgotten, for it is not allowed to develop and find orientation. In insomnia, the self wants to relax and disintegrate, but an unfinished need keeps pulling it together. The very efforts to fall asleep then become means of keeping the need suppressed. First, the insomniac closes his eyes, imagines boring scenes, etc. These deliberate imitations of sleep are of course irrelevant to the real need, which is not to sleep but to solve the unfinished problem, but they may be interpreted as a retroflexion. He wants to bore that other who has the need and to put him to sleep. Then the insomniac starts on a process of dissociated fantasies and thoughts, all of which indeed bear on the suppressed problem, but he does not want to grasp the connection, and therefore the fantasies do not cohere into one wish but tormentingly succeed one another. It happens sometimes, indeed, that one such line of fantasy has the same effective meaning as the suppressed need, in which case the thoughts abreact part of the excitation and one falls into a light dream-haunted sleep, but soon awakes if the tension again becomes very strong. A third stage is when the insomniac fixes and concentrates on some dummy cause for the sleeplessness, the howling dog, the noisy party downstairs, and he turns his aggression to annihilate this. The wish to annihilate an object is very close to the true underlying situation of trying to annihilate the problem, and so it spontaneously achieves great affect. It draws on the very energy that one is unaware powerfully exerting. So it happens that if this urge to annihilate is allowed to gain important dominance and lead to a violent action, throwing a shoe at the dog, pounding on the floor, there is a partial recovery of the ego function. This can have alternative consequences. Either one then has more control of the suppression and can make it stick sufficiently to fall asleep, or, vice versa, now that one has exhausted against the dummy some of the energy turned inward, one may suddenly accept the unfinished need as one's own. One gives up the effort of trying to sleep, gets up, admits that the party downstairs is attractive rather than distractive, or that it is not the howling dog but some other sound that one wants or fears to hear. The correct orientation leads to further relevant activity. One dresses and goes downstairs, writes the letter, or whatever it is. Ironically, when one is not trying to sleep, when it is not time to sleep, the repression of the problem and the persistence of the excitation appear as inattention, boredom, fatigue. The dominant need cannot reach the foreground, but the figures in the foreground are disturbed, and since they cannot draw on full energy and are not attractive, attention lapses, no figure becomes bright. Because there is a wish to be elsewhere and doing something else, one feels merely that one wishes to be not here, not doing this. This is boredom. But the bored person forces himself to pay attention. He exhausts himself in the effort to maintain the strained relation of the dull figure and the disturbed ground. Soon he is overcome with fatigue and the eyelids droop. If the suppressed excitation is such as to be importantly gratified in fantasy, he may daydream or fall asleep and dream. But often, unfortunately, as soon as one gives in to the desire to sleep and lies down, then precisely the insomnia sets in. 7. Sublimation. Contrasting with the distractions that cannot become attractive and win attention are those that successfully organize an interesting activity. These are interests that draw on an excitation that cannot simply express itself because the meaning is repressed, but that indirectly satisfy the need. They are the so-called sublimations, interests that satisfy the need in ways socially acceptable or even esteemed. On the Freudian theory of the conversion of affect and, therefore, the repression of the excitation, the process of sublimation would be impenetrably mysterious, for if the organic wish is intrinsically changed, what is it that is satisfied by the substitute activity? On the theory we are presenting, there is no problem. Strictly speaking, there is no such special process as sublimation at all. What is called sublimation is a direct but imperfect satisfaction of the same need. The satisfaction is imperfect because the loss of ego functions in the unaware inhibiting prevents efficient creative adjustment, because the excitation itself is colored with pain, difficulty, masochism, and these color the satisfying interest, because the limitations operating make the interest always somewhat abstract and disconnected from the need, and because the inability to become spontaneous prevents a full discharge. Therefore, the sublimation is compulsively repetitious, the organism does not fully come to equilibrium, the need recurs too frequently. A good deal of masturbating illustrates these properties of sublimation. Nevertheless, it is evident that the sublimation is not a substitute but a direct satisfaction. Consider, for instance, the well-known interpretation that the art of the novelist is partly a sublimation of repressed infantile peeping and exhibition. Certainly the novelist does peep and exhibit. The question is, what is repressed here? He satisfies his curiosity about the deeds, sexual and other, of his personages, who are often his acquaintances and very often his remembered family. He exhibits his own feelings and forbidden knowledge. The proof that nothing of this part is repressed is that he in fact feels guilty about doing it. But it will be objected that it is not these things but witnessing the primal scene and exhibiting his childish genitals that are repressed and sublimated, and the guilt is inherited from that era. It seems to us that this is a faulty interpretation of what occurred at that time. The childhood interest in the primal scene consisted of desirous curiosity about the doings of the persons most important to the child, and what he wanted was to exhibit his own nature and desires, and to take part. These are the very needs that he now directly satisfies, but the satisfaction is imperfect, for he is only telling a story, and not also sensing and doing. For it is just the novelist who manages not to suppress these drives, but to get some direct satisfaction of them. A moment's reflection on the social effectiveness of many sublimations will show that they are really giving direct satisfaction, for it is the spontaneous and uninhibited that is powerful and effective and, in the end, esteemed. Let us give another, less usual, example. The power of a Gandhi to move millions by his famously childlike personality had as one of its important aspects his peculiar attitude toward food. When Gandhi refused to eat or agreed to eat, it was politically momentous. Now, shall we interpret this as an infantile petulance? Then how was it so effective? But on the contrary, it was an extraordinarily direct keeping alive of the child's true feeling that it makes all the difference in the world under what conditions of love and hate one eats. Gandhi probably fasted not primarily as a calculated threat, but because under certain conditions food was nauseating to him. This spontaneous physiological judgment and consequent considered act, in a context not of the nursery but of the adult world where it is equally relevant but universally disregarded, touched every heart. It was effective not because it was symbolic or a substitute, but because it was a spontaneous response to an actuality. The Freudian theory of sublimation, however, was again the result of his too closely associating the persistent drives with their past situations and thoughts. 8. Reaction formation. Reaction formation is the avoidance of the anxiety threatened by breakdown of the repression by further attempts to annihilate the excitation or the temptations to it, and by strengthening the inhibition. The repression avoids the excitement, the reaction formation avoids the anxiety of the throttled excitement, for this anxiety-excitement seems even more dangerous than the original excitement was. Examples of annihilating the tempting stimulus or the excitation are avoidance, disgust, defiance, snobbery, moral condemnation. Examples of strengthening the inhibition are righteousness, stubbornness, willful stupidity, pride. If we leave behind the Freudian theory of the conversion of affect and the repression of the excitation, we no longer need to speak of ambivalences, contrary feelings toward the same object in the same situation, as if the contraries existed on the same level and were both outgoing feelings. But it is much more likely that the contraries are dynamically related. One contrary is a reaction formation against the other. What exists is a dynamic hierarchy of drive, inhibition of the drive, and defense of the inhibition, that is, further aggression against the drive and identification with an introject aggressing against it. For instance, consider the appetizing and the disgusting. The appetizing is disgusting because the appetite is inhibited by closing the mouth tight. The disgust is a response to the forced feeding of a tight closed mouth, but one has lost awareness of the fact that one could open one's mouth, the food would no longer be forced in, and there would be no need to vomit it out. At the stage of suppression, deliberate inhibition, the food is simply alienated from oneself, one does not identify with one's appetite for it, but at the stage of reaction formation, one is no longer in contact with the food at all. The choice has nothing to do with the food, but with the forgotten interpersonal relations. So the recurrent appetite and the disgust do not form a true conflict, there is no real ambivalence. The contraries are I like this food and I won't eat something I don't like. These are of course not incompatible, but the adjustment between them is impossible because of the repression. From a therapeutic point of view, our society has an unfortunate hostility also to its usual reaction formations, and in turn tries to annihilate them. The reason for this is the state of unequal social development that we have described previously, a self-conquering society that also esteems the outgoing and sexual. The reaction formations are obviously annihilating and negative, and no one wants to own to them. Righteousness, obsessive cleanliness, thrift, stubborn pride, moral censure are ridiculed and disapproved, they seem small instead of grand. Just so, spite and envy, the aggressiveness of the powerless and the eros of the frustrated are disapproved. It is only in crises, emergencies, that they are allowed to become foreground. Instead, all these attitudes are themselves replaced by an annihilating of the annihilating, and we get an empty politeness, goodwill, loneliness, affectlessness, tolerance, and so forth. The result is that in therapy the relations of patient and therapist are at first too sensible, and it is necessary painfully to mobilize these reactive traits and petty triumphs. The therapist would prefer the patient to come in like a good neurotic with strong moral convictions. Sigmund Freud, The Interpretation of Dreams, Trans. By A. Brill, Macmillan Co., New York, 1933, p. 555. An excellent similar analysis of dream forgetting is given by Gestalt in his essay on memory, in A Study of Interpersonal Relations, Hermitage Press, New York, 1949, pages 3 to 49. Sigmund Freud, The Interpretation of Dreams, Trans. By A. Brill, Macmillan Co., New York, 1933, p. 553. Ibid, p. 555. Ibid, p. 556. Chapter 15. Loss of ego functions. 2. Typical structures and boundaries. 1. Stratagem of therapy of neurotic characters. In this final chapter, let us try to explain the most important neurotic mechanisms and characters as ways of contacting the actual ongoing situation, whatever it happens to be during the therapy session. Neurotic behaviors are creative adjustments of a field in which there are repressions. This creativity will spontaneously operate in any ongoing present. The therapist does not have to get under the ordinary behavior or trick it out of the way in order to reveal the mechanism. His task is simply to pose a problem that the patient is not adequately solving, and where he is dissatisfied with his failure, then the need of the patient will, with help, destroy and assimilate the obstacles and create more viable habits, just as with any other learning. We have located the neuroses as loss of ego functions. In the ego stage of creative adjustment, the self identifies parts of the field as its own and alienates other parts as not its own. It feels itself as an active process, a deliberateness, of certain wants, interests, and powers that have a definite but shifting boundary. Progressively engaged, the self is as if asking, what do I need? Shall I act it? How am I aroused? What is my feeling toward that out there? Shall I try for that? Where am I in relation to that? How far does my power extend? What means do I dispose of? Shall I press on now or hold back? What technique have I learned that I can use? Such deliberate functions are spontaneously exercised by the self and are carried on with all the strength of the self, awareness and excitement and the creation of new figures. And ultimately, during close and final contact, the deliberateness, the sense of I, spontaneously vanishes into the concern, and then boundaries are unimportant, for one contacts not a boundary but the touched, the known, the enjoyed, the made. But during this process the neurotic loses his boundaries, his sense of where he is and what and how he is doing, and he can no longer cope, or he feels his boundaries as inflexibly fixed, he does not get on, and he can no longer cope. Therapeutically, this problem of the self is the obstacle to solving other problems, and is the object of deliberate attention. The questions now are, at what point do I begin not to solve this simple problem? How do I go about preventing myself? What is the anxiety I am feeling? 2. Mechanisms and characters as stages of interruption of creativity. The anxiety is the interruption of creative excitement. We now want to present the idea that the various mechanisms and characters of neurotic behavior may be observed as the stages of creative adjustment at which the excitement is interrupted. That is to say, we want to elaborate a typology from the experiencing of the actual situation. Let us discuss the advantages of such an approach and the properties of a typology that can be useful in therapy.